how much of it is, right? Me and Fetty talked about that, but you'd have to look at it on some type of scale where you'd be like, okay, let's say the social what is it? The sociopath, right? The sociopath, they've actually found some sort of a gene that they can connect to it. But they also say that everybody's experiences doesn't tap into this gene the same way, right? Just because you have this gene doesn't automatically equal you a sociopath, because your childhood is going to play a major role in that. You have a loving mother, but you have this gene. You still have pretty good chances of not growing up and without any sort of empathy based on how you grew up. So it's still of a twofold thing, right? Like you can possess all the ingredients, what I'm saying, in both areas and it not happen, right? So everything is possible, like I said. But of course, your childhood combined with your genes is gonna it's gonna railroad you in a couple different directions for sure.
Yeah, yep.
Definitely.
Yeah, like you said, it's tricky because like you can be wired a certain way genetically, but based on the harshness or good quality in your environment, that could and the people you're around to influence you to maximize your potential. All of that is ways to where you can't make
Where
decisions like
you
that.
where that person may not
But the
still
thing
become a
is, though, I think what
sociopath.
anathema is saying, if you say you are genetically predisposed, prenatally, chemically, or whatever, and you're in an environment that is harsh, that's where it becomes like, damn, that person is like behind the eight ball without him making any decision at all. If that makes sense, and that's the unfortunate part.
Yeah, you'd be looking at the perfect storm of shit at that point, though, right? That's what you're kind of looking at. You're kind of looking at the likelihood of that person being more violent or acting outside the social norms of being higher because of all those things, right? But
Yeah,
there's so many different factors
even
in there that you would have
impulsivity,
to
like
include, right? Like, were they
yeah,
breastfed? You know what I'm saying?
right,
Like
right.
all sorts of different things. How
Anathema,
much did their
anathema.
mother hug them?
How
You know
many
what I'm saying?
students
That's
have
a
you
big deal.
seen? Oh, I thought you was done. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was done. Like, how much did their mother hug them is another big one for sure.
Mm-hmm.
No, Fatty and Logic, that's why I asked the question, because what I'm getting at is from my studies and being in the classroom with them, it seems like the gang
I was about to ask you that.
environment is an environment that allows those that have those antisocial behaviors to thrive. So
Yeah.
we see them rise to the top, and the violence and all of that is what becomes what we associate with the gang, because in that environment they excel.
Mm-hmm.
Now you won't hear me disagreeing with that, right?
And I'm
Because
wondering
I
if
try
Have
to
you
y'all
I try to
ever
stay
looked
out
at
that part of the conversation. But I
have
do
y'all
think
ever
black
looked
people
into the
got a
homeboy
problem
record?
with.
Have y'all
Hold
ever
up, Chef.
looked
Hold on.
at
Let me say this right quick.
go
But
ahead.
I do think that African Americans we done found a way to reward ourselves for like a lot of, I ain't gonna say a lot of bad stuff, and that might be too broad sweeping, but violence is definitely rewarded in our community. You know what I'm saying? That's not something that we typically, I guess, will shun you for. You know what I'm saying? Like, as long as you being violent to the right people, you're good.
Mm-hmm.
You damn near rewarded. You know what I'm saying? But go ahead,
I
Chef.
think I think y'all need to look into the Homo erectus.
Oh
You know
man,
what I
come
mean?
What
on,
makes you
So
bring
I
that up?
mean,
man. Why
if
you
y'all
do
gonna
that,
deny
man?
that,
Come on,
if y'all
man.
gonna deny that that's a component, right? Then I don't even want to talk to y'all because y'all bullshitting.
Yo, Phil,
Yo,
chef.
don't take
Come
it
on,
back to
man.
But
Homo
what made
erectus.
you
That's
bring that up though, Chef? What made you bring that up?
Yeah, Homo erectus, bro.
pause.
Bro, come on, bro.
But what made you bring it up though, Chef?
Yeah, Chef, what we doing, bro? What we doing?
Because he wants to say we are
You
genetically
see, he went back
predisposed
on mute and
and,
he didn't,
and
and he
have
don't
lower
say
brain
nothing. See what I'm
capacity.
See that? See that? The easy rebuttal we got examples of African Americans during certain eras, and like um, so he was to make that Homo erectus argument. I mean, you were first you got to find a source that says that, and you also gotta like kind of give examples as to why these people who you're talking about that descend from these people are doing bad, even when you can show examples of them in certain cases doing great. You know what I mean? So that kind of, you would have to prove that. But yeah, back to the classroom shit. Anathema, right? How many students, right? Because I noticed one thing too, like when we talk about genetics, it don't even got to be nothing as deep as we think. It could be shit dealing with like impulsivity, being able to sit in the classroom, retain the information, and be quiet and shit like that. Have you seen like you say, the student, right, who may be possibly as a result of their home or predisposed natal chemicals and all prenatal shit, things that could give
Niggas
them,
handicapped.
oh man.
Look, let's go back. So let's look at black people where we come from and our native environment, right? Can we find the same type of aggression and violence, right, in our environment where we come from? We can look at those people right there in West Africa, right, in sub-Saharan Africa, and still see that same level of heightened violence and towards each other. We could see it. It still exists. That was one of the reasons why the slave trade was so prosperous, because those people was brutal towards each other. You dig
Yeah,
what
the
I'm saying?
tribalism, they wasn't like a nation
Yeah.
state. Yeah, I see what you're saying. But you're using
Like,
that. So you're using
You
that to
you
say
going
that.
hard now, Chef.
So you're using that to say that because we were
y'all
tribal
niggas
by
hate.
nature and we were so diverse in West
It's not
Africa.
just tribal. It's not just tribal.
No, let me finish. I'm saying like
Don't blame it
due
on
to
tribal all the
no, I'm
way.
saying West Africans, right? Due to
Mhm.
us being so diverse and having so many ethnic groups that only abided to their particular clan or small, state or whatever, right? You're
Mhm.
saying as a result of them fighting with one another for a long time, that plays a part into like the evolutionary culture of
Yes.
what we see. I mean, you would have to make that argument. I mean, I don't. That, that's a hell of a statement right there, but I mean. You're gonna have to down that hill. I mean,
Yo, Fetty. To answer the
yeah.
question you had asked me originally, when we was in the classroom, what we started realizing is to counteract that you had to deal with what they call learning modalities and different types of intelligence. So maybe that student that you thought had ADD and couldn't sit in the chair, right? Take a chair away from him. Have him doing work standing up. Give him more tactile assignments in relation to the assignment. So I'll give you a thing, right? For certain students, I used to have a thing called, I got it from Matt when you have to walk the number line. I used to have walking the sentence because the way their brain worked, they had to act. They were kinetic learners. Their learning modality was kinetic through their body. So I literally have to write the sentence and you're the noun, and then you're the verb, and you're the comma. And there was different movements they had to do, and they would literally act out the sentence. Then I would say, okay, we got this sentence has a certain phrase, maybe an adverb. Take that adverbial phrase and put it at the beginning. So half the students would have to move and align themselves. Now, when those students that couldn't write the sentence from just sitting, now when they sat back down, the way that they processed the information, they had higher retention and greater participation when it came to actually doing the performance assignment. So the way we dealt with it was differentiating the learning process based on the different learning modalities and the
Like
different
visual, like visual versus all.
and the different
I see what you're saying.
deficiencies
I see
that
what
the
you're saying.
students had. You understand? And that might even have something to do with your epigenetics or your cultural background, because
It's
maybe you
dealing
came
with the
from
brain, bro. It's dealing with
It
the
got
brain,
something to
bro.
do with your
and all
medulla.
your learning was this
It's
active.
dealing
It's
It's
with the
something to do
brain,
with
bro.
trying
your
to teach you
medulla.
in a Christian book learning setting. You understand? And I didn't do that in the classroom. That's not how we did it.
Yo,
So there's a different.
that's
That's the
crazy.
way we addressed it. It's the best I can say.
It's dealing with people using different parts of the brain, dealing with the same visual spatial task or assignments that you give them. So the fact that you was able to detect that in your classroom is dope. You know what I mean? Because a lot of teachers don't even try to differentiate students based off shit you're talking about. It's people using different parts of the brain. That's just what it is. And we even realize like cultures, they don't necessarily say you
Oh yeah, there's all different type of things you can do to address what the differentiation process around the modality of learning and the deficiency with regard, because you find out this person is deficient in reading because he's not a visual learner. You understand? He learns more auditory. So he has to listen to the words and then connect them with the visual. He can't just see and decode. He has to do a sight, a hearing to sight decoding, which is different than a visual to sound decoding. And so there's different things, and you learn that from your assessments of the students. You do assessments, you do different things to see who had strength in this learning method versus who had weakness in this learning method. Then you address those deficiencies by using other learning strategies around that subject and see if they respond. And when you get a hit, you start understanding, well, this student here is this type of learner. Like I said, I had a lot of kinetic learners. So I had to do a lot of acting and visual things in literature and grammar to engage them. Otherwise, they would have checked out and been on the phone or just sitting in the chair, anxious and, looking for attention. But now they're the center of the attention. And they're demonstrating, and then other students are learning from them also, because they're seeing their growth and the way they explain the subject when they have to present, because everybody has to present. When they have to present it, it reinforces everyone's learning. So you just got to build a real, what is called a learning environment.
Are y'all as teachers though? My question would be, are y'all as teachers, are y'all qualified to make that assessment? Like, you know what I mean? Like, and I don't mean like, hold on. I don't mean it like an opinion, right? I mean it like, are y'all qualified to change the teaching style of a particular student because that's what y'all see? Are y'all like, couldn't y'all get in trouble for that too? Or no?
No.
Okay.
No, not if it's done based on assessments, because the assessments are the driving force behind the methodology you're using. You're basically creating a IEP for this child, an individual education plan. And that
is the assessment done by like a professional?
That requires you to understand childhood development in relation to education. And this is why I say we suffer, because most of the teachers that teach in our classes, they never take a real educational course. They never go to a college to get the fucking degree. They have a degree and they go to an online university where they don't really learn childhood development. They don't spend 2 years taking classes about the psychological processes and matching with this differentiation. They do like an online course where they do a quick study in a month and get a certificate.
Before you go too far though, is the assessment done by a professional or is done by a teacher? That's for that IEP.
It depends. If like I'm using the IEP in loosely terms. If they got a professional IEP, then you're working with the school psychologist, because there's
the psychologist. Okay. So I'm just trying to figure out, is there a psychologist somewhere in there?
There's a real learning disability you're trying to address and get in mainstream, because I've mainstreamed several students and had to create real IEPs. So now you're working with the school psychologist. But if you're doing your general assessment, what I said is it's like an IEP, meaning that you're gearing a specific learning instruction to address this student's deficiencies. And there's assessments that are backed by the psychology and the learning department that you're supposed to use to address this. They're called, I forget the actual technical term.
No, that's cool. You don't got to give us a technical term. We don't understand.
It assesses your learning style. It's learning modalities, but I forget the actual technical term of the assessment. But
that's cool.
It assesses your learning style, whether you're visual, auditory, kinetic, or God damn it.
You don't got to tell us, brother. None of us are in here. It would just be.
It's kinetic, kinesthetic, and it's what is the other learning? It's another learning modality, because it's like 4 or 5 of them, and they slip in my mind off the top of my head. But
Okay.
those are the major ones that I came up with. Those are the major ones that you're kind of assessing for. Then when they take these assessments, you start looking. And you know, when you're doing your lectures and things like that, you're listening to see who's retaining auditorily, who has certain penmanship, who's struggling to take notes, who's responding to the question and answer format. Because you know it's called inquiry learning. You make them create questions and write the answers to everything they learn. That's how they take notes. You know that Cornell thing. It's called inquiry learning.
Anathema, you're killing us with information right now.
Oh, okay.
Like we got your point 5 minutes in. We got your point, but now I don't think any of us. I mean, I appreciate it. I just don't You're just giving us one thing to look up. No. This is what you do. You'll give us one thing to look up, and now while we looking that up, you'll say something else that we gotta go look up. Then you gotta so I get the gist of it, of what you're saying. I get it. My whole thing was I just want to make sure there was some kind of professional, because of what you said the other day about the online courses. I wanted to make sure that there was some kind of professional somewhere in the process, and you said that, so that's cool. But real quick, Chef, so when you say medulla, are you joking? Or are you being serious? Like, are you? Because you yelled out medulla, or were you just like? Was that like a
No,
joke or something?
that's some real shit. Don't the medulla control the aggression and the something in the brain?
Amygdala.
Yeah,
Amygdala.
medulla is
Okay.
your passive functions, like your heartbeat and your breathing, shit like that.
So now that we know this, the amygdala, what are you saying about the amygdala? Are you saying that that's something that is just?
I think the amygdala shit is overactive. You know what I mean? It's a little bit more active than other people because of the you know, the Homo erectus genes.
So you saying they are closer to the Homo erectus than the white man. That's what you really saying.
Yeah, we made it with the Homo erectus. Like
Who is they? Who is they? Are we talking about?
West Africans. We know that people
West
outside of Africa made it with other archaic human beings, or like the Denisovan and the Neanderthal, and we made it with the Homo erectus. So we got trade-offs. Certain benefits we got from them, and certain things. That's just what it is. Like, I don't know
In
why
terms
y'all
of what?
fighting.
List the pros and cons.
Hey, this nigga shut
Hold on,
No,
Haskell,
No,
before you
I
get
want to
technical,
see where this is
before you
going.
get technical, we need to learn for a second. Because I want to make
Just
sure I'm not
go look
learning
it up.
bullshit.
You don't
No,
even
I'm not
have
about
to.
to.
You don't even have to go the Homo erectus route.
Hold
You could have
on, bro.
said
Why don't
structural
just give me
racism
a second?
alters the brain.
Hold on. When y'all
Yeah.
start talking about Homo erectus and Homo, what is it, hybrid, whatever, and then the disciplines and all of that, I just need some kind of clarity from anyone. It could be from Haskell. What the hell are y'all talking about? And why would it be bad?
I don't know. I don't really know
He's talking
anything
about the
about.
archaic human in Nigeria, like the Iwo Ilero skulls and all of that.
I know, but before y'all go full and gozy, somebody just explain why would it be a negative connotation of us only mating with Homo erectus?
That's
And
what I
did that
just
even
asked him, Brass, and not even negative. He's saying there's positive and negatives on both sides. So I'd like him to enlist those things. The
Can you
positive for the
explain what that
people,
means before he
right?
answers the question, Haskell? Can you explain
I
what that
have no.
means?
Yeah, remember I just said I don't put much stock into all of that. Homer exists, and then it's all a bunch of
See, the
convoluted
convo
bullshit to
about to
me.
go left. See the
But
convo. See,
but
gotta reel it back in, bro.
No, you
no,
about
it's
to make
not.
it go left by doing that. Stop.
Yeah,
You know what I'm
it's
saying?
okay.
We going to the goddamn
I'm
the
gonna.
Holocene when we can talk
Yeah,
about
hold
the
on, Fetty. I'm gonna play past the
convo
Brass. Don't
about to
worry
become
about it.
degenerate.
But I
Okay,
would
okay.
like to hear Brass, excuse me, not Brass, Chef or Fetty or whoever, list out the things that they believe were more beneficial for those that bred with the Homo erectus versus those that bred, I guess, with Neanderthal.
You know what I'm saying? Now we
I'm
going off.
not trying to argue with you.
Now look, see
Haskell.
how
Hold
easy
on,
that
hold on.
was to go off topic.
It's not.
You just make it go
Hold
left.
on, it's not off topic at all.
No,
Chef just
Haskell.
said.
No, before you do that.
Hold on.
I've been a veteran of these conversations. I know. I need one thing before y'all go forward. Before y'all
Me and you
start
were
telling
asking the
me,
same question,
no, we're not.
Brad.
No, we're not. We're not. Here's the thing. You've heard these conversations before. That's why you can say you don't feed into it. What I'm saying is to somebody like, what in the hell are y'all talking about when y'all say we made it with Homo erectus? Can you explain just a real quick 3-minute timeline? Who else was, how did that happen? What we started as this, how did we end up as that? And then what you're saying is, what are the pros and cons of doing it? I'm saying, can somebody explain the background of how it happened? So give me like a short history, short education lesson on it, if anybody in here can do that. Because I heard y'all do this before.
I
They
know
went from
Chef ain't
this
gonna be able to
person to
do it.
that
So he
person
just
to this
rapping. How
person.
you doing, Mama?
Right. And if he can't do it, then what he's saying don't make no damn sense. So can somebody, Fetty, you, how did Homo what? It's like 7 of them, man. Homo this, Homo that. So how did we end up with just mating only Homo erectus? Did that even?
No, you got Homo sapien, then you got Homo sapien sapiens, right?
Okay, keep going.
Is the Homo sapien that became Homo sapien
Don't
sapiens.
guess. No.
The Homo
jump in. Let me
sapiens
jump in.
mated with other
I
Homo.
don't want no guesses. I want somebody to know. Just said I got
The Homo sapiens mated with hominid species. So you have Homo sapiens sapiens that stayed in Africa, and they had mated with the hominids that were in Africa, which were the Homo erectus and all of those. And then the ones that left, they mated with the Neanderthals and the Denisovans.
So,
Go
yes.
ahead, DQ.
So based on that, those different Homo sapiens species acquired different genetic admixtures that differentiated the Homo sapiens species, and the brain activity is what Chef is positing, I presume.
Okay, go ahead, DQ. Okay, we got you. Go ahead, DQ.
No, he basically explained it because I was just gonna do chronological.
Do it that way. I would understand, if you don't mind.
No, he basically did it with the chronological order. It goes archaic human to Homo sapien to now Homo sapiens sapien. Homo sapiens did, like I say, the ones who did not leave Africa reproduced with archaic humans such as Homo habiligensis, Homo robustus, all those different types. The ones who did leave out had sex and reproduced with Neanderthals and Denisovans. Now, the point that Chef is trying to say, I need to see like some actual empirical data on it, but it sounds plausible because that is a
Can I get
time.
5 non-dirty wings too, please?
Mucho mic, I'll ask.
So if I see some information that shows that, when this happened to the brains, which allowed this to happen, which why this happened, then I can understand it. But the just for it to be theory just to throw against the wall, it sounds all right because it's dealing with historical time periods, but we need to see if what he said happened actually happened.
Okay.
When dealing with the brain, with the enlargement of the brain and the different traits being passed down from Denisovans and Neanderthals.
So was Homo erectus like bad?
No, it's just archaic human. It's just one of the. It's just archaic human. Humans are a mixture of archaic humans.
Okay. Someone in the chat said, "How do I have a doctor's degree but don't understand evolution?" You apparently never went to school. I think y'all think, but I think YouTube got y'all fucked up where y'all think just because you went to college and got a degree, somehow I spent half of my career studying Darwin. I think in school we went over shit a day.
Anthropology
Yeah, like I didn't take that.
Anthropology 201, you weren't exposed to this in detail.
It's funny how motherfuckers show intelligence in their questions, or they lack intelligence. But shout out to you,
y'all live right now on YouTube?
Yeah, it's live right now.
Oh, okay, I thought it was another subject up there. I just came in to listen in. My bad.
No. What's going on, C-Dub? We good. So we always appreciate you coming through.
Respect, Sidon.
Oh
And
yeah,
I don't,
All
I,
right,
and
so
I
I just
real
respect
wanted
quick,
to hear
I
your
don't know who
question. That's
told you
all.
all
real quick. Hey, I'd like to interrogate my line of questioning that I wanted to
that.
go
Now
down.
go. Now I got the claim. Yeah, go
Hold
ahead.
on, but I wasn't going off path at all. So, Chef basically intimated that, particularly when it comes to West and Central Africans, perhaps they were more predisposed to violence, I guess would be probably the
Mm-hmm.
main thing that he's getting at.
Yeah.
I'd like to pose a question again. When it comes to the pros and cons of the interactions between the Africans that stayed in Africa and bred with Homo erectus and Habagensis and all of them versus the ones that breed with Denisovan and Neanderthal, what are those pros and cons? So is the argument that the West Africans are more prone to violence and the ones who bred with the Neanderthals are more prone to virtue? What are the things exactly? List them out, please. Or anybody else. If not Chef,
I
somebody
heard
else
your
can do
accents. The Haskell being pissed off.
it.
Go ahead, Chef. you about to deal with next level. Yeah, Haskell. Go ahead, Chef. Talk your shit. Oh, he left. Oh, yeah. There he is. I think it's microphone.
Yo,
Yeah, go ahead, bro. Go ahead, bro.
so hold on. I don't know, Haskell. How the hell it's the same way. It's the same crazy shit. When y'all say white people is just inherently more fucking evil. The same way y'all pull that shit out y'all ass. Make it out my face.
But you
I was
don't
just
know.
asking, bro.
He was just eating stuff.
Yeah,
I know.
Crazy.
Listen, here's the thing. When I say that Europeans are especially violent compared to other people, right? And somebody would say to me, "Okay, Haskell, what is that based on?" And I'm gonna say it very clearly, very unequivocally. History, right? When you look at gratuitous violence, all human beings have the penchant for violence, no doubt about it. But when it comes to making violence a sport, gratuitous violence, violence against children, violence against women. Okay? When you look at medieval Europe, feudal Europe, the amount of torture devices that they came up with, things like the freaking phalanxes, even in Rome, when they made a metal cow, right? Then they would put the victims in there, right? They'd have spikes in there to penetrate them, and then they'd structure the cow in such a way, right? It was a literal bull. They would, sculpt it in the shape of a bull, right? But then the internal things inside the bull, when the victims scream, it would literally sound like a bull. Like these people, they made an art of violence. They love it. There's no other people on planet Earth recorded who was creating these devices of torture and there's nobody that compares to them. So when I say what I say, I can back it up with something. You understand me? Now, if you have something to back up what you're saying, I'm all ears. Nobody could compete with the European in violence. Nobody.
I don't think he should respond to that anyway. Because the next thing he gonna have to say is that Africans, he gonna have to start talking about how violent Africans is. Chef a
Nah,
crazy little dude.
and I don't have that's cool, but I mean, if it's a pissing contest, I'm more than willing to
I'm not
engage
going
in
to.
it.
I'm not going to do that. I
Listen,
prove my point. But
then
he
don't
said
then
there was
listen,
no
then
pushback.
don't
there was
Then
no
don't
pushback
Well,
for
then,
none
don't.
of
well, then
these things.
exactly then.
Look, there was no pushback for none of that racist shit he said. So, but I get the
What did I
pushback.
say? What did I say that was racist? These are facts. You
Okay.
want me to? I'll go on Wikipedia right now and look up the devices of torture that these people created. Right? I'll go to Britain, the way how they treated their children. They'd send their children into mines to do the most dangerous work. The way how they treated women in feudal Europe. Those are matters of historical fact. That's not racism. Now, if people want to point out like things like I guess the backwardness of Africa and fine, I'm okay with that. But if we talking about violence, nobody could compete with them people. It's not even close.
But you're tying it to their biology. I think that's the issue.
Listen, I'm leaving the biological part out of it for now, right? My thing is, I think it's prima facie evidence that there has to be something biological, right? That drives it. But I can't say I don't have the expertise to make that argument. You get what I'm saying? But in terms of history, that part I can argue, and that part cannot be defeated. It's a blowout.
Peace. Would you say that these Neanderthals that came out of the cold environments that were eating raw meat, raw flesh, do you think that made them more aggressive or more savage?
I think it's something to that argument. The whole Iceman inheritance thing, I buy it. You know, people, I guess they'll make fun of it or whatever. That's why I say I don't even care about necessarily what the drivers of the behavior were, because then that could get murky and you could get into, convoluted arguments. I'll just talk about the history because I know no one can dispute that.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? Because every group, if you look at the Aztecs, they used to sacrifice people and cut out people hard and scalp motherfuckers, all that crazy shit. Africans used to do the same. We know about what the Oyo and the homie when they were going at it, they were doing some brutal shit to each other, right?
Right.
All human beings got the penchant for that. But when you talk about abusing your own people, particularly the defenseless, children and women, it's no and doing the violence for sport. I don't know no other group of people who engage in violence for sport like Europeans.
There's two types of violence. There's the warrior violence, that you're a warrior, you're protecting your tribe, or you're out there doing what you got to do. And then there's that crazy ass violence that he's referring to, that where Europeans would invent ways to torture people. Like it's crazy. And I think I agree. Europeans are crazy with violence. That violence, that just inventing ways of violence and trying, just different ways of killing people, torture, all sorts of entrapment, and all sorts of against humanity. It's just crazy.
When you go look at the Crusades, that's just great, man.
No, is that
Killing? When you look at the Crusades, oh man.
Is that tied back to their environment? Is that what caused it? Is that what you guys putting forth?
Well, that's one of the things I put forth because I'm looking at diet. I would say
Because there's a flip side to it, because if you're saying that caused them to be violent based on what we see in history, did it also cause them to be more dominant?
In some
I could go for
aspects,
that.
because in some aspects
I could buy
that's
that.
true. Because in order to have peace, you have to be able to protect it. If we're a docile group of people, and they're this warrior group of a
I
class of
wouldn't say
people,
we're docile, but here's the other thing too. All the indigenous cultures of the world, they had rules of engagement, right? It's only recently you really see Europeans, having rules of engagement in war. They were like the first group to really not care about nothing. Like that,
right.
we have that, that no women, no kids shit. They were the first to say, man, fuck that. You know what I'm saying? And the indigenous peoples of the world, they never seen no shit like that. You
And
know
so
what I'm saying? And
you don't think
So
coming from this
because
cold
so
environment-
hold up a second.
Go ahead.
Because white people ate raw meat and lived in a cave, right? That's all y'all need for some sort of a justification that they are more aggressive.
You got to
Like
throw in that cold
we can't
environment.
even start
You
there.
got You got to throw in a cold environment too. The cold environment in itself would create a lot of aggression.
I think it has a lot to do with intelligence
I
too,
mean, I think
because
that's an assumption.
why couldn't they make it in the north cold in the mountains? Why couldn't they stay up there? And they didn't have enough intelligence to figure it out. They had to go out and expand.
It wasn't the intelligence; they
I
couldn't stand the
think
sun.
I honestly think that's always
I
been
definitely think that's an
their head
assumption, man. Just
state.
because it was
Like that's
cold,
always
that made them bad. Mhm.
nah. That's not. I don't think
It's
that's what
logic.
nobody
What they
said. I
saying
think
is that
that,
if the code is
that
what made them bad, which leads to them being more violent, more dominant. Now us being in
yeah, but
Africa
that
Not,
near the
not, not,
sun
not.
yeah,
You
had
added
the
that.
that's
You
what
opposite
added
effect.
nobody
that.
said though.
You added
Nobody
that in
said
the
that.
dominant part. But the brain
Haskell
size, I
agreed.
would.
Haskell just
But
agreed.
well, I don't agree with that. But the eating the
Listen,
meat
I
part,
want to
right?
I want to
We
say for
got
the
we got to talk
record.
about eating meat in regards to that, because what they say is that the eating the meat is what increases the brain size, right?
And
I,
We
for the
I,
record, I did not derail
okay.
this conversation. Just for every, I want this.
You definitely
Listen,
did.
I want this to be recorded.
I'm just trying to see.
Hold on, Logic. I did not derail this conversation for the record. Chef's trolling did. Just so we're clear. All right.
Yeah, and he not
Thank you.
even here, or he not even saying nothing to some of these points, right? Like they literally sitting up here trying to say that the white man was more aggressive, right? And you trying to say he wasn't.
No,
So
I'm
like
not saying that.
no, not you. Chef should be.
Oh,
That
okay.
should be
Oh,
that should be
okay.
Chef in here, talking about this the other way around.
Hey,
So,
Logic, them niggas just went crazy. I'm just listening now.
I
So what do you think it is,
know.
Chef? So would you
I'm
agree?
trying to get you back to defending your point, though.
So let me ask you, Chef, would you agree on some real, real dude to dude thing, right? No trolling, none of that, right? Just off the historical record, the things that I bring up in terms of, the torture and all the sick shit they used to do, like they literally during slavery, they'd kill and torture slaves just because it was something to do on a Sunday. They were bored. Like there's countless, recounts of stuff like that. The things that was recorded by Bartholomew de las Casas when the Spanish was on them islands and shit, saying that they'd be cutting off these motherfuckers' hands and doing all type of shit for entertainment, right?
Leopold in the Congo.
Right. So when we put, what would you say is the would you agree first of all that based on those things, right, the historical record, that they like they the 60s Celtics of this violent shit? Do you agree with that? Just on the historical shit. Forget all that meat eating and all of that.
Probably recorded, yeah.
All right. So then the follow up to that would be then, if it's not the cold and all of that type of shit, why do you think that is?
Because they recorded their culture more than us in the written record. So I think that's why we have
Nigga,
the
that ain't
stories
no
in
comparison.
Hold on,
If
let him
we
go, let
killed
him go, let him
nearly as
go.
many people as they killed, then it would be recorded. It would have been recorded. If you kill as many people as Europeans are responsible for killing, you would have a recorded record of that. Just because Africans didn't write everything down, it would have definitely been a statue, a monument,
Hey,
something
hey,
to pinpoint
Haskell.
this time in history where Africans were going around killing everybody else. These folks done killed more than a little bit, bruh. Like they killed millions in
Okay.
Africa. They killed thousands in Japan just by dropping a bomb. Like, what are we talking? I don't even understand how this is really a real discussion. But I'm gonna sit back. Let me listen.
Now we getting into technology and advancement of
Hey,
warfare.
Haskell. Hey, man, listen. I heard you talk about that bull, right? And it reminded me. I don't know what I was reading, but I read that, right? And the crazy part is, while I was reading that, right, it scared me. Like, have you ever read something like, and while you reading it, like it was scary to you? Like that was like one of the only things. That's why it's so memorable, because that's like one of the few times that's happened to me, bro. Yeah, that bull, bro.
not
Nah,
only did I read that somewhere, I can't remember where I read it, but I've also seen like a documentary on it about shit like that, like medieval type ass shit, right? But yeah, man, they would put that motherfucker in there. You know, that bull was made out of brass or some type of metal,
right.
right? And they would put motherfuckers, you know, they put the bull over a wood fire pit, right? They basically build a wood fire pit and stick the bull on top of the motherfucker, set the motherfucking bull on fire. Not only does the scream, because you mentioned like when they scream, how they made it so where like the bull in the interior of the bull, it was like a horn. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, it was acoustics. Yeah.
They created acoustics.
And not only did it sound like a bull when the people were screaming in there, right? But the shit, it let out smoke out the bull's nose. You know what I'm saying? Like like I'm gonna tell y'all, bro, to create something like that, bro, you got to be a wild, sick motherfucker, bro. That's just about as wild and sick as it gets, bro. I've never read, in the way that it was written, it was so descriptive. You know what I'm saying? Like I could see it. Like, you know what I'm saying? I was almost, the way what I was reading was written so descriptively, right? I could see the inside. I could visualize the inside of the fucking bull, bro. You know what I mean? It was wild, bro. That's
it's called,
bro.
what you talking about is called the
horror movie.
what you talking about is called the.
It
Hold on,
ain't
brother.
no other group. Real quick, it ain't no other group of people that could have came up with the genre that we call horror movies. It ain't no other group. When
Hold
you
on, brother. But hold on. But back to that bull he was talking about. It's called the brazen bull, right? So that's Greek, right? So, but are we familiar with the Bible and when they threw those three in the so it's more, I wouldn't say that it's Greek. I would say it's just more like a shared culture thing, type of a thing. Because we were doing that ourselves back then. The Assyrians throwing people into the fire, the pits, and and burning them alive. So
who's we? I'm
There
not
ain't
no
no
Assyrian.
damn Assyrians in no Bible. In the Bible.
no, they black people, brother. They was all
and not
melanated
only
people
that,
in the
throwing
land over
somebody in
there
a
doing that
fiery
stuff.
pit is a lot
The
different than what
Semitic
happened
had
in
the
the Bible,
Semitic
bro.
ball. They had a
Hey, hold
machine.
on, hold on. Hey, let him get his point out,
It's
bro.
listening.
Let him get his point out. Somebody moderate the shit. Finish whoever was talking.
The brother that just said about that was going to bring up about ball. Go ahead, continue.
Yeah. Real quick. Back in the day when they were like worshiping Baal, they had a device where you would put a baby or your sacrifice. But most of the time it was human.
Exactly.
Put it on the ball on their hand. It was a mechanical hand, and you put the sacrifice on the hand, and it will swing it into the mouth, and it will burn it.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, that shit crazy.
Yeah, I
So
mean, so
have
we
moved
can have
away?
like, devices of torture from. I
Have
don't
we
think it's just
moved
a white
away?
thing.
Hold on, but have we moved away from the original point though?
This is
Yeah, we
why
got. Yeah, we're moving further
religion is a
away.
crazy thing. This
Yeah,
is
like
why
y'all
it's
talking
crazy
about
to be
torture
religious
device.
and
This ain't a
hip
show
hop.
about torture device. What is the
I
original
mean,
point
like
was?
they're saying that they're using, the fact that they can create the torture device shows that they take violence to another level,
But
right?
we wasn't talking
That's the
about white
point.
people though. Would you agree, Logic? We was talking about Chef
Yeah, we
said that.
was. No, we was. When he talking about the Neanderthal mixing, right? What he's saying is that white people's mixture of archaic humans, right, gives them, less violence, and whatever our mixture
Okay.
is making
They
us
try
more
to
violent. So
they
it
try to
was
He
it
said
was
what
white
now?
and black from the jump.
He
they try
said
to
what
bring
now?
Egypt with the Hyksos. The Hyksos
Hold
came
on.
in.
Wait, brother. You jumping way too ahead now. You jumping way too ahead.
Right. But stay right on the point of. So first off, is anybody actually in here qualified to even have the discussion? Because y'all are saying what I heard was the reason why black people or West Africans are more savage is because we only mated with Homo erectus.
Yes,
I
That
want
don't
that's
to
that
what
like
don't
we're.
that don't
before y'all get
that
Yeah,
don't
can we stay right there for a
yeah,
minute,
let's
now
stay
we
please?
right
talking
there. I
about
agree.
bulls and all kind of shit. Like stay right there.
Yeah, let's go right there.
Is that like a real thing, or are y'all
I
just
really went for that. I wouldn't even pay
Whoever
that no
said
attention, bro.
whoever
I wouldn't even
said
have thought
that,
twice about that, bro. For real.
What'd you say, Corey?
Y'all went for that. I wouldn't even have
I was
thought
gonna
twice
say,
about that statement. I can't believe
Okay.
y'all went for that.
whoever
Well,
said that
look,
made that up.
we gotta unpack that some kind of way, right? Even if he
Yeah,
don't mean that the archaic mixture is what caused it, right? He gotta be saying that there's some kind of genetic shit at that point, right? We gotta make that part of it
Yeah, but
clear.
that point, y'all shouldn't even like. Come on, man. Don't go down that. Don't go
because
down that rabbit hole.
the
Come
brother
on,
didn't know
Hey
what
man.
he was
Corey,
talking about.
hey Corey, Chef, your man, Chef is your man. He one half of
Yeah,
your
he's
damn
fucking with
podcast.
y'all though. Y'all got to
You
know he's
tell
fucking
him
with
not to
y'all.
do it. Don't beat up the victims of his bullshit. You beat him up.
So Corey,
Hey,
what was
don't be
his
a victim.
spirit?
Don't be a
What was
victim of that, please.
Somebody started it.
That
his?
started
So
the
what was
shit.
They messed that
what was
all
his
up.
spirit saying? What was his spirit saying then? Tell us what his spirit.
Yeah, we got to get to the spirit. I forgot, Tuck. My bad. What was the spirit of what Chef was saying?
That's
It up.
gonna
What
be
he was saying.
religious
You get up that
bullshit.
one
That's
day,
right.
man.
We can't listen to. You know what, Tuck? I appreciate you. We can't listen to what the hell Chef say. We got to listen to the spirit of what he's saying. So, what was the spirit of what he was
Especially
saying?
when he come up with Pootie Tang as one of his funniest movies. I mean, like after that, like I'm hardly not listening to Chef about a lot of things anymore, man. You don't know. After he said that, bro, I quit listening to him for like the last week or so. I ain't heard nothing he said. Just to let him
No
know.
bullet. No bullet. Hey, let's go back to Homo erectus though, because I don't think the brother kind of broke it down right. So let's be clear. It's Homo erectus is a hominid that's neither black nor white, right? It's an archaic human, correct?
I don't know.
Homo erectus
I've been trying to find
isn't black
somebody
nor white.
qualified to teach us this shit real quick.
Yeah, because it sounds like they're saying that they were saying that Homo erectus was black. But just to be clear, it's a genome in Africa. It's a archaic hominid that left Africa, but it wasn't neither white nor black. Am I correct?
I don't think they saying that Homo erectus was black.
What the hell are we talking about right now?
Because they gotta be saying that.
Hold on, real quick. What they saying is that they're saying that we're missing something or something wrong with our brain because we only made it with Homo erectus. So
See,
it's not.
that doesn't make sense because Homo
Well, Chef
sapiens
said
is
it
a
though.
mute. Yeah, he didn't make.
The West
He didn't.
Africans are a hybrid between Homo erectus and another
That makes no sense because
another archaic human who we don't know yet, right?
that makes no
But
sense. Because hold on, stop.
it's
Just stop.
modern humans. So it's modern
Stop,
humans, Homo erectus, and another ghost gene that we don't know about.
See, that makes no sense because you got to realize that Homo sapiens are the mutations from Homo erectus. Homo erectus mutates into Neanderthal. Homo erectus mutates into Homo sapien. Homo erectus mutates into
That's not true.
what's over there
That's not
in
true.
I don't think none of y'all know what the. I'm gonna say this real quick. I don't think it's an anthropologist or archaeologist in this motherfucker, and I think none of y'all know what y'all talk about. I think
This
I
is
need
basic
somebody to come in this
biology, though.
motherfucker.
This is basic. This is basic.
This
what I
ain't
just
that. This
did
shit
was
don't sound basic at all.
It's real.
I'm
So
pretty
you
sure.
learned this in fifth grade.
I
You
didn't
just
learn
forgot
this.
about it.
I'm telling. Okay, now I'll say it
I
again. I didn't
promise you,
learn this
Brad.
in fifth grade.
I
Yeah,
promise
I'm
you,
pretty
you
sure.
learned it in fifth grade, but you just forgot. That most of us
Okay,
did.
that
Yeah,
could
I'm
be
pretty
true.
sure. I'm pretty sure I broke it down right because we look at Neanderthal, and Neanderthal dates back to about 800,000 years ago. Homo sapien is 350,000,
I told you
330,000.
this
But that
this way
doesn't mean
before.
direct mutation, though. That's not direct
And then,
mutation.
but hold
You talking
Y'all
about
don't know what the hell y'all talking
you gotta realize
gene
that the gap
expression.
between, hold on, you gotta realize that the gap between Neanderthal and Homo sapien is 350,000 years. They weren't the offspring that they did produce weren't even sterile. The gap between them was so long that they weren't even compatible to even have sterile offspring. You understand what I'm
You
saying?
sound like you know what you now. You sound like you
Hey,
know what you're
Brad.
talking about.
Now that
I
can't be
do.
Hey,
true because
somebody.
they're in the
I know you
genes.
meant fertile.
Hey,
That
Brad.
just cannot be
Man,
true.
this shit.
Hold on. Everybody,
They in the
pause.
genes, yo.
Everybody
One
take
mic.
a
He
One mic.
he fucked that up.
everybody's fucking pause.
I didn't fuck it up.
He fucked that up.
No, I didn't fuck
Everybody
that
humble
up.
out. Everybody humble out. First off, one mic because I can't moderate the shit. Somebody else going to do it. Two, this is why I asked in the first place. Hold on. This is why I asked in the first place for an accurate depiction of it. Because when one say, because as soon as somebody say something on this, what I noticed is 3 niggas yell out, that shit's incorrect. So we don't get
Right.
a base of what the actual shit is. So
Bro,
somebody
we got away from the original conversation though. Like this shit
But
going
we got
because
left.
Corey
gotta
said,
have
hold
we
on,
gotta have
hey,
clarity.
Fetty. Because
Like
Corey
you
said
see
the
what I'm saying? I
original.
knew the combo was gonna become degenerate. Bro.
Fetty, I
Like,
know you, Fetty, I know you be trying to do the make me mute you thing. I don't want to do that. What I'm saying is, Corey said the original conversation was bullshit. That's why we stopped talking about it. He said Chef was fucking up. So why we gonna keep
bro,
going there?
what we were talking about education and students learning particular ways, and the shit went just.
Okay, no, you right there.
And Chef did that. Stop saying my name, bro.
Y'all
Chef
niggas be
did that.
taking the bait,
Get it
bro.
right.
Y'all get so
Chef,
amped up, bro.
Chef,
Y'all
ain't
get
no
lost in
y'all.
the conversation, bro.
Chef did that. Don't you said Haskell. Chef
Hey,
did that. Get it right.
Bro, you could have easily just brushed it off because you know he been saying the same shit for a week and keep the convo forward. But y'all take the bait every time.
So where should we go, Fetty? I'm gonna give you a great opportunity. What should we be talking about right now based on the conversation?
And I mean, shit went so
See,
left. I
know
appreciate what Anathema was bringing regarding his experience and how different students in black classrooms learn different ways and how you gotta, as a student or educator, you gotta look at shit like that so you can maximize those students. And how in these environments we talking about, especially when you talk about gang culture and how a person's grandmother, grandfather, cousins, and everything that practice certain behaviors, and the talk dealing with epigenetics is an interesting. When y'all
So
done
you
went to
believe
fucking Homo erectus, y'all done went to Homo erectus.
You keep saying y'all. You have a thing. You can't say chef, can you? Can you say the word chef? Because I swear to God, nobody said that other than chef. You just keep saying y'all.
Again, when he said it, y'all went down. Well, what do you mean by that? And I tried to say, bro, like I tried to give the warning, like, all right, he said what he said, but we don't have to get stuck there. And then niggas proceeded to say, no, we're gonna get back to it. And then y'all just went to a whole combo dealing with Homo erectus and ignore the original talking point. But proceed.
Well, let's go back to the original talking point.
Okay, so the original talking point was we was talking about gang members, and we was talking about how, is there savagery? We're talking specifically about black gang members, not all gang members, but black gang members in California, based on seeing so much trauma and that trauma being passed down through generations. I don't even think this is how epigenetics works, but y'all can educate me.
I don't think so either.
But if they're saying based on the trauma that was passed down through all these generations, grandmother was a Crip, great grandfather was a Crip, all that kind of shit, are they epigenetically just fucked up at this point?
That's a weak argument. That's a weak argument.
That's what they're talking about.
No.
I don't think
Hold on. Let me answer that kind of
It's not an argument. That was a question.
That was a question. Yeah, it wasn't an argument.
Okay.
Does all that trauma basically make them predisposed to savagery and criminal activity?
One mic, bro. We can't talk at the same time.
Go ahead,
Let me just go first. I'm not wrong with it. Let me just go ahead real quick. I would just say that I would say that the Hispanic community, as far as that's concerned, in gangs in Cali, are way more like the Mexican mafia. They're way more violent and savage than any black gang in California. So
Right,
I wouldn't
but
say.
we're not gonna do the whataboutism. We talking about black people right now.
Okay.
That's why I said specifically blacks, not because we know they're all in gangs and we know that could be true for everybody. But we talking about specifically us.
How many people here were in the gang?
Huh?
Is there anybody in here that actually were in gangs before? prior?
We grew up in that
We ain't got
environment.
that shit out
Hey,
there. It's
remember
more
we
so
hey
neighborhood.
wait. Before you answer that question, just remember, hold on. Before y'all answer
Yeah,
that
that's a
question.
wild ass question right
No,
there.
I know. Just before y'all answer that question, we are live on YouTube, and if
Right.
they ask me for the tape, they getting it. Just all I'm
Right.
saying. Go ahead, nigga.
Right.
Yeah,
Go ahead and
I'm
snitch on
just
yourself.
curious.
This ain't Vlad, nigga.
Yeah, it ain't about. I didn't ask the question for nobody to snitch on this. I mean,
Adam,
being a
me too.
gangbanger ain't against the law. Committing crimes is against the law.
Okay, that's
So
cool.
the reason I asked that, question is because we're having a conversation about gang members or gang
Mm-hmm.
bangers. So
Okay.
in order to have that conversation, wouldn't it be good to reflect on people that have actually been in that environment and ask questions to the reasons why? Because I
I
don't
mean,
Okay.
think it was.
I'm pretty
I
sure
No,
that
don't
we.
okay,
think gang banging
that's a good
or
point. Oh, that's a
yeah, I
good
don't
point.
think gang culture or gang activity is genetic. It's based on. I mean, unless you want to say that wanting to belong or tribalism is in some way genetic. If not, then gangsterism or gang lifestyle is something that's just pretty much in human culture.
Yeah,
Every
we
It's not
hey bro,
human
we was more
ethnicity
so
of
culture.
talking
human.
about LA, talking about LA gangs and like the deep like entrenchment of say generations being in the same environment and doing the same things
That's not
that may be.
So you would say that you're a product of your environment? Because
that's
I don't
culture.
agree
Say
with
that
that.
again?
I would never say that we're a product of our environment. I believe in choices.
We're
No, 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 no,
adapting.
no,
Now,
no.
now,
We're
now,
No.
adapting.
now
Hold
you
on.
may make a bad choice and join the gang. You may make a bad choice and pick up the guns. Like I can
So are we
remember.
saying that
No, wait, wait,
seeing
wait, wait, wait.
traumatic events
Hold
and
on, let
going through
niggas
shit
finish.
as an
Freddie, let
adolescent?
the man finish his
Oh, I thought
thought,
you were done.
Listen,
Freddie. Let him finish his
listen.
thought.
I can remember walking past trains on the like where I'm from. We had trains you park on the they park at night. We'd get in the trains and deal what's in it. Sometimes they had guns in there, bro. They had be knocked over carts of guns like it's a choice, bro. To like, and I honestly think they planted the guns in the bullets in the community for us to get. You know what I'm saying?
To
Some
ask you
people
real
chose.
quick though, we got a
Yeah,
rule.
I'm
Hold
not even
on,
talking.
wait. We got a rule. Who is they, bro? When you
Yeah,
saying
people I grew up
they,
with.
who is
Oh,
they?
I don't know
No,
who
you
the they
said
is.
they dropped some guns and they did this. Who is they?
Somebody,
Oh,
That's not a
somebody
good.
did. Whoever was,
yeah,
whoever,
I don't
whoever
like
they
this
was.
bullshit.
I mean, but
This some
I mean,
CIA Franklin Saint type shit you about to be
but
going on
look,
or
but
something.
look. If somebody else has had the same experience in a different city or different
I'm
community,
not saying that. I'm just saying put a name to the
Yeah,
day.
I'm not even
Are we
talking about
doing the
I'm not a
CIA
conspiracy.
Franklin
Nah, I'm not.
Saint shit? Okay, all
No,
right,
I'm not a.
okay. All right.
No, I'm
Just
not
want
a
to be clear.
conspiracy.
Just want to be
Can
clear.
it be
now, let me
adaptation?
respond to what he said. Let me respond to what he said.
But
Yeah.
I'm not even talking about the aspect of them dropping guns in the hood and doing that. I'm saying we can see in gang culture, especially in LA and shit like that, right? I'm not even from out there, but I know from what I see and shit like that. You have generations of people doing violent behavior and things that is detrimental to adolescent like progression, dealing with the brain, impulsivity, trauma, depression, all of that. I'm saying we can't act like there's no component to a harsh environment, right? Having a possible impact on a person and their offspring based off certain behaviors that they're doing and the
if
culture
they're
that
weak
they.
minded, if they're
I'm
weak
not
minded,
speaking to absolute. I'm not speaking to
if they
absolute,
don't have
but
proper structure, then it's easier to go that way. But I will always say if a mom had two kids in the same environment, one of them sold drugs, one of them became a doctor. What's the difference in the kids?
okay.
The
So
choice they made.
in
Choices
these
they made.
neighborhoods, at
They
what
both
rate
were
do you see
no.
like these young people?
Hold on, brother. They both
One
were
of y'all
exposed
humble.
to
Y'all
the
have a
same.
conversation. Y'all too. Y'all
Yeah,
go
My
ahead.
bad, my
they
bad. I can't really hear you. My bad.
but yeah, they both were exposed to the same trauma environments, but two different outcomes. One of them became a doctor, a lawyer. One of them became in jail, locked up selling drugs. It was the choices that they made. One of them made a bad choice.
I got you, but I'm saying those doctors and those people who still went on the good route, I'm saying they still may be having some things going on to where again, if we was to put a bigger lens on it, we would actually say, wow, this person persevered through that environment so
Right.
much so to where, it didn't help her. But that still doesn't mean it didn't have a possible epigenetic effect dealing with prenatal shit. Especially like say, especially like women in particular. Let's talk about that. Women who's dealing in gang culture, if they partaking in that shit while pregnant and all of that we know that has a profound impact on offspring. So I'm saying like we can't separate these harsh environments we keep talking about that the white man put us in without ignoring the possible biological.
Question. After being exposed to it for so long, how at some point it becomes natural to you. So you're not traumatized anymore. You know what I'm saying? You're used to this, getting up, having to, walk around with guns and got ops and feisties and like it's normal. It's a way of life to you now. So when you wake up, your blood pressure may not be, high because you used to it. But you know what I'm saying? I don't
Cash
know.
out, Cash out. Quick question.
Genetics
Wait,
though.
wait. Hey, Fetty, before you go further, I just want to ask you a question, then say what you're about to say. Can you, real quick, because we do got an audience, in your best, easiest term, like you're explaining it to a layman or a 3-year-old, what is epigenetics?
Epigenetics is not something that really changes your genome, but it's a biomarker like say trauma or something that a person saw. Studies have shown that their offspring have those same things and the same biogenetic markers. Again, it's not changing your actual genome, it's just attached to it. And depending on your environment, it can be expressed. And if you in other environments that kind of is conducive or helping to get you out of whatever situation you in, it could kind of put those not genetics at bay, but it helps with the
Okay.
development.
Can you give me an
process.
example?
Okay.
Can you give me an example?
Yeah. Can I be able to back and forth real quick? I can give you an example because
Yeah,
it's
give me
really the
you give me
conversation.
that's fine. Give me an example of like
So,
something like a 3-year-old could use because Fetty just fucked the
so,
3-year-old all up.
so the conversation
Not a three.
he can correct. Now go ahead, but you can correct me if I'm wrong when I'm talking. Is the conversation is really between epigenetics and pangenesis, correct? Epigenetics would be I would break it down to just say it's based on DNA and molecules. Pangenesis, which is what we were just talking about earlier, which is kind of the hypothesis that was debunked, is based on what's it, Gimmels? Gimmels. Those are the things that he hypothesized were
Nah,
attached.
you can't.
And
You can't attach pangenesis to that because
Did y'all hear me say a 3-year-old, bro?
yeah, okay, the 3-year-old. Okay, dealing with a 3-year-old, right?
Please, like in the simplest terms.
Okay, let's
Give
say
me an example of epigenetics that was proven.
DNA and
that's proven.
molecules.
I mean, what you mean? Alcohol. I
DNA.
mean, there's
Like
cases of
no, you said
DNA.
no. You said
I
something
mean,
that it expressed. So give me an
DNA.
example of epigenetics expressing.
there are children who are predisposed genetically to be at higher risk of having alcoholism, things of that nature as they get older as a result of being prenatally disposed as a result of
But no, wait a minute. That's not true. So listen, because listen,
I
hold on.
don't think
the
we.
example that they
I
gave.
don't think we
No, wait,
qualified. I
listen.
think we've reached a portion of
No,
the show where nobody is
wait.
qualified.
I want to get some clarity
Let me
because
just look at you there.
the example
But
that they
what I
gave was
said was wrong. I mean, that's kind of
wait.
common knowledge.
But
You
that's
can
not
have
a good
any.
Go ahead.
example.
Go
That's not a
ahead.
good
Let them
example.
talk, Freddie. Go ahead. I'm gonna
Let's
look it
get
up.
let's give the example of the giraffe. Wait, hold on. Let's give
I
the
never said I
example
was an
of
expert, by the
hold
way.
on, brother. Listen. Let's give the example of the giraffe and how the giraffe
No,
neck
I
grows.
want to deal with
Because in
humans,
order
bro.
because we can say
Let's
that.
stay with humans though.
Yeah, like we about to go. Let's deal with the
Well,
the
Give
data
me.
that
I
has
want some
come out.
example. I'm
The
gonna get
data
some.
that has
I'm gonna
come
get
out
some
in
okay, well
examples.
if we go
2025.
with
Let him
humans,
make his point. Let him make his
yeah,
point, though.
he keeps
Okay, go
cutting me
ahead,
off.
All
brother.
right, go ahead.
Giraffes. Go
But
ahead,
if
brother. Go ahead. Go ahead.
but if we're going with humans, we can give the example of the bodybuilder. Now he's a
No, do
bodybuilder.
your
Hey,
No,
giraffe,
no.
hold
Go to
man.
on,
giraffes.
brother.
Stay right there. Stay with
Let
Do
what
your
me
you was
cut.
going.
giraffe.
Let me quit cutting me off.
No, stay with what
If
you
I'm
was
wrong,
going though. I was
yeah.
wrong to cut you in the first place. Stay with
Okay,
what you
my
was
bad.
doing. Stay
So if
with.
we're gonna
Go to giraffe. I want to hear that.
go back to the giraffe. So we're
Yes.
dealing with the giraffe, and we're dealing with an environment. You keep cutting. I can't
I
finish
didn't
a
cut you
sentence.
off. That's other crazy niggas. Just keep talking, bro.
So when we're dealing with the giraffe and its environment, then we say, okay, when the leaves are growing a certain level and they're low, the giraffe can eat at that level. So let's say the trees grow. So
Mm-hmm.
the giraffe will have to pass down the DNA so that the neck will be able to grow to adapt to. So, but that's proven, that was proven false, right? So what basically we come down to now is just natural selection. Natural selection says that your DNA is going to adapt to the environment that it's in to be whatever is going to be more advantageous, right? So this epigenetic and is kind of like where he's talking about the traits being passed down. So when I was going to say about the bodybuilder, that's like saying that the bodybuilder, because he has muscles, is going to be able to pass down that DNA through through epigenetics, and his son is going to have those muscles. Is that correct?
Okay, so listen, real quick. So epigenetics, just so we can get the actual definition. So epigenetics is a proven field in biology, but it's often misunderstood and exaggerated. Epigenetics simply means above genetics. It's the study of how your environment and experiences can change how your genes work without changing the DNA itself. So
That's
it
what I
says,
said. That's what I said. That's what I said.
hold on. So okay. So so it says, think of your DNA as a piano. Epigenetics is like the sheet music or the player's hands deciding which keys are pressed, how hard the keys are pressed, and when the keys are pressed without changing the piano's structure. So how it works in plain terms, that's the scientific part. But here's some human examples. 2, called Dutch hunger winter. Children conceived during Dutch hunger winter, 1944, 1945. During this famine, they had higher rates of diabetes, heart disease, and obesity. Scientists later found that their genes controlling metabolism had different methylation patterns caused by their mother's starvation during pregnancy. Holocaust survivors and their descendants. Studies show that children of survivors sometimes have altered stress hormone regulation, suggesting trauma-related epigenetic effects, particularly in genes tied to cortisol response. Identical twins, this is the last one. Identical twins. They start with the same DNA, but as they age and experience different lives, their gene expression patterns diverge, and that's a clear epigenetic effect. So it's not proof of trauma being genetically passed down in a literal sense, but rather how gene expression may be influenced by the environment and passed along in certain contexts.
Natural selection.
Now, in that context,
Why
right? I
can't
literally showed that same source dealing with the Dutch hunger winter in the Discord a couple of weeks ago, and the newest again. We none of us are experts, right? So I'm going to give the experts in the field, right? Robert Plomin, Bianca
Spell his
Jones
last
Marlin.
name?
She's a black woman. Robert Plomin. He's a behavioral geneticist, and he deals with
I
shit
said
like
spell his last name, and you said his name again.
Plomin. Robert Plomin. There's a black woman who was
if we're
just
doing that,
on. Hold on.
Don't cut him off.
For sure.
The other experts that was just on Neil deGrasse series on YouTube called Star Talk. Her name is Bianca Jones Marlin, and she deals with epigenetics and the discoveries that they've been doing dealing with mice and things of that nature. And also it's different universities coming out with findings dealing with not only the epigenetic effects of like trauma, but also resilience, because we know genes and nature it's a double-edged sword sometimes. So a lot of this shit that we was talking about in the civil rights movement, dealing with, our people are resilient, put us in situations and we're gonna make the best out of it. Turns out that, certain studies have shown that African Americans do have levels of resilience, and it's a result of their West African ancestry. So I mean, it's not all bad information when you talk about genetics. That's why you got to put it into context and also. But yeah, epigenetics is a field that's going to definitely, as time goes on, give a better insight into how the slave trade, systematic racism and shit like that has changed the certain structures of the brain, and they even got sources to
Are there
prove
any
that.
studies how epigenetics affect how white folks behave?
Yeah, the Dutch hunger winner. Are you listening? Are you listening to what Brass is saying? The Dutch hunger winner. That's white people.
But just real quick, I just want to, because what we're talking about, it goes back to. Are you familiar with Lamarckian? Because we're talking about Lamarckian's theory.
Can you spell it?
Lamarckian is
You
spelled
on point, hey bro. You
L-A.
on point. You on point on the store on the show Star Talk with Neil deGrasse and Bianca Jones. Literally the title was Lamarck Wright, and they go into that. So you on point. Go ahead.
Spell it, please.
Lamarck, and then IANS. It's
Okay.
Lamarckian. It's Lamarckian's idea. It's basically what Darwin got his theory on pangenesis from, and it's basically inheritance, DNA inheritance. Can trace be passed on?
Okay. So what's your point, though? Go ahead.
Yeah, we got to give the context on the progression that's been taking place.
Why
So,
did this
so the,
sound like? I'm not trying to be funny, but why does this sound like an Unc and Inky conversation or something?
Oh my
Like
God.
because I don't think they were just having this conversation. They were having this
I
conversation.
think that's where y'all headed down this because wasn't y'all talking about this yesterday? Him and is
It
his name
was.
Inky? That's his
Inky
name.
and having this conversation yesterday,
Okay.
last couple of days. Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
For sure. That's why I'm a little familiar with these. You know what I'm saying? Because they
You
were
learned
having.
it from them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Oh, let me
I
That's
let
did.
me
all. Hey,
It may. It may.
hey,
It may.
I ain't trying
got
to.
a
I ain't
quick
gonna
question.
start no shit. But all I'm gonna say is, uh-oh. Here we go.
Hey Freddie, I got a quick question.
Yo, can y'all hear me?
On epigenetic, I'm learning. I'm learning.
I
I'm
thought I
learning.
was off mute
No,
or
we
something.
just talking. I don't think there's much learning going on right now.
I got a
Let me
question.
let me say something after him.
Epigenetics
No,
is
Logic,
the
say something now. Hold on, Tony.
No,
Let Logic get his shit off.
so Fetty and Chef, right? Like, so we would need to see some kind of like comparison between how like the Jews being under stress, how that affected them biologically and their behavior, right? Versus what you see from African Americans. That's basically the big point that Chef trying to make.
I want to my point. A
He's saying
question really quick.
that biologically, he's saying that they went through a similar event, like biologically, and you're gonna see them behaving different. And I still think that you're making some you just throwing some guesses in there, to be honest with you.
And he's
Okay.
saying.
No. Let
I
Tony get
think
his shit off, and I want to ask Dude a
just
question. Go
a
ahead, Tony.
question. I'm reading here. It says that yes, epigenetics do have an influence on behaviors, but the evidence is weak. It's more towards physical traits like disease risk and stuff like that.
And environmental. See, that's why I was trying to. So what he's talking about is more on the pangenesis side, because the pangenesis side of thing talks about the transferring of acquired traits, right? So you're saying that stress can be transferred through your
You're
DNA
saying
through your
the
child.
inheritance. You're saying the inheritance of
Exactly.
required traits. Okay.
That's pangenesis, right? The difference with epigenesis is that it's more of environmental changes on to the DNA instead of transferred genes. That's the difference. Epigenetics is based on DNA. Pangenesis is based on the transference of actual genes affecting you.
Yeah, but you see, I got a question. I got a question for all y'all, right? That'll throw the whole thing completely off, right? So what's the chances of that person becoming more violent or more docile because of this experience, right? Like all you really have is that yes, they went through it and biological effects. So between two different people, what's the percentage of this person becoming more violent or becoming more docile? See, that's where it really falls apart. To be completely honest with you, you have to start guessing. You definitely do.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
There's an accumulation of everything at that point.
So are you saying Lamarck was right, brother? You're
No,
on the hot seat. You're on the hot seat.
no, I'm not saying. I'm saying Lamarck was wrong.
Okay.
I believe in the environment and the effects on the environment, and what it has on us, especially
So it's
with
no,
with melanin.
okay. So you when you said Lamarckism, right? So it
Mm-hmm.
says Lamarck's main idea, inheritance of acquired traits. He believed that organisms could change during their lifetime due to use or disuse of parts. these changes could be passed down to offspring. So a giraffe, like you said, a giraffe stretches its neck to reach high levels. The neck grows longer. Its offspring inherit slightly longer necks. That's called Lamarckian inheritance. That's not
And that's
called. That's not epigenetics. That's not
nope,
that.
exactly. So
It's
that's what I
called.
was
It's
saying. I
called.
just
Hold on.
want.
Wait. It's called Lamarckian inheritance. But here's the thing: there was no genetic mechanism supported it. And then later experiments, especially after Mendel and modern genetics, showed that traits acquired during life, like muscles, scars, or learned behavior, don't alter the DNA passed to offspring.
Mhm.
The only thing that epigenetics has to do with it does say, however, epigenetics revived a tiny piece of what Lamarck was saying. Modern epigenetics has shown environmental effects can influence gene expression, and sometimes these chemical markers can be inherited. That's not true
Mhm.
Lamarckism, but it's a cousin of it. Lamarck
Mhm.
said traits themselves are inherited. Epigenetics says gene activity patterns, not the genes, can be modified and occasionally passed down. So, in a poetic sense, he wasn't totally wrong. He was just ahead of his time and had no evidence.
Yeah, well, and then the
I
mechanism
gave that
itself.
same exact nuance dealing with biomarkers and how it's not attached to your genome. So I'm
Hey, Soldier Boy, stop Soldier Boy.
So in
just
what?
saying.
So he wasn't
I'm just
wrong.
saying.
So
I
so
get,
he,
and
so in
I
a
get
way
I
he's
know.
you.
Just
correct.
stop Soldier Boy.
Cause
Every time
this
we
the
say
thing. Nah,
something,
this
you
the
say
thing
I
though.
showed this shit.
Hold on. Nah, this the thing though, because I never said like I was an expert when I be posting shit from
I didn't
sources,
say you
niggas.
was an expert either.
I know I'm saying like when we talking about this shit, how come we can't reference actual sources and see what they say? That's my whole reason in
We
bringing
are.
shit up.
Oh,
We
okay,
are. That's what
okay,
we're doing
okay.
right
I
now.
get
We
that
just
point.
did
I
it.
get that point. I get that point. I get your
That's
That's
point.
all
what
I'm
we just
saying. Like
did.
we got a lot of whatabouts and giraffes and shit. Why can't we just point to the data in 2025 regarding humans and how epigenetics is tied to violence and exposure to certain environments?
But brother, it don't say that. That's epic. It don't say that. So
Okay, all right,
so
okay,
that's why I said that what you're hold on.
all
That's
right.
why
So what
that's why
sources are y'all referring to?
but wait,
Are
hold
y'all
on.
referring to any
That's what
sources or experts?
wait. But hold on, just stop. Listen. Yes, listen.
Got you. Go ahead.
What the brother what I that's why I said what you're sound like is more pangenesis, brother. Because what you're
Pangenesis.
talking about is the transference of these genes through traits, right? The difference with epigenesis is that
Epigenetic.
epigenetics is that it's through environmental changes.
It's
That's the
still interact.
so do you
It's
understand? Do you
it's a
understand?
feedback loop
You,
between.
but
Gotta
hold
let
on,
him finish
listen.
talking, bro. One mic. Y'all
It's
gotta let
through
him finish.
environmental changes, not DNA. And the reference is Lamarckian. This is the theory that we're referencing. It's Lamarckian's theory. Darwin took that theory, and
Keep doing the same
which
shit.
was the basis of his hypothesis, which was incorrect. So we know that, and
See, you
now
trying
we
to
have
tie, bro?
because what they used back then it was called gimmels, right? The gimmels is what they were suggesting attached to whatever to the DNA strand, and that
Mhm.
was what would be inherited to the
So,
child or whatever. That was found to be false. So
okay, so
now
you
we're
bringing up
looking at
shit from. I got you. Let's stay right there. So, do you know what current neuroscientists and people who deal with epigenetics do you know concepts like epigenetic transgenerational inheritance? Do you know these type of
that's what
terms?
that's what we're talking about right now. Transmit. That's
Nah,
what I
nah,
just
nah.
said.
Nah. Hold on. You trying to attach pangenesis, Darwin, and shit that happened. Go ahead. You trying to lump
And
all that
and
as to say this is what it is now, but you not even taking into account. And I'm sure you probably haven't even read up on the newest research and what it says dealing with what we're talking about. So at least give me that context of give me what sources you've read dealing with behavioral genetics and epigenetics and what they've concluded. I don't want to hear the whole historical because you got a lot of gaps in that. You trying to attach too much shit, and it's a lot of gaps in that. That's decades ago. So you gotta be more refined in your argument.
so pangenesis is the transmission of these genes. Epigenesis is they keep saying is based on DNA.
Epigenetic,
That's
bro.
the,
It's not epigenesis, bro.
What? Yeah, but we know what I'm talking about. Epi.
Let's
I'm saying
assume
it
we know
fast
what
so
he's
we
saying.
can.
I don't want to correct this. We know what he means. We know what he means when he's saying. Let's assume that.
Right.
Go ahead,
So
bro.
epigenetics is when the environment gives changes to the expression on the DNA. The environment gives changes. So what they're saying. So brother, this is the up to date science. I'm not giving you nothing old. It's the old theories because they haven't been disproven. Well, the only thing that's been disproven was the gemmels. They're called gemmels. Let's look these up. GEMMULES. They're called gemmels. Science, we don't believe in gemmels anymore, right? So that's kind of why that's outdated. That's pangenesis. So instead, is based on DNA, based off of the environmental changes. It is not. You can't pass on your muscles. I mean, like you can't say because I'm work out, I'm going to be able to pass that on to my child through my DNA. I can't. I'm not going to
You're
pass on
doing is
my trauma.
what
I'm
you're
not going
doing
to
is
pass.
faulty,
I'm
bro,
not going to
because
pass.
you're trying hard
Not
to
gonna
attack
pass. No, listen, listen,
pangenesis.
listen, listen,
Hold
listen.
on,
You're not
bro.
gonna
That's
pass.
not what you're doing, bro.
Linda, look it, Linda,
You're
You're
look
trying
it.
not.
to attack
Let
pangenesis
Fetty
when
go. He
something has
not gonna
been
stop talking, bro. Let
an
Fetty go.
argument, bro. Like this shit is dumb, bro. You're not gonna get me with that, bro. Because I know
Because
you
you're
don't even
not
know
gonna pass.
doing shit
Bro,
dealing with
hey,
skin.
humble out. Let Fetty finish his thought. Go ahead, Fetty.
Again, bro, what you're trying to do is attach pangenesis. That's the only thing you can lean on right now. That's your anchor. You're trying to use pangenesis to try to act like you know what's going on in 2025 currently with
Because you're talking about the
things. So
transferences of
what
the
you're doing
genes,
is
right?
hilarious.
Go ahead.
Your mic, hey
Can I
Fetty, you got to go out and come back.
Can I?
No, you were trying. You're breaking up. That's why you can't really hear
Can
what
you
you're
hear me?
saying. He's cutting you off because your mic is going in and out. Pause.
He is breaking up.
From what
He
I
is
see,
breaking
from
up.
what I see in this 2025 work though, and everybody else is y'all able to go in, jump in. I know it gets tough to get in these conversations, but y'all can get into the conversation too. But based on 2025, from what I'm reading, it says that even the marks may last one or two generations, but there's no evidence of marks persisting beyond that in humans.
No
So
gene
slavery,
transfer. No.
we wouldn't have. It's saying that the thing of us having it from slavery, that doesn't really there's not a lot of evidence saying that. It's a lot of conversation, but not a lot of evidence tied to that.
You're saying even environmentally, it's only going to last a one or two. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, it's a hypothesis worth investigating, but you got to be very cautious and aware, and don't overstate it. But Fetty is correct. They are studying it, but you can't prove. It's very hard to prove epigenetic inheritance of slavery because
Exactly.
slavery in the U.S. ended 100. Whose background is that? Somebody got a background going. Tony, that's your background. Um, It says it's very hard to prove epigenetic inheritance of slavery trauma because slavery in the U.S. ended 160 years ago. Epigenetic marks tend to reset across generations. Many reprogramming in germ cells. Many epigenetic marks are erased during embryo formation or gamete formation, so the memory can be lost. Descendants of enslaved people face continuous social stressors, discrimination, poverty, and health disparities. So it says these effects mimic or overwhelm any inherited epigenetic signal. Sample size is very difficult to find perfect control groups over many generations with similar environments, except the trauma. So even if epigenetic marks exist, like Logic was saying, even if epigenetic marks exist, they might have no or an extremely small effect on health or behavior.
Okay.
That's the
Check that out.
2025 data, just so we can get what the scientists saying versus what we saying.
Okay.
Anybody else got something? Anybody got something on that?
Can I offer? Can I offer a word? That I kind of want to get a definition of it myself, just so I can use it correctly. The gemmels. What I'm saying, gemmels. GEMMULES. Could you look that up? It's pertinent
Okay,
to
it
the
says you're
conversation.
asking about gimmels. I looked it up
Gemmels.
before when you said it. It's one
Okay.
of the more fascinating and wrong but creative ideas in early biology. Gimmels were a concept proposed by Charles Darwin around 1868 in his theory of pangenesis. He suggested that every part of the body produced tiny particles called gimmels. that carried information about that body part. These gimmels traveled through the bloodstream to the reproductive organs and were then passed to offspring. So, if you built muscle or lost a limb, those changes could, in theory, affect the gimmels in your blood, which could then which could then alter what your children inherited. So his goal, the reason why it was flawed is because he didn't know about DNA. DNA wasn't discovered until 1953. So he was trying to explain how traits were inherited and how variations appeared in a natural way. So it was meant to explain inheritance of traits, explain variation, and allow for some of the Lamarckian inheritance, right? But what happened was August Weismann in 1880, he destroyed the Gimmel idea. He did the famous mouse tail experiment. He cut off the tails of mice for 20 generations, but their offspring still had tails. So the conclusion was traits from the body don't affect reproductive cells. That became that became known as the Weismann barrier, the idea that information flows from genes to the body, not the other way around. So gimmels were ruled out.
Yeah.
It shows, yeah. But here's the thing: even though Gimmels was wrong, even though
Somebody
Gimmels
missed
was
their bomb.
wrong,
It's
Darwin's
crazy how y'all
body.
don't see the argument he's trying to make. He's trying to attach like that shit is amazing, bro.
He was just asking a question about Gimmels, but hold on.
But
Even
he
though
heard
Gimmels,
the
hold
definition
on,
because he knows what
before
he's
y'all
No,
get
talking
too
about.
off the chain,
Genesis.
hold
I'm talking
on,
about
bro. Hold on
Genesis.
1 second. That's the problem because we hear half of it and then don't hear the rest. It's 2 seconds. Even though Gimmels were wrong, though, this is why it still matters. Gimmels still matter. Even though Gimmels was wrong, Darwin's idea was philosophically important. It showed that he was trying to connect variation, inheritance, and evolution into one model, and it foreshadowed how we now think about molecular signals in cells. Though we now know those signals are RNA, proteins, and epigenetic tags, not Gimmels. So scientists say epigenetics is like a modern echo of Gimmels, a small chemical message passed from generation to the next, just with real molecules, not imaginary ones.
Exactly.
But
Based off
It's
environmental
like
change.
Diop's. Do you remember? Diop's skin test? What did he call it?
oh
Skin
god, we
pigmentation.
down the rabbit hole now, bro.
Wait, wait,
Yeah, skin test.
wait. That's
I
kind of
don't
like the
know.
same thing.
I'm bringing up scientists, and y'all niggas is talking about Diop and shit. I don't want to talk about
Wait,
that
wait,
nigga.
wait. I'm just the bridge. He didn't really. We call it
I don't need
alleles.
a science. I don't need Diop to give
Hey,
me a bridge from a
hey,
scientist, bro.
hey, Brass. Diop was a physicist
Okay,
and
good,
a
good, 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 good. I just
right.
hate him. I just hate him because y'all niggas say it so much. Go ahead, go
Yeah,
ahead. Go ahead, Tony. I
Diop
apologize.
was a top class
What
scientist.
did Diop do? What did
Hold
You
on.
Diop do?
Hey,
offended my
wait,
you offended
listen.
my
Just
blackology.
I know I did it on
Uh,
purpose, Astro. I did it
today,
immediately on purpose.
we call it
Trust me.
skin pigmentation alleles. We call it today. We call it skin. It's like a level of pigmentation you have in your skin. Back then, Diop didn't have a way. He was ahead of his time on that. He didn't have a way. He called it a skin test. So everybody laughed at him. But now today, so I'm just making that analogy on
Now
how
today what? Finish that sentence. Now today what?
Lamarckian, you guys are referring to Lamarckian when it's a passe science. It's really a
Uh-huh.
waste of time.
No, but was he right though?
Yeah, he was right because it was just he didn't have the what he knew. The science of that time just wasn't ready for it. They didn't understand what he was talking about. But today we call it, we got skin pigmentation alleles, the SLC, all this kind of shit. But back then they didn't have skin pigmentation alleles. They didn't know that back then. But he did.
Go
yeah,
ahead. I'm
y'all go
listening to
ahead.
you. We
He
listening
doesn't
to
have
you.
the thoughts fully formed out, but I think he's done right there, Brass. I don't think he has it fully fleshed out, but I get what he's saying. It's not, to be honest, it's not really germane to the discussion that King J and Fetty are having, but I get where
Just
he's
wanted to
going
throw
with
that blackology in there real quick.
it. Hey, so listen, you got to sometimes.
It says Diop's melanin test. Oh, this is the melanin test. Okay, so Diop's melanin test was scientifically outdated but politically revolutionary. It
Yeah.
wasn't right. It wasn't right by lab standards, but it forced modern science to revisit its racial assumptions, and many of his broader cultural and historical claims have since been vindicated by newer evidence.
Let's not go down that rabbit hole. Y'all keep going with the Lamarckian and all that crazy stuff. Yeah, let's leave the black art. Let's leave that alone. Let's go, Fetty and King.
I think we had gotta
I'm not,
understand
man.
that.
I'm
He
not
broke it
defending
down.
Chef's point no more. I was just saying that it's a part like we got again so far off the argument. I was just trying to give clarity. Like, yeah, Chef is what he's saying. I don't agree with that at all. I was just saying we can't act like there's no component of epigenetics. What we was talking about. I wasn't making the argument saying that's the independent 100% driver. I never said none of that.
Is there no component of what? Epigenetics that what?
When we was talking about like children in classrooms and certain behaviors dealing with violence, exposure to young people who are in these environments dealing with gangs and they grandparents and stuff was in it, and that's all they see. I'm saying,
Fetty,
What's
let
up,
me
bro?
bring this full circle. Actually, this question: can epigenetics explain like a Nipsey Hussle? Because I don't think said Nipsey Hussle hadn't.
Hey, God bless the dead.
No, this is important. What I'm about to say. Because his brother was just the Ethiopian that sold DVDs in front of the stores. Nobody cared about him. He was just, some. But once Nipsey's in the gang, and you're a gang member, and you become this big rapper, and you don this culture, then you get accepted. So is that epigenetic? Because I don't think, say, if he hadn't been in the gang, he would have been who he is. Nobody would have cared. They would have called him a tether, especially nowadays.
No, I wouldn't say that was probably epigenetics, but again, when I saw a documentary of Nipsey, and they say like he built a computer like when he was like 11 or 12. I may be wrong, but they said he was always smart, and they say he was always smart.
That's an
And I don't.
point. That's what he said.
In the context of the Los Angeles culture, and I'm just saying, can epigenetics explain why it took that for him to be celebrated?
I mean, yes. We can we not we can't act like the violence exposure or what he saw in that direct environment probably played a part into whether it's anxiety, depression. That's what I'm saying. There's so much shit that niggas see when you in the streets or whatever. It's like I can't pinpoint what that nigga did, but if you live in that life, you definitely saw some shit and did some shit to where you could be the smartest person in the world. That trauma on an undeveloped brain. Again, a lot of people push through that. Like niggas like 50 and niggas like that, they just outlier niggas, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like you can get hit with all that resilience, and all that tough shit, but you just make it out. But a lot of people ain't like that.
Some shit we just need to let the experts, right, tell us what the deal is.
I agree. But niggas don't listen. Niggas don't listen, Corey. I be sending experts all the time.
I swear, right? Listening to a bunch of niggas who after y'all, goddamn it, push the button at the factory, the other half of us crawl on our knees and rub on concrete shit.
That's how you know that's how you know we fucked up. We can't even have a casual science conversation. That's how you know we fucked up. That's how you know we fucked up. Niggas think this shit is advanced. That's how you know we fucked up out here. Yeah, we fucked up out here. We thinking this conversation is some complex shit. It
is complex.
The thing is,
I'm saying to say, look, I'm saying to say, talking about it. Talking about, you sound like a white man.
Hey, listen.
So
Let me say this.
Niggas don't read.
He ain't say nothing about.
Get the fuck out of here, bro.
He ain't say nothing about white man, and this is
I'm saying, can we listen to the experts? Y'all don't listen. Y'all don't read the sources. I'd be like, y'all niggas be acting like I just be talking.
No, your sources ain't even 100% sure on the shit. That's what I mean.
I got you.
Like the experts don't even know for sure about the bullshit.
Again, just watch. Just watch.
Listen. Hey, listen. Let me say this.
You working from an angle of intuition right now.
Let Corey finish.
I've been hearing you talk for like
niggas be talking about Egypt for 8 damn years and want to say
we ain't talking about Egypt
I've been hearing you talk for 2 hours now. Let me say one thing.
Shit for years, nigga.
Let me say one thing, Betty. I've been hearing you say your shit for 2 hours now, right? What I'm saying is wild as fuck to me. that we up here
Bet it is. You ain't reading none on it. I bet it is.
arguing, yeah, because I have read it. Listen, I have read it, and what I do know is the experts ain't even clear on the shit what you talking about. So what I'm saying is, a wild ass nigga, hold on, before your pussy start hurting,
Let him go, bro. Let him go. Just let him go.
Niggas be forgetting the original talk. Just be.
Hey, Fetty, you're showing your epigenetics right now, bro. Let the man finish.
Before your pussy start hurting, let me do something to hurt it.
Bro, let him finish talking, Fetty. Stop, bro.
I'm gonna hurt your pussy. You just gotta wait a minute though. You gonna
okay? No. Corey talking. No. Corey talking right now. Let him go.
Cut me out and all the rest of the shit. I'm gonna hurt your pussy.
Oh no, go ahead.
You just gotta wait a minute, and then you can be pussy hurt after I'm done, right? So what I'm saying to you is, Fetty, the niggas, the sources that you be putting in there, they
like
tell
what?
you clearly, they have no idea of the veracity of the shit.
And what did I say? What did I say 30 minutes ago?
They don't have any idea on
nigga,
how
I said
valid
the same
this
thing.
shit
I said
is.
we don't know, and I gave an estimated percentage. Nigga, you niggas don't listen.
The fact of the matter,
so what you about to say is wrong.
The fact of the matter is, we got niggas in here who cut hair, who rub on concrete, who push the button at the factory, right? Who balances the account and all the rest of the shit what we do, right? Ain't none of us in here supposed to be even talking none of this shit, bro. Find some shit to talk about that you niggas can actually understand. Because the experts don't even understand
we do understand it though.
No, you niggas don't. Y'all lying. Every one of you niggas lying to me. Every
Everything
single one of you niggas on here, how about y'all know something about epigenetics and neurons and neurology and all the rest of this shit? You niggas is lying like
but it's not hard, bro. Like the brother said, like if you got a mind to think,
if the
you
motherfuckers
can
who
process
do the shit, listen, if the guys who actually do the shit saying, yo, we ain't clear on none of this shit what we talking about, but you niggas is clear on it.
No, you're right in regards to that. A
That's
scientific
some
theory
wild
is
shit to me, bro.
a theory.
Because I know
you know what I'm saying?
Hey, Logic. Did I
Until a better
not
theory
say
comes
before we
along.
started? I don't think y'all niggas know what y'all talking about, man. I swear I don't.
Look, I tried to ask some simple ass shit, dog. Niggas ain't want to answer this simple ass question, bro.
Only in the conscious community can you be in a Discord chat and end up with nuclear physicists, fucking computers. Like this shit is crazy. Biologists, all kind of shit.
Bro, didn't I
That's
say
how I was
you're gonna
trying
have to
to say.
start?
Like
So
I
you're
don't
gonna have to
think.
start making some assumptions. And niggas
Hey,
kept on
Logic, hold
going,
on,
right?
wait. Before y'all go off, that's why I was trying to say. Hold on, bro. Hold on. That's why I was trying to say earlier. I don't even know. I don't want to fall victim when you made that comment earlier, and I asked you. I said, was this some shit that because when you start saying pangenesis and shit, is this some shit that the conscious community is on right now? And then when you said yes, that's why I was like, okay, but I don't know if we be qualified to have these conversations. Niggas just be talking, and then they be mad when you say it. But Corey is right. Hold on. If the scientists at the time are saying, the scientists that's actually working on it in the lab and shit right now saying that there's not enough evidence, y'all speak in these terms like it's just a done deal and just get over the scientists.
Hey, hold on, King J. I want to go after Brass. Brass, I want to give you a joke, bro.
Go ahead,
I don't know
brother.
if you saw the show, but one time your boy, this show is hilarious to me. I don't know about nobody else, but the boy, what his name? Polite. The nigga claimed to own. The nigga claimed.
You gotta take that back. You said my boy. Fuck.
All right, I take it back. But
the nuclear telescope or something. Nuclear microscope.
He said he owned an electron microscope, bro.
At the crib, though.
And niggas believed it. The problem is niggas believed them. That's the problem.
Yeah, and that's when he said he was gonna come up with a scientific theory. Yeah. He was on his way.
Yo, bro, I'm not trying to disrespect y'all in this community, but y'all got to be careful when y'all say these niggas is teaching y'all shit, bro. Like they just talking and reading that you could do yourself. The
Listen,
scientists don't even know, but the nigga with the YouTube channel know. Come on, bro.
listen, I made my statement right way back in the beginning of the conversation. And when Haskell asked me that question, what did I tell Haskell? I don't
I
know.
don't
Yeah, he said,
know.
I don't know this
I
shit.
don't know.
Hey,
This shit
hey,
crazy.
y'all
But
know the
look,
way part is
when
y'all
the
know what's
question.
wild about the whole electron microscope thing, right? Do
Mhm.
y'all know how sensitive this thing is? Do you know if
Like
you
said, they be
turn
studying
it?
the cosmos and
Listen,
shit like that.
listen,
I guess a
listen.
nigga who,
Do
I
you
guess a
know?
nigga
Do
from
y'all
Indiana.
hold on,
Fatty,
Fatty.
you see your epigenetics is shining through. Let the nigga finish.
Yeah, because this is already proven science, right? This ain't. I'm not talking. I've learned this from the motherfuckers who use the motherfucker, right? And what I was
Right.
gonna say is, I built the science building for Notre Dame, right? They just built a new science building like 5 years ago, right? But the thing is, the microscope is so fucking sensitive. Do you know when you turn the fucking lights on, that fucks up what you're looking at?
Uh-huh.
The photons, listen, the photons from your light bulb will fuck up what you're looking at, bro. So that's how wild. Like when you get a nigga that's saying he got an electron microscope on YouTube, bro, he don't respect. He has zero respect
Hey,
for anybody who's listening to anything
Corey,
he's saying.
Facts.
Corey and Brad. Imagine the nigga got that shit in the laundry room.
Right, he got it down the basement and shit in the laundry room.
Because I know it ain't nothing but bullshit.
It ain't nothing but bullshit, bro. That's it's no disrespect to these niggas, but it's just like right now in the chat, shouts to the nigga, what's his name? Wavy. Shouts to the nigga Super Wavy, right? So the nigga has
Coming
been
from the
going
same
on
side
for about an hour
with the
now
cosmos.
saying
He did a
Brass
show.
don't know.
He
Brass
did
got a
a
master's
who did a show
degree.
talking about the
Nigga, can you
cosmos.
hear us talking? God
Get the
damn, your
fuck out of here,
epigenetics.
you
Your epigenetics is fucking you up right now. Hold on. I'm
No,
just
his
trying to
pussy,
give an
his
example.
pussy's hurting. His pussy's still hurting from what
I'm
I
trying
said
to give
earlier.
an
So he
example
want to
of
get me. He want to get me back. Go ahead.
and then you can take it right after this, Fatty Paul. What I'm
Why
saying
y'all
is
say no disrespect to these niggas? Saying
no,
that,
because
Brad.
I don't feel like fighting niggas right now
Oh wait,
on the
well tell
internet
me
or
what you're
off.
saying. I'll say it. I'll say it. Don't say
Okay,
no
so all
disrespect. I ain't
disrespect to these niggas. So the nigga will say, a nigga will say with his full chest out, yeah, Brad's got a master's degree but don't understand epigenetics and physics. And I'm sitting there saying, like, yeah, I don't, nigga, I don't. And he thinks somehow that's a motherfucking disrespect. Like, I'm not a
But
nigga that's
but
gonna come
but
in this
really
motherfucker and start
you
talking
do
about
though.
biology, bro.
Really you do though, because when you read it, you comprehended everything that you
Yeah,
read
but I
and
had to
all
look
that.
it up. I don't, and I
Right.
still don't understand it. I don't understand. I understand it enough to read because I know how to
Right.
read. That's
Mm-hmm.
it. You know what I'm saying? I don't
But you're
understand
not a
it enough
professional at
to
it
Brad.
or
Brad,
anything,
the
but
point
you
is you won't pretend like you do.
fuck
That's
right.
that's
Yeah,
no.
he's not a
most
yeah, but
important.
And you
That's
know
Hell
what it
my
is,
no.
point
though,
about the
guys?
cosmos, Fetty.
he's intelligent enough too.
I know
Brother, he's
enough to be
intelligent
able to
enough.
read and comprehend what the fuck I'm reading, right?
You
But
know
the
what?
Right.
cosmos, the shit that I talk about in the cosmos, right?
Oh, he was
Anytime you
talking
hear
to
about
you.
me, anytime you hear me talking about the cosmos, Fetty, the shit that I'm talking about is 40 years old, bro. This is already science that is built upon that other science is already built upon. You see what I'm saying? Shit like
Nobody
photons
want
and
to hear
shit
no
like that,
cosmic
right?
nigga talking about the
Shit
cosmos
like
on
an
you though,
increased
killer nigga. You thought you
shit
was a
like an
space expert, nigga. Fuck
no,
out
I
of
was
here, nigga.
not. I always said
Fuck
to
out of here, nigga.
everybody, I
All right,
always
you bet. All right,
said,
all right. So let's
look,
deal
you
with what you
shitty.
said though, because
You
I have
shitty.
yet to talk. You've been
Yeah,
talking
let him
for a
go.
minute.
Let him
Go
go.
ahead, go
Hold
ahead.
on,
Go
y'all.
Hold
ahead.
on,
I'm
let
gonna
Listen,
let
Freddie
you
go.
go
Let
ahead.
Freddie go. He
Go
has
yeah,
ahead.
some
like y'all,
patience.
like
No, let me
you
Go ahead,
see
hear
how
it.
Freddie.
degenerate. Look. I'm about to prove a point. You see how degenerate the convo became. I originally made all the disclaimers Corey was talking about regarding the expert. We don't know. I can't give a percentage. I got cornered into giving a percentage. which I didn't want to do. Am I lying? Am I lying yet?
No, you're not lying.
No, you're not lying. You're not
Okay,
lying. Go ahead.
Yeah, but you got an
so as I
undertone of
You ain't had
that
to
you
do it.
believe there's something
I'm
fucking
saying,
wrong with
bro.
her.
Yeah, let him
You
go.
think
Let
that
him
you
go.
Shit,
got
let him finish.
Let him
You
Yeah,
finish.
well, I
I'm about to
never
expose
named
him.
any
I'm about to
names,
expose him.
but
Bro, let him
I'm about to
finish.
he want
expose
me to hit dog. I'm cool
Nah,
with it.
he know
Corey,
I'm
let
about
him
to
finish,
expose him.
bro. Please
You
let
know
him
I'm
finish.
about to expose him. All right, so
Somebody
now
got to
that I've
moderate. I'm about to dip out. Peace.
All right, bro.
now that I've established my current or my previous statements regarding this subject, and I literally stated everything Brass read from ChatGPT, right? And
I
also
didn't hear it.
I know that's why you. And my problem is that you came in talking crazy without understanding the nuance of the conversation. So much so you sending personal shots and all of that, or to whoever you was talking to. It felt
I
like you
wasn't
was
even
trying to.
talking to you though. I was
Well,
talking to the
again, as we
group.
kept talking, you
I
said
was
me in
talking to the group
particular.
though.
Hold on, wait. Let me talk. As we kept talking, though, you kept exposing how you really felt, right? You turned it into this, and then you made a direct shot saying, you studying this and that, the information you send. So don't act like you didn't do that. I'm showing you that these convos become degenerate based off people talking past each other, not understand what people are saying, bro. So like you went on that long diatribe, and I'm just saying like you gotta relax, bro, because that wasn't even my original talking point. That was what Chef was saying, and I was just trying to give clarity to it, saying, well, even though these things are kind of up in the air and we don't know, we still got to look at the latest sources and at least what they're saying, bro. So like I gave all of that shit you was talking about, but you want to act like I'm up here talking like an expert and what I'm saying. Like, come on, bro.
Fetty,
Don't do
Fetty,
that.
So Fetty, hold on, let Corey go. No, let Corey go. Let Corey go. So what I was gonna say, Fetty, is originally I wasn't even talking to you, right? I was talking to the group, right? But then you came in defending the whole thing. So okay, then I had to get directly to you. Yeah, the sources that you be putting in there says exactly what I'm saying, right? So that's all I'm saying, bro. I listen. I don't have a problem with you being a hit dog, right? But I'm just gonna tell you shouldn't have been.
Yeah, go ahead, Tony. You say something.
I was gonna ask real quick, Fetty. The chat is spiraled to the degeneracy. Do you blame that on what do you call it?
Epigenetics.
Yeah, that.
Epigenetic. But no, I think it was a good conversation, though. I think we
Hold
did
on, he
have some
said that he
clarity.
asked Fetty that. He asked Fetty that.
Huh?
He asked that question to Fetty.
Yeah. I did.
Yeah, Fetty
What was
on
the
mute.
question, bro?
Oh, there he goes.
What happened?
I'm not gonna answer that.
I'm not going to answer that. What happened? I couldn't even hear you. I was talking to somebody.
Ask him again, Tony.
The chat is spiraled to degeneracy, right? So I'm just wondering, do you blame that on epigenetics?
No, I literally said an hour ago, again, in my original statement, it's a multitude of things that we cannot pinpoint percentage wise. I said that. And I also went into the newest findings that they're dealing with.
But
Don't cut
behavior
him
is a
off.
low
Don't
percentage.
cut him off. Don't cut him off. Don't cut him off.
Literally, again, bro, if you heard the whole convo, I wasn't even making that argument at all. I was saying we don't know. I said it make it be, 30, 35%. I can't trust what I'm saying based off of newer findings dealing with populations of people in Syria and other harsh environments. It's been shown to have epigenetic effects. I'm just saying, like, we can't ignore new findings that's coming out. Like, and I'm not making no definite statement. Again, I never said that that's an independent driver of nothing. I never said that. I never said epigenetics.
I think my
Fetty, hold
problem
on.
is
Let me say something to
labeling
Fetty real
it
quick.
epigenic effects. Huh?
Hold on, real
That
quick.
wasn't
I'm
my
gonna let you go.
argument, though. That wasn't my
But
argument. That was
but
your
Fetty,
argument.
let me say something to you though. It's kind of bell curve-ish. It's kind of in your wheelhouse though, Fetty. Can you agree with that though?
To me, I don't know what you mean by like bell curves. I'm just saying like
Come on, Fetty.
no. Wait. Let me finish. I'm saying I don't use that information to like shit on black people. It's more so me trying to find ways of how to change a lot of gaps I see that's very startling. You know what I'm saying? So, and I know a lot of these environments that we talking
I
about,
use
bro.
it
Again,
to shit on black people. There we go. Now there goes some honesty.
There you go.
Y'all think I use it to shit on black people?
Oh,
Really?
I said I use
But because wait, Chef. Let me answer it directly. You came in and said, you see, we fucked up. You said that. That's why we fucked up. You said that, and that's why.
Again, I was saying when I meant about fucked up, I'm saying like culture wise. I wasn't making a genetic argument. I wasn't. I was saying culturally, it seems as if when we talk about certain subjects, it's like this crabs in the barrel thing to where we got to put a cap, even though if we're not experts, the mere fact we find some type of fascination to a certain subject or topic. If it's too out there, so somebody want to bring you down. Oh, you ain't this, you ain't that. But I feel like when I introduce any information, I don't just be talking. Like I at least try to do my due diligence.
You studied it and researched it before you bring it to the table.
Yeah, so it's not like I'm just talking on my ass.
It could be extra new though, Fetty. And the way he's saying you talking about it is like it's been confirmed. That's what I seen the problem was. That's what Brass was talking about. It could get kind of pseudo when you go into it like, okay, this is confirmed. And when he was reading his chat GPT, it's like
I was just talking about what epigenetics was. All I said was
but listen, Fetty, hold on. Because when Corey was talking about, when Corey tell you he reading shit, and this is 40 years old, that's what he's talking about. See, sometimes you're trying to be first. And most people is talking from shit that they know already. And I mean, it could be right though, but it just ain't confirmed. I think that's why Corey said that.
Hey Tuck, you know what I think it is that comes through? It's a matter of communication. And I don't know if Fetty's aware that he does it, right? But a recurring theme you'll notice when we have these discourses, the points of view that he expresses, he very firmly believes that this is the direction the conversation needs to go in. And typically, if anybody gives any pushback to that, or
they call it being on your accountability.
Hold on. Let me just get it out. I'm just saying this is just my observation, right? Typically, you have a tendency to kind of get condescended, right? And I get the impression, again, this is just from my vantage point, that a lot of times you feel like the discourse tends to be kind of lowbrow.
Yeah.
And people pick up on that. They pick up on that type of elite, that little condescending type of, and that's what Duda is speaking to. He feels it comes off as absolutism, even though you don't necessarily say anything explicitly absolutist, right? And you give disclaimers, but you still have there's a pompousness about how you deliver your arguments and how you critique other people. So I think that's where that's coming from.
Absolutely. Yeah, you a wordsmith, Smith Haskell. I was just gonna go straight to it. Yeah, that's why I said it's kind of bell curve. It's kind of like you speaking up on high, Petty. And I don't know if you feel that way, but I get what Haskell was saying. I get exactly what he's saying. And then your agreements on stuff is sort of that side of it. So you can try to see what Chef is saying, even though Chef is trolling. But you want to see that side of it.
No, I said I disagree with him. No, I said out the gate we don't have to go the Homo erectus route because that shit is no data to even prove what he's saying. I said let's stay at the convo dealing with how when you a coach, a teacher, or whatever, and you see a large group of black children and you see how they bring a lot of the shit from their environment to their classroom, whether it's impulsivity, what not being able to concentrate, sit down, or whatever. I'm saying you can't act like an environment, especially if generations of that same family is in harsh environments that's not really conducive to development at those early stages. We just can't ignore that there's no possible biological.
But can I say something real quick? I think that's a bad example of epigenetic gene transfer. If that's what you're trying to say,
because you again. Let me get clarity.
You gotta let him talk. You gotta let him talk.
Go ahead.
No, I want to go back and forth with him, but I think that's a bad example of that. If we talk about diet, right? Like that's more of a good example of epigenetic gene transfer. Diet. Let's say a woman, her diet, she may be overweight. Does she have a good chance of passing on obesity through to her daughter through her genes? Would you say yes or no?
Mm, yeah, yeah. They can have and the child may not be fat, but they may just have a certain predisposed to where if they do eat a lot of food, it'll trigger it. But all I'm saying is, right, yes, diet is important and that does have epigenetic effects. But to act like, again, even the shit y'all talk about, sources have came out to show in 2025 oppression and these environments and institutional racism, the shit we talk about every day, has an effect on the brain structure of humans and dealing with certain populations. They did a brain scan. They did a case study and they did a brain scan and MRI on 7,000 white students, or white kids, I meant, and 1,000 black kids. And they showed comparisons dealing with gray matter in the brain and certain
The
parts.
effect of trauma to the brain?
Yeah,
Or
yeah,
being
all that.
exposed
Like
to it?
violence explode. Like again, bro, we think these young niggas who jumping off the porch and they see a nigga shit get split or whatever they see, they're gonna find a coping mechanism to deal with that trauma they saw. And what I
But
brought
so
up
what?
earlier in the Kendrick Lamar documentary, from I think it's called Bumped, and it was a Vice documentary a while ago. And the expert from I think UCLA, she was saying how young black men in those environments dealing with gangs and seeing shit at an early age before the brain is formed and shit like that, it has a profound impact. And those same black children who jumped off the porch, they resort to drinking alcohol and smoking weed just to numb the pain and shit like that.
So what do you
So
think
what
about
if
when the
what if
brother? What do you think?
what hold on. So what about the people that we come from in West Africa? If they still
Bro,
if they still have those same, you know what I mean, deficiencies that we have, and they don't have the oppression and the racism and the environment that made us deficient and can't concentrate in school and is fucking with our IQ, then we would look at the people that we come from and we would say, okay, well, they on the level of Europeans. You dig what I'm saying? Because they don't go through that type of shit if it's just the environment. You dig what I'm saying? Like, so how do y'all explain that? You feel me? Like there would have to be a case study of some of the group that we come from that exists outside of these socioeconomic shit that y'all can use to explain
But Chef, what
our
you're
fucking
still not
situation.
clear on? You're still not clear on exactly what traits or what behaviors it's speaking to in terms of West Africans and us. You
The
still haven't.
IQ level, and all of that. That's what we're
Yeah,
talking about.
they tend to do better than us.
No, they tend to do better than us when they come over here.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But I'm talking
Okay.
about their shit in their natural environment, right? And their natural environment is not, you know what I mean, is high.
Well,
And
they don't
their
have
culture,
But
universities and shit
their
like that over
environment,
there.
their environment right now is not compared to what it was, say, 300, 400 years ago. Those are two very different environments, though. Like that wasn't their natural environments. Like if you take, for example, like the Kingdom of Benin, right? That doesn't exist anymore. Or the education centers they had at Janae or Timbuktu and all of that stuff. I
Islamic. That was
guarantee you.
Islamic, though. That was Islamic. So
Yeah,
I'm
but
saying
see,
naturally on their own. Like, what did they
no,
produce
but see,
naturally on
but
their
see,
own
but
that will
see, but
produce
see again.
that type of?
Hold on. Again, see, that's a misnomer also, right?
I'm just
That
asking.
Timbuktu. No, I got you, but I'm correcting a historical inaccuracy that you just said in regards to Timbuktu. That wasn't something that Arabs came and bequeathed to West Africans. That was a syncretism of cultures and education and stuff. That's not something Arabs came and gave those people, right? And I also cited Benin, a highly
So
developed society. So you're not going to
yeah,
convince me, for example. Go ahead.
no, that's good. So I don't want to argue over because what do you mean that they didn't give it to them? I'm saying it was a part of the Islamic learning. You dig what I'm saying? They didn't create that system of writing and learning and mathematics and
Well,
you
no,
get what
that's
I'm
what I'm
saying?
telling you. It was a fusion of so all right. So Insibidi
No, the
is
culture was
independent.
infused. The culture
No,
was
no.
infused, but
I'm
the
talking about the
education.
writing also and the
Insibidi is the
education
writing
system.
script in the West
Yeah.
African
No,
Nook,
they
So
didn't use
the Nook
Instabidi.
culture. Insibidi
All right,
was from the Nook.
let me mute out.
what you mute out for?
I'm familiar with Insibidi, but no, I wanted to.
How
The
did
brother saying,
Instabidi get that? We wasn't even talking about that though, Haskell.
I don't know how you brought it up, but
We
Fetty, real
are.
quick,
Hold
look,
on, King J. King
Fetty,
J,
look
hold
in the
on.
chat
Me
real
and
quick.
Chef King J, you gotta hold
Hey,
on,
one
brother.
at a time
Me and
now.
Chef was speaking. Yeah. So Chef, you're asking basically you're asking could possibly the IQ disparities that we have, particularly descendants of West and Central Africa, right?
Uh-huh.
Is it possible that that's something that was pretty much always endemic to our
Right.
people, right?
Right.
So citing something like the Insibidi script is absolutely relevant to that, right? And it also flies in the face of this idea that Timbuktu, and I'm including the writing also, I'm including the architecture, I'm including the science. That wasn't something that was just taken wholesale from Arabia and given to Timbuktu. It's a historical lie.
You guys
That's the
never heard
point
of
I'm making. But we could leave but hold on, we could leave Timbuktu out of it, right? The point that I was making is the idea that this I guess this intellectual inferiority perhaps was endemic amongst those people, and you're citing how those people are today, right?
Right.
That are in West Africa today in those impoverished nations, right? My point is that if you go back 400 years ago, when those kingdoms were intact, we can't. It's not a. You're not really making a true comparison because we don't have any IQs for those people when they were in their natural environments. Because West Africa, as it is right now, that's not
What do you mean you don't have
natural.
no IQ for
Hold
people in
on,
Africa? You don't see them pyramids over
hold on,
there?
King J, but there were no IQ tests.
Have you heard of Naphtaliah?
King J.
You don't need an IQ test to know they smart enough to map the stars. Come on, brother. You know, on the Nile River they had Nile Indonesian, right? They had Nilometers, right? That would measure.
Yeah.
Yeah, they was Afro-Asiatic though.
Yeah. So the point that I was making was the environments that we're calling natural, particularly in Western Central Africa. You're looking at after hundreds of years of bloodletting, hundreds of years of brain what do you call it? Brain drain, right? From colonialism, from civil wars that resulted from the pressures of colonialism. I'm saying we don't have any IQs for when when those kingdoms were intact to say that it's endemic. You get what I'm saying, Chef? I don't know if you're still there. Fucking somebody head up. But yeah, anybody else could speak to that, man. Like, so the idea that we're kind of endemically intellectually inferior, particularly that ancestral group, as Fetty would say, particularly dealing with West and Central Africans, that's that the IQ level of those people now in modern day, and also those IQs. Are you basing that off the Richard Lynn map, by the way, Chef? Because that's what most people use. The world map IQ.
The what?
Yeah, there's an IQ world map. Logic,
Yeah, you talking about
where
Richard Lynn. A lot of people got problems with Richard Lynn joint because he
yeah,
kind of he picks and chooses which groups from certain African countries is being dealt with, and he's not taking into
right.
account
So he
a lot of
cooks he cooks the books in terms of like the samples that he uses. You know, they manipulate data,
You
but they
can't
do
throw
that in
everything away though,
every.
Haskell. Don't throw everything away. But yeah, he definitely it is controversy on that side. Like I don't
Well,
agree with that part.
I'm Blackologist. I'm Blackologist's final boss.
I
So
got
you already know how I go. When it comes to Richard Lynn, that shit down the toilet, the whole kit and caboodle. Fuck him. He's a white supremacist. He manipulates data to push white supremacy, and that's the end of that from my
Yeah, certain
vantage point.
stereotype. Yeah, I got
Yeah.
you. I got you.
So
Hold on,
I don't
you
know if
said
there's
he
some
cooked the
other.
book.
Go ahead.
You said he
Say
cooked
what
the
now? Go
books.
ahead.
You
Yeah, he
said his
cooked the
shit
books.
wasn't.
Absolutely.
Oh wow,
Yeah.
I ain't know that.
They even have like in the Sudan where I can't remember if it was Sudan or Ethiopia where they took sample size of like 20 children from a whole different country to represent a different country, and then he had instances where a set of student a sample group tested really high, and he disregarded that. He said, "Oh, that's what would you call it? Statistically something." He said, "No, we can't use that." So he would use all the ones that are
Probably was
low
trying to
for
get
the
a big.
Africans. He'd use
Yeah,
that shit. Yeah, and all the ones that are
yeah.
high, he would leave that out. Yeah, like it's. But again, that's why I
Because of
always tell y'all
contamination.
you can never go wrong. I don't care if it's in the field of virology. I don't care if it's in the field. I don't care if it's in the field of the IQ shit. I don't care if it's in the field of when they do these genetic tests with these mummies and they say, oh, it's Mediterranean, North Neolithic, blah 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 blah. If you start with the default position that these crackers is lying, 9 out of 10, you will not go wrong. I guarantee you.
I'm saying,
Because in every
but you got white
instance,
people who
they
give the right
always
information though.
nah, most def. You got some solid folks that's checking the bullshit, but I'm just saying it's been proven time and time again that they're constantly manipulating data. Like it just once you see the same pattern over and over and over, you have to view these things with skepticism.
But also at the
I
same
mean,
time,
I think that's
I don't need Lynn. I don't need Lynn to know that a lot of those African countries IQs are lower compared to other countries all over the world. Like I don't need Lynn. Like yeah, the nuance of the particular score, like the direct score, but I don't need necessarily Lynn to know that certain countries like that just gonna finish lower in score.
well. This is what I'll say. As far as I'm aware, I don't know of any other scientists or anthropologists or I don't know what field that would fall under that have done something similar to what Lynn did in terms of like having an IQ map.
Ask
If it is, I'd be intrigued to.
It's
Yeah.
a lot of them. I mean,
Pascal,
they
do
got
you
world database. They got world databases that they use like IQ national studies and shit like that. So if you
Pascal,
could just look at
do you think that environment shapes your IQ or influences your IQ?
Environment, social environment, or like physical environment. You talking about like climate? I think
Either
things
or.
like having
Either or.
well, having access to resources, particularly good drinking water, food. So health is prime, right?
Mhm.
Not being hungry. I think those are the absolute base blocks when it comes to scoring on intelligent tests high. So, and that's and peace, right? Stability.
Mhm.
If you're in a war-torn country and you running all over the place, you're not going to school. Obviously, that. So when it comes to when it comes to environment, those sort of factors, yes, absolutely.
Okay.
question. Hey,
But
Haskell, can I
what
ask you a
these
question?
people like,
Can I say something real quick? Oh, no, I was muted earlier. But so when you say that Africa has this, West Africa has these low IQ scores, you do know that there's regions. So are we being sure that it's regional? Because I'm sure that there's other areas in Africa where there's areas where they have high IQ scores, like possibly Libya, Chad,
Yeah, they're in different. Yeah,
Sierra
it's
Leone.
different ranges. That's a fact. Yeah, it's not
Right.
all just
So
60 and some got 70, 85. Yeah.
I looked it up. One dude got
what's the
a
name?
score of 190. So his name's
We're
Philip
not talking
something.
about individuals.
Oh no, yeah, you talk about
Yeah,
individual data. We talk about like
Yeah, we're not.
mean
that's
group data, dealing with
individually. I'm
mean
just saying.
averages.
I'm just saying that even the individual highest score is an African.
No,
With
they
the
tell you that. They
190.
tell you that.
But
Like a bell
yeah.
curve model measures
So
outliers.
why
Every racial
why are
group
we
has
so why
outliers.
are we trying to make it seem like Africa? the understanding that I got was like we're trying to make it seem like Africa as a whole are known for low IQ scores.
Nah,
But
nah, nah. King J, I
Nah,
think you
nah,
might
nah.
got some of us.
you're just talking about a
King
particular
J,
region within
King
Africa
J,
that
just so you know,
happens to have low
I
IQ
don't
scores.
know if you've been listening to the conversation or not, but I am the Blackology final boss. So when you
West
talk about the
Africa.
Egypt shit, I'm with all of that. I
You
say
know,
we number
you
one.
stay on point. I'm just stay on point on what
Yeah,
we just
yeah.
talking about.
But
You heard what I
but
said,
but
right?
but what,
Let me add. Let me add. When you talk about genetics and biology and like IQ
I'm the
and who
final boss.
you need to always know the premise is going to be no reason to give this credit to black folks for no reason. There's no point. They're going to give it to whomever they already got. History has what it do. You know what I'm saying? So you cannot believe any of this stuff, especially on the genetic side. Like on your own genetics, when you run your own genetics, that's different. But when they're finding samples and they're comparing it to a set of other samples that don't include Africans, mostly Levantine and North Africa, you can't. All this stuff is rigged, man. You really can't. It's
But
sad.
see,
It's really, really sad
I don't
because
like
you
your
can't
I
wording
say.
agree and
because
disagree because it's
wait,
not a lot of
can I just
samples
stop
being
you?
submitted. Yeah, I agree with that.
Because
We're not in
when
that
you
time
say
yet.
North African, you're saying that's like that's not in Africa. You talking like them because
No, no, no.
they act
Yeah,
wait
yeah.
they act wait they act like Egypt is not a part of Africa, right?
They not sub-Saharans though. They not
Well,
sub-Saharans.
yeah. Well, that's the whole thing. Like
But that's racism. What do you mean they're not sub-Saharan? They got to
They're
be
not
sub-Saharan to be
sub-Saharan.
to be black.
That's what I said.
You
They're not
subscribe
sub.
to that?
what?
They're not
If you're not a
basal.
sub,
They're not
if you're not
basal
a
African.
subject, but you know gene flow migrations, right?
Oh,
So
I
Black
what do
got.
you?
Black
I,
Egypt, here
I,
we come.
I got our ancestors. I'm saying our ancestors where we came from, and the genetic
migrated.
profile of the people in Egypt, two completely different.
No, actually, that's incorrect. So
Oh my God.
you do know that the Nubians came from the
Our
south, right?
Egyptians, our
The
Egyptians
first,
specified
hey,
as sub-Saharan.
listen, wait. Let me tell you. Yes, the old kingdom would have been the Nubians that came from Kerma, from Napata. They would have been the ones who would have been the old kingdom,
Oh man.
the Sus. So those were would have been sub-Saharan Africans
You
for
talking
sure.
about Nakada?
Now
Them
when you're
people
talking
been
about
had back migration ancestry.
when
from
you're talking
the
about
black
later
folks.
on with hold on, we talking later on when the Greeks come and Ramses and all that later on dynasties. Yeah, it's an admixture then. Yeah, it's an
So you saying
admixture
they have
later on.
admixture? So you saying they want no
Later
admixture
on,
of back migration? None of that during the old kingdom?
not
He
in the old
killed you,
kingdom.
Teddy.
No,
He killed you, Teddy.
they were
Nigga
straight
said he killed
Negroids.
me.
No,
Nigga, did you hear what he
listen.
said regarding Egypt?
Yeah,
Nigga,
they
no,
were
like,
straight. They were
hey,
straight. They were
we
the old
been
kingdom.
I'm
The
not. I'm not
I
being.
King
educate.
J,
Yeah,
King J,
yeah.
hold
I,
on,
How you
hold
killed
I,
on,
him,
King
Chef?
J.
How you killed him?
Cool.
I,
I
King
got.
edu-
J, hold on, real. King J,
If I
we
hold
got
on
can
How
real
we
you
killed,
can
quick,
if
killed
I
him?
right?
got killed on that,
Hold
I
on, y'all.
educate
Hold on, y'all.
I
We've
educate
been
you,
doing
but we
good.
can
Hold
look.
on, King
Go
J.
ahead.
Hold on, King J. King
Oh
J, hold
yeah,
on.
let's get back on
The
track.
new,
One at a
the
time.
old
we've been
king,
doing
niggas act
really
like they know.
well.
One at a time.
Hold
One
on,
at a
Fetty. Hold
time.
on,
One
Yeah,
at a
Fetty.
we
Hold
time.
on,
Yo.
Fetty. Hold on, Fetty. Hold on, Fetty. Hold on, Fetty. Listen, we've been doing really well for like a month and a half. We haven't been talking about no Egypt shit, right? We done made DQ proud and all, right? So we gonna continue that trend, right? So for the record, King J, this particular conversation we're
The
having right
subject,
now
yes.
is dealing with the who our most immediate or most recent ancestors were, and
Okay.
that's specifically West and
West
Central
Africa,
Africa.
for
Right. So
sure.
we're going to constrict the discussion strictly there. All
Okay.
right. But go ahead.
Okay. That's fine.
Yeah. So King J, just so you know, I'm on your side, right? Because the IQ test, it's the data is manipulated. You know, it's a bunch of bullshit. Just so you know, right? And there's plenty of the development of metallurgy in West Africa. We talk about the Insibiti script. We talk about the
But
a
Biddy
boat.
script is like 400 AD. That's recent. That's not even old.
No. They actually dated back much recently. They've pushed the date back much farther.
Oh, did
They're
they?
talking about like
Conversation.
4,000 years back. They've pushed it back significantly recently, right? But there's plenty of achievement in West and Central Africa's history to refute this idea that somehow low intelligence or whatever is endemic to our ancestral group.
Yo,
You know, we don't
Oscar,
got to run the
yo,
easy.
can you hear me? Yo, Oscar.
Yeah. Yeah, I can hear you, brother. Yeah.
All right. I want to know this part of it though. Right? Is there relative? All right. So if you're taking an IQ test and you're measuring an IQ test based on metrics for the African environment, which allows you to be successful, right? Then you would measure high rate of IQ scores within the context, right? But now if your IQ test is geared towards this modern European statesmanship and the skills it requires to operate in that, and you have to learn that, wouldn't there be an expectation that you necessarily wouldn't score as high? You have to learn because somebody else is introducing a whole new metric for which the IQ is rated. So you have to learn to navigate and this new concept of statesmanship and political play that's outside of tribalism.
Yeah, I mean, I'd agree with that, but Freddie makes the point. Freddie makes the point all the time that the IQ test predicts like how successful you'll be given in a particular environment. He makes that point all the time. So, you know, that speaks to what you're saying.
That is a good thing what Anathema is saying, because like we are in a environment to where, again, like I'm not saying what Chef is saying because there's no data to prove that, but if you take a group or a population that has a completely different culture and you try to and years later you expect that same group to operate on the same, I guess, optimal level as the same group that's been practicing a lot of those same things, whether it's taxes, navigation, and shit like that, whatever, right? Is that like is that unrealistic to think that you can take, say, a group that again has a completely different way of living and shit like that? Not to say which one is superior or the other. It's just, you know what I mean? It's like the whole thing of a hunter gatherer. Y'all know how like those Maasai people are becoming like Christian missionaries and shit like that.
Nah. Because because you know what the first thing that popped in my head was when you said that was sports, and how as we as Black Americans, no experience in tennis, we the best in tennis now. We water polo, we the best in that. Swimming, we the best in that.
I agree with that.
No
The outlier,
baseball.
deal with outliers, but like
you see
on
how
a baseline level.
you see how they had the Negro League, right? And they took all the best players from the Negro League and put them in you know what I'm saying, like Jackie Robinson, Satchel Paige, like. So I disagree with that. Also, I want to say that the African genome should be the most advantageous genome in whatever environment that it is, right? Because the African genome is the genome
King J,
that
we're
will
talking about
meet
a social environment. We're talking about a
same
social
thing. It
environment.
don't matter. It's still a dominant
in Western
But
society.
what I'm saying is that anything that was white would be recessive. It wouldn't be black is
No,
dominant, even
but
mentally.
that's
So
not
don't
talking
think
about social. That's not talking about a social environment, though.
that's propaganda.
King J.
Because
No,
they that's propaganda through
no, King
socialism.
J. Listen what I'm saying.
Where now you think that.
No,
But I
listen,
don't
King J.
I've never
King J, listen. For instance, on one of the IQ tests that Richard Leonard administered, I believe it was in Sudan, right?
Let me look
The
it up.
children hadn't even seen a pencil before, right? So they have no frame of reference to even take an IQ test. That's the point that we're saying when we say social
But
environment.
it doesn't mean that those they're
You see,
naturally.
Haskell, you see where that blackology will get you, right? Like when it's
No,
you go
because I
too
have
far
common
with the
sense. It
blackology,
doesn't
right?
mean it doesn't
Because
mean
it
that
got
those
you
skills.
now it's gonna take you to the recessive and dominant and all the rest of the wild ass. You know what I mean? Like so, like
Yeah, I brought that up. That's what I brought up.
you gotta.
Yeah, but that's
understand.
bad. That's bad blackology, Corey.
That's
That's
what I'm
It's
saying,
not.
Haskell. So when
No, but he
you gotta have the
brought up.
blackology in the right dosage. So when
No,
you gotta know when you're getting too far.
You deflect. He's saving them right now. But listen, the point about not
King
having a
J,
pencil, that doesn't mean
he's like a
mean
proto.
any.
He a proto blackologist, right?
No,
He like
listen.
in the yeah.
So listen, I want your point to make sense.
You
You
got
said
that
the children they
archaic
have a pencil,
blackology,
right?
man.
we got to kill the
But
premise
so
that
does not
we
having
have
does not having a pencil mean that the children did not have the natural ability to be smart enough to, if they did have a pencil, to get a high score? Like, it doesn't make sense. You're not making sense. That's why I'm trying to stop you before you even go further. Like,
most
what?
African Americans
What you
have
just said was
a
wild,
haplogroup,
man.
right? And the haplogroup still happens to begin with E. So if you know what a haplogroup, and if you know look into what that means, E means East Africa. So we have
But
this
we can
premise that
start.
the West
No, that
Africans
doesn't. No, that does
came
not
out of
mean
the
East
ground.
Africa.
Came
It
out of
does
the
not. E
ground.
does not mean
That
East
premise is
Africa.
incorrect. West Africans didn't come out of the ground from West Africa. Your haplogroup tells you. You know what I'm saying? So most African Americans.
We can start with A double O, and we can talk about how it mutate
Yeah,
and
I'm
went
just
into the
saying
South.
it's not
But you ain't
like
telling me
it's
nothing
not a
new.
binary. It's not like you all were always like that's not true because the haplogroup would not be what it is.
It's called mutation. Genomes mutate within Africa when they change different environmental environments. The genome mutates. So
No,
that's
I'm
why
not
we had.
talking about. I'm
That's
talking about the premise that the people that came from the slave folks, African Americans. You know what I'm saying? That they all the last place they saw was at West Africa, but they came from all over the place. Your haplogroup tells you.
Man, get the fuck, bro.
You mean to say you don't know what your haplogroup mean?
What?
Bro, you talking
Oh,
about haplogroups, my nigga. Bro,
you don't even know
majority
what
of
he's
our
talking about.
ancestral homeland was Western Central. Bro, we niggas ain't coming from Egypt. I hope you don't think that.
You sound good, but your
My
haplogroup is going to tell you
my
what you
my
really
D-
are.
Bro,
my
Like
it's
D- my D-
specific
you,
my
like
subclades of
you
DNA
a
said that
saying,
I.
haplogroup, bro. You got E1,
like you
B1,
know, saying
A7.
like
It's
you were
different. Come
born in
on, brother.
America. Is that what you're saying?
How did we get to
Man,
Egypt,
y'all niggas,
bro?
bro. This shit is
You don't
You
believe
done
in
brought it back up again.
like your own genetics. You don't believe that fact that most African Americans their haplogroup starts with EM this, E1B.
again, there's specific subclades in E that splits
Yeah,
off
that's
and
what I just say. Yeah,
let me finish. Let me
exactly.
finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. You're trying to use an argument to lump the E haplogroup when you're not taking into account specific subclades and mutations of that E haplogroup that branched and happened in certain places of Western Central Africa, bro. So you can't like these arguments are so like
The
fam.
E haplogroup
You was about
mutation
to say
doesn't
niggas
happen
from
in
the
West
slave boats
Africa
came
though.
from Egypt.
They're always going to continue to have, even past. They're always going to continue to have. But what I'm saying is, it was 70,000 years ago or less. It was east. It came from the east and it went to the west.
Bro,
That's the.
just look at the genetic
No,
profile of all
that's
African
not
Americans.
true. That's not true. It
Just
started
know,
from the West.
just know what haplogroups are and how to read each
Bro, you
letter
talking
Let's
about
in the
let's
haplogroup.
let's
haplogroup.
hey, let's get some clarity and just start at the beginning. It started with A, right? A starts in West Africa. That's the first patrilineal. That's the A double O. A starts in West Africa, so you're wrong with saying it starts in the East and went west. It starts in the
Y'all
West,
niggas
and it's
crazy.
all
E
and
doesn't
You
mean
all
made that
haplo
up.
all
I'm,
haplogroups
I'm
I'm gonna
started
have
literally
in the
to
thinking to
West.
bow
myself,
out.
yo,
I'm gonna bow
yo,
out. And
y'all literally
go
sound
in the chat.
crazy as shit right now, bro.
Yeah, A double O starts in West
100%.
Africa, and it goes into
I'll
the
just
West.
throw it
Then
in the chat.
we see the koi
A
sign
double
in
O
South
You're gonna
is
have
a
Africa.
to.
ghost
You're gonna have
game.
to
That is
understand it.
ghost. We don't know what that shit is. You
We
can't
do.
even use
I do.
that's not the base of
He
I
said he
our
do.
do.
as our haplogroup. That's a mark that they saying there. That don't even make sense what you're saying. But I'm go back on me.
So we'll go.
Nah,
So then when we look
somebody
at the
said he do, bro. So you got to move out the way.
No, he said it starts with A double O. A
double
double
O,
O was yeah, that's a ghost gene,
that's
right?
not a ghost game. No, it's not.
Okay.
See what I'm
All right,
saying?
bro.
He said he know, bro. That's what I'm saying, chef.
The A double O turns into what? The A double O one A. That's the koi sign. That's in the South. We find them in South Africa. Then it goes up. That's my understanding.
Yeah,
And then we
you're
find it go.
understanding all.
It goes into E, and when we get in E, we find E, like he said, in East Africa.
Bro, all
Then we
human
find the E.
beings
We
come
find the
from East
EB
Africa.
one.
All human beings come
No,
from
but see, but hold on. I'll correct you. That's where you got it wrong. That's your maternal lineage. That's the MTA That's the micro DNA. That's the
Niggas
woman.
said
yeah,
The
micro is
black woman.
mitochondria.
The black woman. Mitochondria. Yeah. The black woman was found there. The man was found in West Africa. It's it's two different ones.
So he existed without a woman. Somehow they popped up in two days. Man.
No, what you said was the woman. You wanted to know what you just named in East Africa. That's the woman. But the A
So
double O is
the A is the man?
it's the Y chromosome. It's the Y. A is your Y.
That's not true.
Yes, it is.
Yeah,
A is not the Y chromosome. Are you crazy?
What the hell?
X is the woman. Are you crazy?
No,
X is the woman.
Nah,
Y
maternal
is the man.
haplogroups is L.
How
Maternal
can you move
haplogroups
forward
is
without
L.
even knowing basics?
You guys are
Maternal
crazy.
haplogroups is L0, and then that's what's L0A and shit like that. And
Yeah, and that's in West Africa. That's where he's talking about in East Africa. I'm talking about West Africa.
But
On
nah, they
point.
do a lot of phylogenetic models do put A00 as
It is.
it says that that Albert Perry discovery, the dude in South Carolina, they saying that discovery of A00 will change the phylogenetic tree and, like, you know what I mean, the origin date of humans. It's still unknown though, like Chef said, you can't definitively, you know, because it's still up there. But I see what
That's in West
brother
Africa.
said.
That's not East Africa.
Yeah, Jebel Irhoud A00 was found in Morocco.
Yep.
And shit like that.
So it
Yeah,
shows
but ain't that
it shows the migration. So that shows the migration. That shows the migration from West.
I think that's an archaic marker. I don't think that's
It's an archaic
Homo
marker. Yes.
sapiens sapien. Yeah,
It's not.
so we ain't right. So y'all fucking that up. Like, won't y'all slow down?
No, it's not Homo sapiens sapien. You're right.
Exactly. So how you gonna make that the basis?
But the Y.
Can I read this real quick? Let me
Go
read
ahead.
this real quick. The two most basal lineages of haplogroup A, A0, and A1 prior to the announcement of the discovery of haplogroup A00 in 2013 have been detected in West Africa, Northwest Africa, and Central Africa. It suggests that these lineages may have emerged somewhere in between Central and Northwest Africa. Scozzari 2012 also supported the hypothesis of an origin in the northwestern quadrant of the African continent for the AB-A0 haplogroup. So yeah, a lot of people do
area.
Yeah.
Yep. That's it.
I don't even make sense.
That's it. It do make sense.
Now look it up.
What is that? No, what
are
y'all saying? Hold on. Since you read that, now you got to make that make sense.
Haplogroup A, if you know, like, the phylogenetics of haplogroups, A is the most basal, like A, and then you have subclades of A. What I just read was that they're talking about before the discovery of, you know, the Albert Perry and all of that, 2013. They said that the most basal lineages was A0 and A1. So again, this discovery of haplogroup A000, a lot of scientists actually back up the model to the origin of humans, like a couple thousand years back, as a result of that Albert Perry discovery and shit
And I think A11A is supposed to be like the koi sign. That
it's different subclades, right? It's different subclades, but it's a ghost. What Chef is saying regarding the ghost population, it's only a specific group in Cameroon that has been found to even have this in modern times. So I see what Chef is saying.
Yeah. So, hey, did y'all clear up the
So make that make sense, because if
Y?
you stay.
Did y'all clear
You know,
up
a lot
yet?
of them humans, bro. You know, a lot of them humans. It's tough to kind of classify them as anatomically modern human. So, like, when it's kind of tough, Chef. So that's why I say, like, you right, because it's still up in the air, but they're questioning the start date for anatomically modern humans, Homo sapiens.
But even Homo erectus was found in Tanzania. Originates in Tanzania. It's never going to be in the East. That was my argument, that this is East and went West.
Tanzania is the East.
Just to clear up,
Tanzania is South, bro. It's all the way to South.
But
The bottom
it's East.
No, it's not East.
And just for clarity, did y'all clear up that A00 is a Y? Like, that's Y, right? We on the same page?
It definitely is.
Because
patrilineal. It's
and Y is male, right? Y is paternal, patrilineal, right?
Yes.
Yeah, A and L, like L0.
Let's make sure we're on the same page.
Yeah, we said that. Yeah.
No, I said that. The other brother was in disagreement with that.
No, somebody else said otherwise.
I don't know why we got stuck on the haplogroup thing. I think Chef was trying to make a evolutionary argument, and it's not it sounds kind of fringe. You know what I'm saying? So we may got to bring it back to at least.
I'm going back to Homo erectus.
So yeah, he trying to talk about the Ewar Leru.
He don't know where Tanzania is at. He do not know where Tanzania.
So now where's Tanzania at, bro? Tell me.
Tanzania is Southeast Africa, bro.
Thank you.
South, all the way at the bottom. It's only east because it's close to the.
You like he's smart enough to know that Tanzania is in Southeast Africa, but like his hard headedness would just keep having him argue with me about the bullshit.
I would argue that Tanzania is closer to Central Africa than it is to South Africa. It's because it's so large that people are going to say it is South. But if you bring up the map of Africa, it is east of West Africa. It's closer to Central Africa than South Africa. But these dudes are going to tell you that Tanzania is in
Which
the
coastline? Which coastline does it sit on?
The east.
On the east coastline, right? Okay, thank you. I knew I was tripping.
And they're telling you that you're blind. You're not only dumb, but you're blind because we cannot bring someone from Africa and look where Tanzania is. Jeffrey, you believe that?
See, because this is what it be. It be in the textbook, but see, it seemed like that the IQ was fucked up, right? Because it's clearly in the textbook. But no, it's the hard-headedness. They don't want to listen to what the teacher say because they know better than what the teacher say. You see what I'm saying? That's what it is. It ain't IQ. It's just a bunch of hard-headed motherfuckers.
No. People going back to E, saying the E Appler group is because it's from the East. That so seriously, we're still having this genetic argument when we're talking about relatively new modern people. We're not going all the way back to 00, this, that bullshit. We're talking about where we came from. And people going all the way back, always bring up this E1, B1 bullshit.
Yeah, I agree with that.
You stop bringing up this bullshit, man. From the inside, you open the mouth and start talking about E1, B1. Somebody needs to shut the fuck up.
I tried to steer the convo to go away from the haplogroup shit and get back to what we was talking about dealing with environment, like niggas.
Yeah, the inside somebody start talking about E, double G's, double that, 00 rate, and start because they can recite all 20 haplogroups.
And you know they trying to tie us to Egypt. That's the play, Stu P. That's why they say we all the same.
I know. Yeah. I listened to it and I said, please, somebody say shut the fuck up. Somebody just say shut the fuck up. But nobody said shut the fuck up. Anytime anybody, if we're talking about genetics, good. We understand that. If we're talking about ancient history, good. If we're talking about archaic humans, good. But we're talking about relatively 500-year history. 500 years. We have not had any genetic drift or shift of any great magnitude in the last 500 years. So why are you trying to use genetics?
That is what Chef was talking about. Chef was talking about that. Chef want to go back to Homo erectus. So what you talking about?
Chef just wants agitated to say that, listen, West Africans breed
Okay, well, it wasn't the people that brought up A00. You need to talk to Chef. Right. They walking with Chef crazy.
We need to talk about genetics.
I'm saying Europeans and other groups are basically they comfortable knowing that they share archaic human DNA that influenced a lot of things about themselves. And it seems like we're uncomfortable to acknowledge, that our archaic genes right? We used to laugh and poke fun at white people and call them Neanderthal. You dig what I'm saying? And all of that, but we might be Homo erectus. You dig what I'm saying? Nobody don't want to talk about that.
But
Nobody don't want to
Chef,
talk about that.
Chef, let's be
You might
honest.
be Homo erectus.
What? Let me say this. Chef, let's be honest. 20 years
Hey,
ago,
man,
20
this
years ago.
guy.
No,
I
let me say something,
mean,
please. Let me say,
Oh,
please,
God.
please, let me say something. 20 years ago,
Racism is a
Neanderthals were,
slippery slope,
no,
yo.
yeah, Neanderthals were described as some of the dumbest beings ever existed. All of a sudden now, Neanderthals are tool makers, they're advanced thinkers, they're all of this. The description of the Neanderthal from 20 years ago when it was tied to the African is different than how it is described today. If we go back and look at books, the Neanderthal was an idiot. He was a total idiot. Couldn't stop.
Today they can order the roast duck with the mango salsa and shit.
Right, but you know, they're making the roast duck with the mango sauce. They have bronze and they're more than just stone workers. They're starting to delve into ironworks. If you listen to history. And then our Africans now are dumb and they're placid and they're meek and they can't. If it was I see Chef put up a video. And for just acknowledging that video from that white man, you need 20 lash. We need to put it in the street and give you 20 lash.
Hey, that
We
point that
need
you just
20
brought up,
lash.
two piece. Hold on,
Yes.
that point you brought up about how they originally first used to talk about Neanderthals
Yes.
until they found out that they had way more Neanderthal DNA than us. Then all of a sudden, this Neanderthal was building rockets. This nigga had complex societies and all. Hey, these people funny, man.
Right.
They some funny people, bro.
Oscar, there was a video that Chef put up with the man who said Africans, only thing Africans invented was spears, because we're spear truckers. We didn't invent anything else. If it wasn't for the white man.
It was the bone harpoon. That what the one dude said, Chef.
Yeah.
That was Chevron's homie said.
Yeah, you said y'all
It
niggas
was the bone harpoon.
Bone harpoon.
Yeah,
That
spears.
was funny, bro. I was
that's
dying
cold than a
laughing, bro.
motherfucker right there, bro.
Yeah, that was beyond disrespectful. Nigga said the harpoon.
That's
Yeah,
But
nasty
he
work.
asked y'all to prove
That is
him wrong.
nasty work.
But in the video, he said, prove me wrong. He challenged motherfuckers.
He did say that though. He dead ass did
Like,
say
so
that.
I mean,
y'all
when the
do
nigga, when the nigga come down to
If you would
challenge,
take,
it ain't no
listen,
point to
if you
being
would
mad.
take time out of
Go
your
ahead
day,
and get
if
him
you
out.
would take time out of your day, if you
Ain't
would
no
take
point in
time
being
out of
mad,
your
huh?
life, right?
Oh, okay.
If you
If a
would take
nigga
time
say,
out of
yo,
your
I can beat
existence,
your
hold
ass,
on,
you say,
hold on,
nigga, do
Chef.
it.
Yeah, so look, Chef, this what I'm gonna say. If you would take the difference between a nigga saying they gonna beat your ass, they gotta be in front of you to actually make it happen, right? This is just some
Right.
goofy old nigga on it. This is just a goofy old nigga on the internet, right? So any information in regards to what's the Central African quote unquote sub-Saharan achievement that I would have to impart that I've learned would be something that I would divulge to people like myself who I believe it would benefit. I don't need the validation of some goofball dude on the internet to prove him wrong. I don't care.
All right, that's you. Now, anybody
That's the
else?
difference. I think
Hey, look.
because
If I
hold on.
could,
I'm
that
not
would be
done.
my
I'm not
effort
done.
to
I'm not
prove
done.
him wrong. If I could.
Because look, no, I could too. Listen, I could bring up the Ensabidi script. I could bring up metallurgy. Metallurgy alone kills that shit. But why would I go on his
You can bring up
platform?
ironwork.
Hold on. Why would I go on some goofball, racist platform to try to prove him? He's not interested in facts.
No, I ain't
Hold
saying
on,
you
listen
have
what
to
I'm
do it
saying.
to him.
Listen what I'm
I'm
saying.
saying we
Listen what
over
I'm
here
saying.
having a conversation.
We talk about, but come on now, Chef. You done talked to Rob Bourne and True Storing for years, Gullah, all of them. You know about metallurgy in West Africa. You know about the Ensabidi.
I think he mentioned
You know these things.
the iron working. I think the white man even mentioned the iron working though. So let's not.
Listen, I don't care. I don't care.
I think the white dude was
don't
talking
care.
about independent
I don't.
invention. I think that's what he was saying.
That was independent though. Again,
I got you.
we don't care. We don't care what he has to say or why. Who is he? Who was he? Why would
Right.
anybody take the time out of
My nigga Chef
because
subscribe to his channel.
day
He getting all the new videos.
it's
to prove him wrong?
It's
what?
thousands of white people in the comments amening that shit.
They Charlie Kirk.
So,
They Charlie
But
Kirk.
listen, hold
so
on.
what?
You you
So
can
what?
say so what you can
Listen,
say so
similar
what,
to
but we
listen, real
okay, I'm gonna let you
quick, Chef, real quick. Charlie Kirk, right, was going around college campuses purporting to have debates, and he was just expressing his opinion, right? This is a man who said that Trayvon Martin hunted George Zimmerman. Just a complete distortion of the facts, right? The point being is these people aren't interested in debates. For something to be a debate or a discussion, there has to be something called good faith, right? People like the goofball on that YouTube channel, they don't care about the facts. They're there to press an agenda. So if you're the dummy who engages with that shit, then he's right about your IQ. You know what I'm saying? And I don't care how many goofball racists is in his chat co-signing. Who gives a? There's nothing that you're gonna say that's gonna convince them otherwise. You realize that, right? There's no argument. No matter what metallurgy you bring up, or bring up the fact there was an 8,000-year-old boat found in Nigeria, or you bring up there's nothing that you're gonna bring up that they're gonna say, man, you know what? Man, I was wrong about this racist shit, man. You right. It's never gonna happen. So you be
Chef.
chasing your own tail, trying to,
Hey, Chef, I got a question. How many Africans came from West Africa when the transatlantic slave trade to America? Would you say around the
all of them.
I think it's like 40 million or something like that.
40 million? Well, that's the population of black people in America now. 40 million.
Yeah, I
But
think that's how many came over here.
No, I
To
think
America.
it was 40 million
How many
slaves came
was
to
it?
America.
Huh?
But when I looked it up, it said 300. When I looked it up, it said about 300,000 that came to America specifically from West Africa.
That's the United States. That's talking about the continental United States.
Exactly. That's only what
the
I'm
whole
talking about.
no, but the
That
whole
ain't to
West.
the
I
Americas.
know it's
That
more.
ain't
I know
all
it's more. I know it's more, but I'm asking for a specific reason. So
of
300,000 came here, right? We have a population of 40 million black people in America now, right?
Uh-huh.
Do you know how do you know how many years it would take for a
So we was
population to
already here.
grow?
So we was
No,
already here.
I'm not saying any of that.
So what the fuck could that mean?
This is math. Let's do the math first before we speculate. So it would take for that population to grow from
Number, but you don't believe none of the
300,000.
rest of the
I did the number.
I don't
I
agree
did
with
them.
300,000. I don't agree.
I mean, what you
My,
say?
That's ridiculous.
my thing is, how did he believe the source that told him 300,000, but the rest of the source he don't agree with none of the rest of the source though.
What are you talking about? This is my. I'm asking this for a reason. This is my theory. Now I'm asking you. Do we know how many years it would take for the population to grow from 300,000 to 40 million today? How long would that take?
How long? Tell me.
You know what
people
don't
don't
fucking going on. The birds and the bees. Your mama and them should have told you about it.
With the population growth, I'm trying to tell you, with the population growth of 1.6, with the population growth of 1.6%, it would take 300 years. So
here we are, 300 years later.
It's been 300
You
years.
just put yourself. Drop a bomb.
Okay. We adding it up.
Oh, goddamn, bro.
Yeah, you just killed yourself.
It was a
You just
question.
jumped
Y'all
off
have.
the building.
What do you mean? I didn't make a point. It's a question. I'm asking a question.
And then you gave the answer.
Okay. So when date are we ascribing to the slavery? 16? What? 15?
300
Yeah,
years ago.
we started arriving here in the 17th century, which is the 1660s, I think.
16,
Yep.
15, 16, 15.
Yeah, that's the
So you
17th century,
so you
around
wasn't making a
1660.
point. You was talking for
And they
nothing.
stopped bringing slaves over in 1832.
Oh my
And
God. Bro,
Bro,
I just said the
I'm just
You know
doing
people
math,
can
brother. We
travel
making
without
up
being
questions.
slaves now.
I'm just doing because I ain't no FBA, none of that. So I'm just doing some math.
So
That's
you were
all.
just saying that to say nothing. Come on, King J.
right.
What you were saying that to say what?
Conversation, brother. I'm bringing it to the table, bro, for conversation. So that's all.
He
Dialogue.
said 300 years and it was the perfect population. All that was a
That's
statement.
19.
There wasn't even no question in it.
No, we doing the math, brother. I'm just running the numbers by it.
No,
You
it did the
understand?
math for
One
you.
point,
It did the
one
math
point,
for you. You didn't have to do no
one
math.
point six.
Why do
Okay, so
one?
y'all agree.
No
So
more.
y'all agree. So y'all agree with those numbers, right?
Yes, no, I think it was way more.
Yeah, no,
You
for the
think
sake of conversation, let's see where he's going. Yes, we agree with the maths. Go ahead. Let's see where you're going. Let's see where you're going.
okay? So let's see where it will take us. So the 300 years, 1600s, what was that? 1915. So
Dude,
around 1915, we will see a population of about 42 million black people in America.
all right,
Is that is
yes.
that is that is that what we see or saw?
No, no, yes. Just say yes. Continue.
Yes.
Continue with the argument.
Let's
Let's
look,
hear
let's look
you.
it up.
No, stupid. This is ridiculous because
Let's
people
look it up.
travel. They don't just. It's just.
No, no,
This
no,
is just ridiculous.
no, no. Stop talking. We want to hear
People
him out.
traveling.
We want to hear his conclusion
He
that he
already
came
at
to.
the dead. He already crashed the car. Stupid.
No. We want to see him survive. So we can trample him. Make sure he die. Come, continue. Continue. Because we need to hear these bullshit arguments to the finality. Then we start trampling people. That's my new thing now. Go ahead. Why you pull back? Where are you?
No, I was looking it up. I was trying to see what it said.
No, but it's something
So
you
it said
research already.
19. So it said we're doing the math, brother. I'm doing math. So it said in 1975, the population for black people in the U.S. was 20 million.
All right.
It was about
Okay.
half. It was about half of that.
Yeah. All right. So, what's your conclusion now?
So it ain't adding up.
No. All right. So, and as a result of it not adding up, what conclusion did you come to? Let's hear you out. We're giving you the floor.
That if we have 42 million people in this, or 46, some would say, black people in America now, we started with 300,000.
Mm-hmm.
Shit. Somebody had to be. Some of them had to be already here.
There it go. There it
Oh,
go.
there it go. Boom. Boom. We was waiting on all of us was waiting on it.
Some of them had to.
All of us here was waiting on
No,
this
you know what I would
stupid
say though.
argument.
You know what I would say though. Some of those Mesoamericans, some of them Indians, they when they get are in the census where they're counted as colored people, that definitely has a part to play in it.
Oh God.
It gotta be. Where we get all these people coming from? That's black.
Talk to these niggas, Jay. Tell them.
It's 46 million of us right now. We all came from West Africa.
Somebody can get a class and start.
46 million black people in America right now all have ancestry directly from West Africa. It's hard to believe for me.
What?
One central. We all came from Benin and Togo. Like, let's not play with, but because actually most of the slaves went to Brazil, South America, not America.
There's too many niggas for that to be
It's too
possible.
many. It's too many. We fucking hard.
Listen, we're not even rebutting.
There's too many of these niggas.
We fucking
They say you got too many niggas for it to be possible for us to all come out of one spot. Ain't no damn way. Now I don't want to go down that rabbit hole. Can we just acknowledge that that's just not true?
How the fuck?
And it's really been
Can we just acknowledge that that's just not true? And then some kind of way, because we didn't came a long way, bro. We done went through Egypt and came all the way back to some more nonsense. And we kind of started out somewhere kind of good though.
You know what I'm saying? No, we went
We definitely
through
did. We definitely
we
did.
went
And
through
we done got
epigenetics.
derailed, and that's how we done got all the way here. For real, for real.
Like we already beat up epigenetic inheritance,
Nah,
gene
you didn't.
transfer. We did because it's not proven, brother.
Actually, the fact that you
Epigenetic.
still
If you
saying
ask,
you beat it up, that means you didn't hear what was really said. He
no, that
said
mean you might
like
you might have
it's
comprehended.
inconclusive even in
Right,
science. So how can
right.
you be making a definitive
Because,
statement about what it is? That's what
because
we're talking about.
because that was my stance. Freddie's stance was that epigenetic gene transfer was different than pangenesis. So you got to follow the argument,
Oh
brother.
Lord.
Man, yeah, you brought up, man, yeah, you messed up the convo dealing with Darwin and pangenesis and shit like that. Again, like you messed up the
Because
premise of me
because
even bringing up
because no
epigenetics. I wasn't. Hold on, let
epigenetic
me finish. Let
gene
me finish.
transfer.
Let me
Go
finish.
ahead.
Let me finish. I'm not talking about the historical context of epigenetics. I was specifically talking about what we know in 2025, and I also said scientists can't come with a definitive answer. So we just gotta, stay on what they say, but also acknowledge a lot of the shit we talking about dealing with environment has shown to have a profound effect on genes. So that's all I said. I didn't say it's the main none of that. So with anathema, I think what anathema was saying earlier kind of got undermined when he was talking about how just the variety of black students that he came across and how some learn in different ways, and a lot of those ways possibly could be dealing with the brain and how people learned in different ways. So, and then Chef came
Chef,
in with the whole, he came with the
let
Homo
me say this.
erectus thing, and that messed up everything.
Chef, I agree with you 100%. Some of these Negroes ancestors go back to some dumb Negroes for them to come up with dumb talking points and dumb thinking points and constantly hold on to it. I knew that it was going to, the end result was going to be that dumb argument. Everybody in the room was just waiting on it. Everybody, the black Americans are actually Native Americans. You came across the language, right? And when the Westerners came here, they acted like they had boats. But they didn't have boats. They weren't taking any Africans from Africa.
Well, I
The
just said do
majority
the
of
math,
Africans.
brother. We still haven't came to a conclusion of how it's possible, brother. It's just like
That's what you're going to lead to.
you want
That's
to
what
be
you're
from
going
West
to lead
Africa, brother. Be from West Africa, brother.
Hey, bro. How many black people you think are in South America? How many Africans you think are in South America right now? I'm just curious.
In
Africans or
Brazil,
South
over
America?
Yeah, yeah. How
over
many? I'm
100
talking about. Wait, not you, Stu. Not you, Stu. I'm asking the brother who said that he don't know how it's this many people over here. How many? How many black Africans or how many Africans do you think were taken to South America or just Brazil? Let's just. I'm gonna shrink it even more. How many Africans do you think were brought to Brazil?
He's
Hello?
not going to research that.
Yeah, I'm here.
He's not going to research. You're asking him.
Yeah,
He's not going to research that.
it's a two-part question though. I want to know how many you think are in Brazil right now, and then how many do you think were actually initially brought there?
Okay,
Because
let's
you
look it
realize
up.
all right, look it up, man. While we're talking
Let's look
about it,
it up.
right, just to help you out, just a little bit, right? Like there were more. There were more of us taken to South America than there was taken to North America. But look at how many of us, or how many African derivatives are in South America right now in comparison to the total that they told you was brought there.
No, but what it doesn't take into consideration either is that just as much was brought from the Caribbean to the Americas. 300,000 were brought direct from Africa, but hundreds of thousands were brought from the Caribbean to the Americas during the slave trade.
Okay,
It's
so
the same people.
it says taken. It's a you asked the question. So it says 5.5 million were taken to Brazil.
Okay, now
300,000 to America. So you want to see
okay,
how many there now?
okay,
Okay, hold on.
now
No,
look at
ask yourself how many were
how many
brought
are
from
in
America.
Brazil right now.
The one drop. If you use the one drop rule, 150 million. If you use the one drop rule, 150 million people of African descent are in Brazil. If you use the one drop rule, Brazil have a population of 200.
Even if I don't use the one drop rule, and I'm saying that if I wanted to study how many people are over there with at least 75% freaking West Central and everywhere else DNA,
About 100 million.
About 100 million.
Yeah, about 100 million. I'll give it about 100 million. 50% of the population.
I think it's more than that, but I want the brother to look it up so he'll be able to
Yeah,
kind of
I'm trying to figure out how to look
weigh it
at the
out.
slave descent.
No, but this brother also need to understand that the slave trade into Americas. That means the slaves are being transported all over the Americas. I mean, Caribbean. They originally came to Jamaica and Barbados. They found themselves in Mexico. They found themselves in Belize. They found themselves in Guyana, and then they found themselves in the Americas. This was a commodity that was being intertraded among slavers. So don't just think about the 300,000 that came here directly. Hundreds of thousands came from the Caribbean also.
2Ps, you also have to factor in the death rate on the plantation, the sugar
Yes,
cane farm, and something.
yes, but also the fact that the death rate in America also. The average slave didn't live to see 60, 70 years old. Because the plantation owner didn't have any use for a 70-year-old slave. He did not. Anywhere in the world, a 70-year-old slave cannot work.
You also got to take
You
into
think that's
account breeding after
Okay.
slavery was
So
outlawed
it
in
said,
America. It was
so it
actually
said in
slave
Brazil.
breeding.
So it said
The
in
breeding camp.
Brazil. So it said in Brazil, the population with slave descent, they say it's black and brown, preto and pardo. Black is 10%, and the brown is like 40% of the population. So whatever the total population of Brazil,
Of slave descent? No. Ask how
10%.
many black people or of African descent are in Brazil.
I just answered the question. I said it said
Well, you
45%.
just
It said 10%
of what?
are black, whatever the population is.
What is the pop, bro? Like that's what we're trying to
Bro,
get to. Numbers.
this is your argument. You could have been tried to look it up or something. I'm
It's
not
not an
doing so work for
argument,
you.
brother. I'm trying to.
All right.
I'm getting you to research for you. It's not for me.
You trying to make a talking point, not me.
You the one said you didn't understand, brother. I'm
Bro,
trying to
I
help you
didn't understand
understand.
anything, brother. You brought up this Brazil shit, not
You
me.
did say you didn't understand how
Brother,
so
no,
many
I
black
didn't.
people end up in
Anything you didn't
America.
understand.
That
We
was what
answered
you
this
said.
question about America, brothers. America. You brought up South America. This is your talking point. You're not walking me through nothing.
All right, let me ask you my question. Do you believe that Africa was the only source of slaves in America?
No.
Did they? Where else do you think they got slaves from?
Well,
African slaves.
can you identify who you're talking about? Who is the who?
I'm talking about African slaves.
Who owns
Do you
them?
think
Who are
that
you talking about? Be clear.
I'm talking about those West Africans that were taken over on ships to the Americas? Do you think that there's only 300,000 came to the Americas?
You said you're talking about West Africans. It says about 300,000 came from West Africa to America. Yeah, I believe that.
Yeah.
Do you have anything
And
other sources that prove different?
do you believe that any came from the Caribbean?
It says that yes, some 5.5 million went over that way. Yeah.
So 5.5 million went to the Caribbean, right? Think about it. Look at the geographical density of the Caribbean. If you combine all Caribbean islands, including Cuba, it's not. It does not occupy. It does.
It's
It
a
does
dense
not reach.
populated.
No,
We
no.
have it,
If you put
Brazil as
all
well.
lands, no, if you put all the lands in the Caribbean, we're 5.5 million slaves.
Brazil's pretty big as well. So.
Barbados and Cuba is where
Let
them
me
come
finish.
from.
No, it don't reach the size of Texas. So you're saying that 5.5 million came to the Caribbean. Yet still only 300.
That's
No,
including Brazil.
listen, brother. Listen. This
Mm-hmm.
that's including Brazil. That don't
Mm-hmm.
include Brazil
Mm-hmm.
because Brazilian record different than the English records.
Huh? The slave records show that the Portuguese and the Spanish colonized Brazil and brought those slaves over from actually a
Yeah.
little bit lower parts of of Africa, not exactly even West Africa to be exact. So, but go ahead.
All right. In
Uh-huh.
total, it's estimated that 12.5 million Africans were
So
abducted
we're
from
talking
Africa.
we're talking
Let me,
about we're talking about
let,
different colonizers. So the Spanish and the Portuguese
me,
are the ones who brought the slaves
let, me,
over to Brazil.
let, me,
The British
let, me,
and the French
let me
colonized
finish.
and the Dutch
Let,
colonized
let me
America.
finish,
Go ahead.
please. Let me finish. Listen carefully. It is
Mhm.
estimated, a modest estimate
Mhm.
says that 12.5 million slaves were abducted from Africa and taken to the New World. I'm calling the
Mhm.
New World Canada, America, all the way down to the tip of Argentina. That's
Mhm.
what they're saying, right?
Mhm.
Now,
Mhm.
if you look at it, they claim that more slaves were taken to the Caribbean than taken to the United States of America,
Mhm.
not
Correct.
recognizing that the Caribbean was a hub. Do you understand what a hub is? Just like how the airport in Georgia is a hub, all planes go there, but that's not the final destination. They go other places. So although 300,000 slaves were directly transported, according to the records, to the Americas, they don't acknowledge those that came from the hub, which was the Caribbean. At the time, Barbados and Jamaica was one of the major slave hubs for the English. We're not talking about Cuba now, because Cuba was already occupied by the Spanish, and the Americans were occupied by the English. So those two countries had more slaves coming to them than the Americans. And then from those countries, those slaves were also transported to the Americas.
And brother, we've done the slavevoyages.com plenty of times, brother, and got the record. We can tell you the names of some of the slaves that came over here and the names of the ships and the boats and the records of so brother, like it's not a mystery, brother. It's not a conspiracy theory of you know what I'm saying. You saying it didn't happen, but not producing something alternative that's showing what it is not gonna fly. So I understand you disagree, but you have to show me something tangible that shows something different. Show me a number. Show me something that beats the slave
Exactly.
voyage. Show me something that beats the slavevoyages.com, where we can go and look up the actual slave, type in the name of the slave ship and look at the cargo of the actual ship and what the cargo was and how many it
What is that?
was and where they came from and were they Wolof or were they Fulani or were they Mandinko or were they like, huh?
What are you saying that proves?
And we have records. So
Of
the number,
Africans
the number,
being
the number, the number is not in dispute, really. So unless you can show me something, another number, where is your document source at? A primary source showing an alternative number. Do you have one, or do you just have?
I don't even think nobody's arguing
No.
alternative number. I think that people are like I don't think you understanding like how numbers grow
If
or
you're
how
not, if you're
population
not, if you're not
grows.
arguing an alternative number, then what are you? What's your argument? Because I just asked the
There is
question,
no
how is it
alternative
possible?
number. You're saying how is it from
I gave
growth,
I gave a
from
growth
having
rate of
sex,
1.6
men and
percent.
women having sex together, have kids, children, which can be
And
multiples,
I
not
gave a
just
growth rate.
one.
I gave a growth rate. Are you familiar with it? I gave 1.6% was the growth rate. So I don't know if you even
But
comprehended that.
Where where is the
You
what
you
growth
might
rate
not
are
have
you
the
talking
comprehended
about?
growth rate was higher during slavery. The
the
growth
growth
rate was
rate the growth rate of the starting
higher.
population of 300,000. That's what we're starting with, the number
It was
300,000.
no.
That
Yeah,
population
but
has
the
a
growth
growth
rate
rate
was
of
higher during slavery. Yeah, but the growth rate was higher during slavery because women were encouraged and paid and given favor to have multiple
but
children. You
where
need
are
to
you
read your
getting
history.
your information from?
Read up on read up on the fact that women were 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 were, 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 were were
Now
given incentive to
you're
have.
stuttering.
I'm not stuttering. Somebody was calling to me and I took minds. Right? Women were insensitized. They were given monies. I were given
You
favors.
stuttering.
Or were
You're
given
stuttering again.
houses.
Slow down. Slow
Land.
down. Slow
Go
down.
and
Slow
read
down.
that. Dude. Dude, go and read. You don't read. It's proven that you don't read because you're
Reference me
just
to a
making
book.
stuff up.
Reference me to a book.
1.6%. No, I'm not going to help you. I'm not going to help you. I'm not going to help you because you
Okay,
started.
let's end the conversation then, because if it's
So
not gonna
can I
be,
can I ask can I ask another question? How many people were already here? How
before
many black people were
1492,
already here? Yeah, with
before
no connection
14,
to Africa. Yeah, how
I'm
many
not. You know
black
what?
people were already here?
I would have to look at what they. I do have a map that shows
No,
the Cahokia. I'm
You
checking.
you were
I'm telling
saying
you.
this is stuff you already know. So
Yeah,
how many
I'm
black people
proven.
are already here in
Black
comparison
people.
to the 300,000? How many black people? Because that's what we're talking about right now. Black people, right? You said there was black people already here with no connection to Africa, correct? Or am I wrong?
So when you say the word black, right? So this is where it's going to be the confusion on your part,
Are you
probably
black?
because
Are you
when
black?
you say
Are you black?
black, you're gonna.
You see a picture of me right there? See that in that orange right there? You see that picture of me? That's black. That's the black I'm talking
Um,
about. How many people that
if
look
we,
like that
I'm light
were
skinned
already
as
here?
hell, so I probably would look. I probably wouldn't pass for black, but I do. My mama and them black as hell, but I'm light skinned, so I probably.
Uh,
I'm gonna say I'm black, but shit, I probably
cool.
wouldn't back then. I wouldn't be. If what you know what I'm saying? Like, nah.
How many people look like you? Do you have straight hair or curly hair?
But see, that's why. So this is why when people talk about census and what they're gonna uh, choose to subscribe as, it's gonna be up to them. So
Got you. Do you have
you can
curly hair or straight hair?
listen. You can have mixed
I'm listening.
mixed
No,
DNA, and still
no,
say you're black. So that's what I'm saying. Like,
uh,
what are you? What is black?
I just told you. I just gave you
Only
a
people.
direct description. I told you I asked you how many people that look like me in this picture right here.
So we're gonna
How
do
many
color
people
censorship.
look like
So
me
brother,
in this
so if I
picture
could,
in America prior to slaves getting here? Because I know the slaves look like me. So
See
how
that?
many
like
people
Hey,
were
you,
see
already
that?
here
that's
that
not
look
a
like
good
me?
argument. That's not a good
See
argument
that?
because
I'm
the
not
Indian,
arguing. I'm asking you a
I think we should just
because
listen to him.
because
Hold on.
because listen, see that if
I
I give
think
you an
he's
honest
getting out
answer,
of it. Hold on, Jay, hold on. Hey, see that? And Street Beats, let's just listen to him, yo.
I'm
Because
he's not
listening
gonna.
to him. I'm just asking him a question. I haven't disputed anything.
Listen, I know, bro, you see that? If you just let him lay out what he's trying to say, you feel me? Like you'll have
Yeah, he
everything you
don't
need.
because he don't have. Yeah, see
No,
that's my
Because
former very
asking him
informed.
questions,
I'm
he's not
showing
He's
even
you
not
how
former
answering
that
your questions.
intelligent.
Hey, see
He's not
that?
even.
See that? He's not
Yeah,
even
So listen to
answering
what
your
I'm saying.
questions. He
see
listen,
that's
see
not
that?
even
Exactly.
forming.
That's
But
why
he's
He's
not
not
even
I'm
even.
telling you,
answering
he's
your
not going
questions,
to lay it
honestly.
out. Right,
Listen,
but
hold
that's
on.
what I'm
He's
telling
not
you,
even
he's not
see
going to lay it out unless I address
no,
the questions directly. So I'm
no,
trying to be more direct so that way we don't have to deal with the mumbo jumbo. I'm trying
but
to be direct and get a
no,
real understanding of where he's coming from when he says that people were already
he's
here
making this shit up. He's making
disputing.
it.
Hold on, wait, brother, let me
Oh
finish.
my god.
Disputing that black people here came from Africa. So if there were people already here, all I'm asking now is where are the numbers? Because he's giving me the numbers for the 300,000. He's telling me I got it right here. My sources are right here for the 300,000. Cool.
Right. So
So where are the
where are your
sources
sources that
for the
dispute that?
rest of the black people that were already
So
here?
right. So where are your sources of showing the number of the
See,
people who
that's what I
were?
was saying. See that
Yeah, 'cause he has no
you
source for
wasn't
nothing to
listening
prove
to me,
anything.
and I was trying
Like,
to explain. You gotta let him just talk. Yo, this is his class now.
let me talk.
He's
Okay, I'm
teaching
Somebody
us.
muted.
let
I'm
me
muted.
talk,
I'm muted.
please.
I'm muted.
Please let me talk.
Go.
Cause you can't dispute nothing I say. But no, are we playing with the numbers? 300,000. That was the number of slaves that came over here. What is your question? Because you asked
Nobody
me,
don't have no
you asked
question for
me,
you. Don't
you know,
nobody got no question for you.
no,
You go
I'm
ahead
just,
and teach us right now. Because when he was
no, we're
asking
talking,
you
no, me and
direct,
C-Dot are
let
talking
me
about,
talk, bro. Why you won't let me talk? When he was asking you direct questions,
You wasn't even answering them honestly. Like he was asking you direct. So now we just gonna listen to you, bro. Now you just go ahead and tell us everything that you're saying. If nobody is gonna ask you anything, you're gonna tell us exactly what you're saying and you're gonna break it down. Go.
Yeah. So the brother asked me who looked like me or him in America
Don't get hung up
before
on that. Go
14
back to your original point.
that is the question.
No,
Before
but that's
1400,
later on.
are
All
you
right,
gonna
I'm
let that's
gone.
the
I'm gone.
question that
I'm
that's where
gone.
we're at in the conversation. So yeah, before 1492, when Christopher Columbus brought the slaves over here, the question is, who looked like him over here? What was the population? So if I'm being honest, well, my grandma tell me, where she came from, and her background, I'm gonna say, uh, whatever the population of the Mississippian mound builders were, whatever the population of the Cahokian Indians that were there, the Mesquite, like I can look it up real quick. What's the Native American population? Before, like, come on now. We know that. Do you know how many black people walked the Trail of Tears with the Indians from Florida to Oklahoma? That
Bro,
had
can
that
you tell me how many?
that word
How many?
that
How
word.
many?
Now I'm supposed to be talking. You cutting me off. I
Well,
thought
no,
this was my
I
time
got a
to
question.
talk.
You threw out something. You said you should that we know, but I don't know. So can you tell me how many? 'Cause I don't know if of any black people that went through the Trail of Tears with Native Americans.
Before y'all ask questions, look up the answers first, so we ain't got to figure it out.
Because your grandmother is a fucking liar. And nobody in here
So
want to tell
now
you
I
that your
got to
grandmother is
disprove what you're saying. Just you can't. All right.
yeah, these grandmothers lie. Where
Okay,
did
my
they get this
grandmama
lie
lying. Your grandmama
from?
lying. How about
Yeah,
that?
your grandmother's a
She's
liar.
lying. You don't know where you from. Your
Grandma
daddy a
is a
liar.
liar.
How about that?
Yeah, but that is
Your
your
dead
grandmother never
daddy.
told me a bedtime story. Your grandmother didn't like the fact that she's black. I know you
No,
claiming black.
my grandmother hate that name, that word black. We never
I know,
identify with black in my family, in my
I know,
household. We never called ourselves Negroes because that's what black means, nigger. We never called ourselves niggers,
Neighborhood though.
Negroes.
I bet you take that box black on it.
We never identified it as
Now
that.
he on here lying.
Nah.
Now he gonna say his
We
family ain't
never called
never
ourselves
say that they was black.
black. My family
The
didn't.
fuck out of here. Where your
My
family
family
from?
never called ourselves
Where
Negroes
y'all
or black
from?
people.
Where y'all from?
Benin actually is the
Yo
DNA.
said no, where
Benin
your
actually
family
is
from?
my ancestry, my DNA.
No,
Goes to
no,
Benin
where
and Togo.
bro, where's your family from?
Did you just say
Benin and Togo.
Benin?
Benin and Togo. Yeah.
What's that?
Wait. How does that work, bro?
Yo,
How
How
does
does
it
ask
work?
that
the
work?
nigga where his family
How
was
does that
from.
work?
And then,
How does your DNA
man,
tell you that it's Benin and Togo, and you come up with
why can't I have Fulani ancestry?
bro, I
It's
asked you a
crazy.
simple question. I said, where your family from?
I asked you. You didn't comprehend it?
No,
No, you don't
so
comprehend Benin. You don't know where that's at.
your people
no,
was wait.
so
So your
you
people from Benin, like you a first generation American.
No, I'm not a first generation American. No. But
see,
So he's trying to find out where you're
you asked me
from.
where my
man, he understood the
ancestry was
question,
from.
bro. He
I
You want
understood
me
the
think he's trying
question.
to ask you where you're from right
the
now. Like
state that I'm
where's
from?
your people now from? Yeah, like what part of the country is your people from?
We from the Midwest.
And y'all ain't never refer to yourselves as black. Your
We
parents
don't
did.
call ourselves black. No, my grandma
Man,
hates
all right,
that
y'all
word.
keep talking and
Wow.
listen.
If you look at my inbox right now,
Nigga,
you'll
I'm
see
from the Midwest,
you'll
motherfucker.
see my
Hey, where you from in the Midwest, bro?
you'll see my cousins and sending me shit right now. All type of we black people, and the thing is that we are the black people. Is an argument, not that the Native Americans are something different. So it's like, I mean,
Wait,
I look at my
Mumbo
if
jumbo.
I look at
okay,
if
Mumbo
I
okay,
look at the
jumbo.
okay,
You
right
sound
there. Hold on,
crazy.
wait.
if I look at the phenotype, if I look
Where
at the
they came from?
phenotype of my family members, they're not Negroid.
Oh,
Well, what's your
jumbo.
theory? What's your theory of where the people who are the native who we know of as the Native Americans right now? Where did they come from? Were they already here?
It's a case by case basis to determine where you from. I just happen to know where I'm from.
No,
People
not
that a lot
me.
of people,
I'm talking about.
a lot of people don't. So that's why I don't
I'm
call
not talking
myself
about me.
Negro.
No,
A
I'm
lot of
asking
people
you,
that's why I don't call myself nigger because I know where I'm from.
bro.
You may
I
call
got you.
yourself
I feel
black.
you.
You may call
I agree.
yourself black because you have slave ancestry from the transatlantic slave trade, and you
But that's
didn't
not the question.
know your language that you spoke, right? You
I
don't
agree.
know
I
what
agree.
tribe
Cool.
you
Cool. But
came
that's
from.
not the question, brother. That's not the question I'm asking you.
And
Can you
Dinko,
listen to the question that I'm
Fulani,
asking you?
you identify as black. People who know
Bro,
better do better. Go
are
ahead.
you just saying stuff to be saying stuff? Because you're
No,
not
I'm just
responding to the
saying
question I
you
asked
don't
you.
know you don't have anything to self-identify with, so you call yourself black. I do.
All
That's
right,
the
cool.
difference.
Fine. Now I'm trying to ask you a question. Where did the people that we know of now as Indians and Native Americans, where did they come from?
They're Mesoamerican.
So you saying they came from Mexico?
Do you know
Yeah.
what Mesoamerican means? That includes
I'm
Aztec culture as
asking you
well.
a place. I'm asking you to name a place.
I answered it,
I'm
but you
not,
didn't comprehend it. I said
Mesoamerica.
Mesoamerican. You didn't comprehend. Okay, that includes
Is there
Aztec
any
culture.
way to be specific about a location, a geographical location? I can look at a map right now and
Mesoamerican reaches
find
all the way
that
from
spot.
Brazil, all the way into the Americas. The Americas is both South and North America, brother. Americas, brother.
Okay, so they came from the south to the north later
Mhm.
on, but y'all was already
But
here.
I don't think you comprehend. I said the Mississippian culture earlier, and I said the
I heard
Cohique,
that. I heard all that.
and I said Cohiquia. So the
I
Cahiquia
heard
mound
all of
builders,
that.
so why are you reiterating asking the same question? I already answered.
It's the same question. It's
I
the
told you
difference.
where
I
they
didn't
was
ask where
from.
you
I
came
already
from.
told you where they
I
was
asked you
from.
where they came from.
Hey, where's Haskell at? Haskell, you still in here?
You saying y'all different people, right? Or no?
They said they came from Mexico.
Nah, he left, bro. He left, Corey.
Oh, Haskell left. Okay.
No. I shut up because I don't want to cuss. That's why I shut up. I don't want to cuss. And I don't want to call him grandmother all
And at the
time.
end of the day, we still ain't found out how it's 46 million black people in this country and 300,000 came here.
Birds and the bees, bro. The birds and the bees, man. That's it.
And
And don't
actually,
nobody fuck that.
112.
Nobody
It's
procreates
I don't
that
112.
know
fast.
how much of a ridiculous question that is. That's pretty. That's about the most
Nobody
ridiculous question that I ever
nobody
heard on
procreates
this
that
goddamn
fast.
Discord.
Nobody procreates that
Nobody
fast.
procreates that fast.
Fine. It's 40 million of us here now. There's 40 million niggas here.
So
Right?
did they move? So I mean, did the white people? Did they get to 200 million? Like, how did they get to 200
I
million?
don't know. Shit. The white folk, how many shit it was less white folk here than it was niggas here at one point in time. So how in the fuck it get to be 100 million white motherfuckers here? 150 million hunkies. How do 150 hunkies get here?
Yeah. So there's classifications. Mexicans are classified as white people. Puerto
I'm
Ricans are
asking you.
classified as white
I'm
people.
not asking about the fucking classification. I'm
You asked
asking
about how you
how the
asked about
fuck
the number
did
of people.
150 million
That's called
hunkies get here?
census. Yeah, because
I'm asking you.
Puerto Ricans
I'm not
because
asking
Puerto
about
Ricans
Puerto
are
Ricans. I
classified
didn't
as
ask you
white
about Puerto
people.
Ricans. I didn't
You did
ask you about
because
Puerto Ricans.
Dominicans are classified as white people.
I didn't say nothing about white folks. I said hunkies.
That's why the
I said
population number of white people
hunkies.
is so high.
I clearly said hunkies. You said white people.
They're
And who
classified as
classified as
honkies.
white?
They're
I'm talking
classified
about
as
hunkies.
honkies. Yeah.
I'm talking about hunkies.
And that's what they consider themselves as.
150 million hunkies get here.
Yeah, through classification. Puerto Ricans are classified as honkies.
Man, look, listen. I don't give a damn about a Puerto Rican. And you know damn well I ain't talking about no motherfucking Puerto Rican. See, this is why y'all shouldn't even have a conversation. This is what I said. This is what
I
I
agree. Hey, you know what? I agree,
Classification.
Corey. I agree,
The
Corey.
fact
Based
that
on
y'all
You gotta
having a
comprehend the
conversation
argument.
with this nigga is
I
You gotta
dangerous.
comprehend.
Do
You
y'all,
gotta comprehend the argument.
do y'all understand that you guys who's
Make a
actually
coherent,
having the conversation
make
with the guy
a
is the
coherent
dangerous part.
argument.
He's not dangerous. This is what I keep trying to tell you niggas. This guy is not dangerous, right? But
Can you
you
repeat that?
guys who are having the conversation with him, you guys are the fucking dangerous ones.
No, I'm not. I asked some questions. I like to see where people's minds are and where they're coming from.
Somebody might say, why? Well, why, Concrete Corey? Well, why am I dangerous? I'm just having an honest conversation with him. Well, the problem is you lend credence to the bullshit when you actually had a conversation with the nigga. See what I'm saying? I asked the nigga about honkies. He talking to me about some Puerto Ricans. See, at that point, you know we ain't having. He's not having an honest conversation, a good faith conversation. Conversations. Haskell said it earlier. Y'all didn't even hear him. That was the baddest thing said on this whole fucking Discord all day. A conversation is based in good faith. If both sides ain't got good faith in the conversation or the debate or the argument, it ain't even one. You own a bunch of bullshit. That's what you own. You talking bullshit is what you're doing. You're not having a goddamn conversation. So y'all niggas need to stop this shit, bro. I keep telling y'all. The only medicine, y'all not gonna talk him. Y'all not gonna reason. Hold on, I'm done in 5 seconds. Listen, he didn't reason his way to where he's at. So understand that you're not gonna reason him out of it. You understand that?
Sure.
All right, now y'all can go ahead.
Now, Corey, how did you come to that conclusion? By asking him questions, right? Like you just did. He just asked him the question, bro. You just got through asking that dude question. As soon as he pissed you off and frustrated you, you said, "Man, I'm done talking to this nigga." No.
I asked him a question. What I realized.
Wait.
Go ahead.
The whole point of asking him questions is to see if he's even on the level to be able to have a discussion or argument. Number one,
that ain't the point.
I'm not finished. Let me finish talking, bro. Let me finish.
I'll let you finish.
And shut up when you talk. Let me finish.
His intellect. He wasn't saying directly what he wanted to speak because you know that you would be dismissed instantaneously.
Let me
but
finish
I know
talking.
speak because we knew everybody in the
I'm just asking for you to let me finish talking, brother. That's all.
Let him finish.
Thank
is that my man's though? That's who is this man?
I'm trying to make it clear that there was no argument.
Is that my man C Dot though? Because I ain't looking at the screen. C Dot.
We just want to stick here for little laughter. Because we cannot believe that he's so serious. Because he started with some stupid, dumb theory that he made up in his mind that no way 300,000 people can become 46 million. Corey was telling that the birds and the bees, to say that they were fucking and they had to fuck. The women had to procreate, and they had to procreate in mass. They had to have many children. But he refused because he does not go into the actual slave literature. He said, recommend a book for that. He's being disingenuous because he's a pretender. And then, as usual, the first thing he said is his grandmother told him. How many times have we heard that story? And how many of us was waiting on him to say that his grandmother told him? Anybody with common sense knew that that's the direction he's going to go. That he's a pretender. Nobody can take him serious. Because he has any good shit. He did not reason himself to who he is.
Still peas. Can I finish now, bro?
My man C Dot. Let's see that go.
Go ahead and go. Gracious, bro. Like, for real. Like, I don't never cut dude off, man. I be trying to be cool. Like, bro. This is what I was saying. All I was saying is that the reason I asked the brother questions was to figure out if he was intelligent enough to actually have a conversation or argument. I never debated dude back. I'm not going to debate stupidity. I'm not going to debate back and forth with somebody who don't want to look up statistics before they start arguing them. So therefore, my purpose was to just ask them questions. I'm not going to sit up here and argue with them. For what? There's no point. For one, he's not bringing enough to the table to have a real conversation. He's just coming up here to be a sensationalist. And once I realize, okay, yeah, you just being a sensationalist, I'll mute. because the conversation is no longer for me, but it wasn't an argument for me. Like I said, maybe it was for Stupid, but for me, it's not an argument because I
No,
know that he's
don't nobody
incapable
take it
of
personal
having
what I
a
said. I
genuine
just be on.
conversation.
Hey, can I ask the brother two
No,
questions?
no, I understand, but what I'm saying is like, so,
Gonna be
I
real
feel
short.
you. I feel you. See that? Go ahead. Somebody want to talk?
This Kyle, bro. What's happening?
Go ahead,
I
Kyle.
just got two.
What up, Kyle? Go ahead.
Man, my first question to the brother is, who actually fought in the Negro Indian War when that happened? If those two groups are synonymous. And my second
Black
question
on
is,
black
do you
crime.
have do you have that same level of doubt about population growth dealing with the Europeans? Because in 1776, the population of the Europeans was approximately 2.5 million, and you see how they have also exploded. Does your concern or does your doubt also go to that pocket of society, or just for black people?
See, you about to go down that rabbit hole, Kyle. I see you about to go down that rabbit hole. I just asked him all that. He ain't gonna answer none of that.
And then he used words like Negro Indian War. Do you mean the Seminole War, 1835?
See?
Is that like it's crazy?
Nope.
Like you mean like
I'm not
with the
talking about
between the
I'm not talking
Gullahs?
about
You're not talking about that war.
So please be specific. I don't know what you're talking about.
But Kyle, I'm gonna cut to the chase.
war.
It was
The
black
war.
on black crime, Kyle. I'm gonna tell you the truth.
It was the Negroes that was out there, what they call Negroes. Y'all hate that word. They rebelled against the slave owners and the oppression of the Native Americans that was holding them down and enslaving them. Are you aware of that, first and foremost? And if you are aware of that,
Well,
how do you justify that?
I'm familiar with Gullah history, brother. I'm familiar with the Gullah
This is
history,
not
brother.
Gullah, bro. That's
Like
not Gullah.
stop.
That's not Gullah.
Just
Are you,
stop.
bro? Gullah is on the East Coast, bro. That's South Carolina, North Carolina, Florida, right there. That's Georgia. That's Gullah. But I'm
Brother, the
talking
black Seminoles are Gullahs. Black Seminoles are Gullahs. Just
in
stop.
Oklahoma, nigga.
Black Seminoles are Gullahs.
Yeah,
So
I told
that
you it
has
was black on black crime, Kyle.
you have a
Thank you
comprehension
very
issue.
much. Thank you very much.
I'm not even talking about the Seminole tribe. Are you aware of that? I'm talking about in
Kyle,
Oklahoma.
Brother,
Yes.
it's over. You messed up. It's okay.
Kyle, be careful, bro, because you're gonna get upset like Stupies did, arguing with somebody who don't know nothing about what they talking about. That brother do not know history accurately at all. So don't get upset or frustrated because you realize what you're dealing with. That's all I want to say before y'all, you know what I mean, before it turn up.
Let me say it's lame. I'm gonna be quiet, man. That was bugging me, man. Okay, y'all do y'all thing.
Hey, tell him again, though. Tell him again, brother. It was black
I
on black
don't
crime.
think
He didn't want to
he
hear
knew
me.
all the participants
Kyle
of the
didn't believe
war.
me. He thought I was bullshitting, bro. He thought I was bullshitting. Tell him it was black on
Okay.
black crime, though, bro. Would
Yeah.
you please tell him that?
Makoski Indians, Gullahs, Black Seminoles, yeah. Gullahs, Black Gullahs.
So you agree it was black on black crime?
Did you say Makoski Indians? Or did you mean to
Is
say Muskogee?
that what it was? Was
Did
it
you
black
mean
on black
was
crime?
that what you
They're Black Seminoles,
I'm asking you. I'm
right?
asking you to be
They're Black
my
Seminoles, right?
like
That's what
Kyle think I'm
history
just bullshitting, right?
history says they're
He
Black
thinking that
Seminoles.
ain't the real answer, but the real
Okay.
answer is black
That's the
on
same
black
nigga
crime, though,
about
right?
Darwin, Lamarck, and shit.
What's the point? Yeah. Okay. They Black Seminoles. They Gullahs.
Right. So you told you, Kyle. You thought I was bullshitting, bro. We got to put an end to the black on black crime. We don't want the Cherokees beating up the Potawatomis. You know
Man,
what
some of these
I'm
niggas
saying?
be
Because it's black
crazy as
on
hell.
we all black.
We be talking to people and we be trying to have decent conversations, and you talking to a crazy motherfucker. You talking to a motherfucker, you trying to have a decent conversation with a fucking crazy motherfucker. Like, we tripping.
Crazy.
Man, Chef, like
I told him
5
earlier about
years
this.
ago.
I told him earlier about the Trail of
Yeah,
Tears.
you said 5 years ago,
He
Chef.
didn't.
You said
He didn't. I told him then it was
half
an ad. It was
conversation.
an ad. It was an ad mixture then.
Hey, show me a picture of
And
the
then
trail
and then they
black
they went back and then they went back
You know what? That's the
afterwards.
truest statement.
Okay, they got to be
This
black.
nigga is talking crazy. Like
These
Chef
he
are
didn't even
gotta
know
be
how.
these.
playing.
Chef didn't even know how true his statement was, bro.
So we can say the Black Wall Street was black people, right?
Man, we
Or
don't
was
know
they
what
not? Or
you
was they
talking
Native
about.
Indians too?
Please don't nobody respond to this shit.
Was Black Wall Street Native Indians or was they niggas?
Hey,
They wasn't
Haskell, though.
niggas.
I need to holler at Haskell, man. Somebody get Haskell back in here, man.
Black Wall Street wasn't.
He think he can take the conversation wherever he wants to. Now this nigga talking about Black Wall Street and somebody. Man, don't even respond to that
Then was
shit.
then was Seminole Indians. But down there was Seminole Indians on Black Wall Street. They just put them under the name of colored, you know what I mean, colored folk. So
The
and then
nigga
that's
said
how.
his grandmother and them never used the term black.
Yeah, he
The
capped.
government,
He
the
capped.
government, the government
Yeah, he a young nigga.
removed the Seminole
Like
Indians.
we,
That
bro,
was the
we
group that
not
was
even
removed.
Probably
talking.
my age and shit.
Bro,
If they
listen,
wasn't, if they
understand.
wasn't,
We not listening.
if
Y'all
that's
We
not
not,
the
Makosha
group of
Indians.
Indians,
Y'all Makosha.
we not even
if that's
talking
not
to
the
this
group of
nigga no more,
Indians
yo.
that went to Oklahoma,
Everybody ignore this nigga.
then I don't know what
Matter
to
of fact,
tell
Makosha
you,
Indians,
brother.
somebody
bro.
kick him off of this motherfucker. My hands
Those
busy.
were the same black Seminoles that went back to
Yo,
fought in that
Somebody
war
went to
that the
war.
brother had
he
asked me
got to
about
go. He
earlier.
got to go. Kick him off of here,
They
yo.
went to war with the Gullas.
You breaking up, brother?
Yeah.
Nobody can hear you.
Gotta go, Chef.
Hey, see the Seminoles and the Gullah the same people, man. That's ridiculous.
That nigga
Yeah,
that had
man.
this one for
Seminoles and
today.
the Gullah. You
Listen,
don't remember that, Kyle, when they got together and then they took over the whole South and the whole South was called Mississippi. You know what I mean? They had, bro, y'all tripping. Y'all know
that
y'all.
nigga that had
Hey,
that
what we
nigga
Y'all
that
doing?
don't
had
What
this
we
remember.
one for
doing?
the day on my
Nigga,
What
time.
we doing?
Kick him off of
What are
here.
y'all
we
just
doing?
don't remember. Y'all grandmamas wasn't there for y'all.
I just feel like in some way in this conversation he gonna throw out Hebrew Israelites. So like I feel like somewhere the Bible gonna come into the
Yeah.
I can smell it. I can smell it. It's coming somewhere. I can smell it.
Because
Yeah,
Israel
man.
is on the Mississippi. What y'all
Yeah,
talking
man.
about? Israel is on the Mississippi, bro. The pyramid,
That
everything
nigga
is
say,
on the Mississippi.
Black Wall Street had bitumen covered sidewalks. That's why they call it Black Man.
But y'all from Africa, but don't know what tribe you from. You can't go back there. What tribe you gonna go? You gonna go to Africa and knock on who
Hey,
door? You right here in this country in America,
nobody,
bro.
nobody. We
Not
don't knock on
subscribing,
nobody door. You know why? Because we
not
understand
subscribing to it.
science
You
and
said
we
it.
understand
Not
that
What's
we
that,
are
not
an
Bama?
not
amalgamation of different
not
Africans.
not
We're not
intelligent is
sitting up
to
here talking about we
subscribe to a
all from.
different land that you don't even live on. That's not
Man, I
intelligent.
Nah,
feel
we all. You right. We
You
all the
subscribing
Mississippi,
to a
bro.
land you
We are
subscribing to a land you never
high,
been
bro.
before.
We are
We
man,
really
high
the
yeah, that
five.
Mississippi.
That don't even make
the,
sense. You've been here long enough
the
to
hate
say this your
You know
land.
what I mean?
hating
Oh,
yourself is
Pretty
Mississippi.
You
much.
want to
separation.
be you want to be African, ain't never been there. You know how them Africans don't like you.
You be
But
making bad.
colorism, you said the Bering Strait, brother, they were copper colored people, brother. They've been black people, brother, all over.
Again, you focus on skin
Right.
tone, and that's how
Right.
you classify people as black, but you don't take
No,
into account.
that was what the brother asked me earlier. Who over here looks like me? That was my
They
color.
don't, bro.
Eskimo,
Even though
talking
they
about the dark
copper
skinned
colored, their
Eskimo nigga.
features don't look nothing like. Come on, bro. Stop that, bro.
Now we was
They're not the
Eskimos too.
phenotypically, brother. They not negroid, brother.
It's
So
a
you saying in order to be black, you gotta have a wide nose and big lips. in a certain
Hey, let me tell you something.
side.
So,
Yeah, that's
Honestly, though,
that's one of
I
Steph's
think a lot of
arguments.
your argument is stemming from like self-hate and
Well,
the
I be trying to
slave
tell
trade,
you.
and you wanting to attach yourself to something you think is more prestigious, I guess. But that's
Oh
real
no,
life, bro. You can't
I
change
don't subscribe
reality. You know what I
myself
mean?
to Native American anything. I'm just having a
yeah,
conversation, which is
So
what
what?
makes
So what?
what make what
Have you taken the 23 and me?
about what makes more sense.
I got you.
I
So
feel
so
I
I
got you.
just
So
feel
what? Have you
and
taken
no
any? Have you
you
taken any?
laughed and joked, but nobody ever really gave an intelligent answer of how the population
Good
growth
question, though.
did
Good
get to
question.
that high.
We all
It
came
had to,
from a coast, man.
so it wasn't. It couldn't have been just the slave population mixed within itself, and it had a population bloom of 46 million. Like that doesn't
If that was the case, wouldn't you see more African Americans that take 23 and
with
me's to have like 40 or 50% Native American
brother.
ancestry? You don't see that.
All I'm suggesting is that there had to have been some sort of native population to whereas they were able to add mixture into to have some, so I mean
Yeah, you
that makes
going off
more sense.
intuition. You going off just
That makes
yeah.
more sense.
I got you.
hey, just to give you some insight, so when they do that population, that number 300,000 you keep throwing around, right? That's a foundational number. That's the amount that was transferred here. That
Well,
doesn't
can you
take into
give me a
account
different number?
whatever number you want to have, bro. Like let's say you
No,
say
no,
1
I
million.
want. If it seems to be, if it's an issue with the number I'm giving, then just
I
give
don't
me
care.
the right number. Okay.
I'm talking about the process of understanding how growth of populations work. So that
Okay.
initial number, that's the foundation number of how many was brought here. Whatever number you want to put there, put that number there, okay? And
Right.
then you got to take it into account that number is just a foundation. It doesn't count generational families. So like when we do our census here, we don't just count the people who just got born. We count the people who are all alive. We count the babies, the elders, the moms, the dads, all of that stuff. That initial population that you're referring to, that 300,000 or that 1 million, whatever the number is just the amount that was brought here. So when you got to take into consideration that they lived their life, they had baby, they became grandparents at one point in time, and now these people are still alive. And now they're extending that population. So the population grows because the population floor is expanding constantly. And now it grows on top of that. Do you understand what I'm saying? Or is it like all garbage in your mind?
No, when I said 1.6 population growth, that's what I meant. I accounted for that when I gave the me saying that it would take 300 some years for it to reach that number. So I counted for everything that you just said. I just shortened it up to. I'm not trying to talk over your head. I just said 1.6%. That was the population growth. I summed it up. I didn't have to say all that to say that little bit. So
Yeah, but the actual
I accounted for it. See, I'm the only one giving numbers, right? So I accounted for it when I accounted for it when I gave the number of the 300 years and how long it would actually take. So I'm just trying. So question: What is your other alternative? What is the other alternative?
if you're gonna do that, you have to use the appropriate numbers. The number is
I
not
did.
1.6.
I did.
Just listen. It's in between 2.5 and 2.6 percent
Okay,
of the increase.
let me do it. Let me do it with 2.5. Then I ran it with 1.6. Let's see. If you ran it
Not
with
only that,
2.5, you should already have the number if you did it at 2.6.
how long would it take? How long would it take to get 40 million, brother? Did you determine that?
300 years.
So if your numbers was off and it took 300 years, and we've been here for 400 years, right? What you think? Don't you think the math kind of work out there?
It didn't work out. And that's if we're saying that
How many should it be?
no,
What did you come out with?
if we're entertaining, let me speak. So that would mean that out of the 46 million people that are here in America that say they're black, all of us have slave ancestry. All of them say they have slave ancestry, and that's not a case. That's not the case.
How many did you
So
come up with? What did your number say?
So I'm still you kept me off. Yeah.
No,
I just did the year. He said 300 years. How long it took. So I'm just trying to figure it out. Nobody gave any different alternatives.
Well, what was
besides
your number though?
procreation.
I'm still trying to hear your number. What did your number say? You said 1.2. So okay, at one point, at
1.6.
the rate of 1.2, how many did you
1.6.
come out with total? Oh,
1.6.
1.6. I'm sorry, 1.6. Then how many?
He said it
How
would
many
take
total did you
300.
come
He's
out? That is
saying it would
supposed to
take
be.
300
Hold on.
years.
Yeah, you asking the
Hold on.
same
No, no, no,
question,
no,
so
no.
you're
I'm not
not
asking that.
listening
I'm
to
not
me.
asking that. I'm not asking that. Hold on. Wait. I want to finish it. How much did your total come out to that it should be here right now in America at that growth rate?
We already said that, brother. It was 42 million. We are like, are
No,
you
no. That's
following the
how.
conversation, brother?
Is
Are
it
you
You no,
following?
no,
Are you?
bro,
You tripping
bro.
on a give or take a four, man. Cut this out, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm tripping on. So your total came up to over 40 million, and we saying that
And
it's
your numbers was wrong
approximately
anyway.
48 million in here. So what? So 8 million is the differential that you're making?
No. The question that I'm asking is, how did so they just mixed amongst themselves, the 300, the slave population that came
No, they mix with
from
everybody.
they just mixed among themselves, right?
Listen,
No, this is
For
why
sure, for sure.
man, listen.
I'm just asking a question. That's why I
No,
suggested that they had another
but
population, a
Oh,
people
we
group
give it to you.
to
Yeah,
mix
they mixed amongst
into.
themselves.
No, they definitely
but
didn't.
they didn't though, because that's the reason why we see 40% of the African American population
They
having
definitely didn't.
R1B as a DNA marker, because they mixed with Europeans. This is why you have the mulatto class of people that was in society. Like you're what you're saying is you're reaching and you're avoiding some obvious facts that will contradict your argument. It seems like.
So when we look, the brother asked me about the Black Seminoles, right? And I brought up the
Right.
walk,
You can't jump the
the walk.
conversation.
No, I'm giving you instances
World,
where there
bro.
is admixture between Native Americans and African
No, we're not
slaves.
back into that. We still on these numbers. We
That's
talking numbers.
no, this is
Yeah.
no. You're not going to disrail
We
the point
talking
that I'm
numbers
making,
now, bro.
because these are
Are you
people who
conceding
we're
the numbers
considering.
in? You conceding
These
the
are
numbers?
people who are in considered in this 40-some million people we talking about, right?
I'm gonna take
They
that
got
as a
they got
concession.
But your
they got
numbers
equal numbers.
accounted
I'm
for
just
the
gonna take
40
it as a
million, though.
concession.
That's the
Then.
problem I'm having. If your numbers accounted for 40 million, then what
Right.
issue are you having right now?
He killed himself because the
No,
numbers actually that's when
the
everybody on the
the
same
point the
page.
He
point that the
definitely
point that
Now,
I'm
he
now he
making
definitely
the
want to
point
go
that
back
I'm
to
making
the
I don't even know
pure
why y'all still
R1B.
talking to the nigga. He
He want to
the
go
definitely
back
point that
to
killed
I'm
the
making
pure
himself.
is that they
R1B one.
the point that I'm making is that they had to have had mixed
Nigga,
into
you
a
debunk
bigger sub.
yourself. We don't care. You debunk yourself.
Okay, well you
Hey,
didn't give me.
hey, Chef, I'm trying to see. Hey, Chef, I'm trying to see why they still talking about it too. Because when he first read it, I thought me and you said that. I thought
He
we
I
did.
just heard that. That's
Y'all
why I'm
reeled me
tripping.
back
I was
into
waiting
it.
on the
Y'all
total
done reeled
number,
me into
and he's
it.
saying that it come out to 40 million. So I'm like, so you arguing about 8 million? Like, what? What's hard to understand about?
No,
That just threw me off. It threw me off. I'm sorry. Y'all go ahead.
it's only
I'm sorry.
40, and it's only 46. He talking about 4 million.
Yeah.
He
Damn. I
ain't
thought
talking
he was
about
gonna say
8
like
million. He
20
talking about a difference
or
of 4
15
million,
or
bro.
something. Yeah, you still in the 40 million range. So you tripping on 4 to 8 million or whatever. Like, who cares?
No,
And we
no,
didn't
so
even, and
so
then
no,
look, we didn't even get all of the numbers that was
we
included
never got to the numbers.
with the
The
French,
real numbers are
right? And the
2.6.
Spanish, the
What?
French had owned a large part. The Dutch had owned some of the United States and had their slaves there. So the numbers basically actually is damn near spot on. You know what I
Right.
mean? So he killed himself. And then a lot of people from the Caribbean and Africa classify themselves as African American black now too. You know what I mean? So you know what I mean, that can account for the extra 4 million. You know what I mean? So
It's 20 some million. So it would have been, if we started at 1615 and did 300 years, it would have ended in 19. It would have been 1915. The
I thought
population
it
no,
should
was
have
you
at
ain't
been
me listening to
I
the
you
thought we
just
started
now.
at
population
15 something,
the
right?
population would have been in 1915. When we looked at in 1975, the population was 20 million of black people in the United States. I mean, it don't add up. You know what I'm saying? It don't make it. So I don't. I ain't saying we Indian. I ain't saying you want to be from West Africa. I'm just saying that ain't everybody
No,
and
it ain't
40,
nobody
46
want to be
million
from
people
nowhere.
from
It is what
West
it is.
Africa. It ain't
But what's the
everybody
So
from no
problem?
you don't
damn
like
West
But
being a
Africa.
what's the problem with that though?
you don't like being a hodgepodge nigga, right? That's what I'm hearing it, right? Because you like y'all
If I,
don't know where y'all from and shit, and that's because we some hodgepodge nigga. We a bunch of mixed up ass West African motherfuckers from all over that motherfucker, right? And
I'm probably make an
you
argument. I
one
would
of
make
the
a.
niggas
I
that
probably make a better argument that the
you
Americans,
one of
the
the
black
niggas
people
that
in America. No,
wanna
I would make
have
a different
one thing
argument.
to point
No,
at,
listen. If you
right?
listen, I can tell you better than you can tell me by myself.
But to tell you the
I would
truth,
say. I
most
would
white
say.
folk
I
can't
would.
even
I
really
would.
point at one thing.
I would.
Tell you the
I would.
honest to God
I.
truth.
I
They
would
just say they
say
from
that.
Europe. Well, I
I
got
listen.
German in me.
Exactly. That's the point that I'm making.
They
That's the
don't
whole
even
point
know.
that
So
I'm.
like, what?
That's the.
Why would we? That's some wild shit, bro. Like you
German and
gotta cut it out.
German
You
and
gotta cut
you
it
do
out.
you have to have to self-identify as a German?
What?
How
Man,
much
why y'all
German in you
I
do you
didn't.
have to
I didn't
identify to
say I
be to
had
identify
German.
as a
I didn't
German?
say. I wasn't saying I have German. What I'm saying is, white folk can't even point to directly
Hey,
where they
stop,
from.
Corey. Stop, Corey. Corey, please stop. Hey, Chef, go back to the damn hominid. Fuck
Hey,
this. Yeah.
well, I
Go back to
can
the
change the
goddamn
conversation to
Haskell
politics,
back.
though, right? Haskell back. Yeah, that's my guy Haskell. Now Haskell, you had asked a good question earlier, right? But it wasn't the right question. You know what I'm saying? So about the you was asking or I told you earlier. Maybe
The Patriot Act thing you talking about?
I might be mixing you
Yeah,
up
the
with Lyle.
Patriot.
Yeah, the Patriot Act. Yeah.
No, you asked Haskell first,
I
and
asked
Logic.
Haskell first. Right. So, and what I want to say is nobody asked me like what was the new name for it, right? Because they did a lot of rolling back of some of the Patriot Act shit. They found it kind of unconstitutional, right? So the new name for it is the Online Child Safety Act. And what I was telling Logic, this is what I was telling Logic, I think. I was telling him
Hold on,
that
say it again, Corey. The online what?
the Online Child Safety Act.
Okay.
And the point is, that's even more elusive than the Patriot Act. Right? I told y'all, yeah, they be naming it. They be naming these things like the Patriot Act. So who wouldn't, just based off the name of it, like who would deny that?
Hey,
Like, of
hey, hey,
course,
Corey, real quick. Hey, they snake oil different, Corey. They snake oil
it's real different.
different.
That's why I be trying to say that that's snake oil, right? They game be so tight, boy. But they got a lot of time.
That's
They
that
got a lot of
high
time.
IQ. That's that high IQ.
I see. They playing 3D chess and shit. We
Right.
playing black folks be playing checkers and shit.
We playing that motherfucker Homo erectus. Yeah, they playing that
Y'all terrible.
Neanderthal child.
Y'all terrible. But anyway, though, right? So, but also too, they do kind of reinstate some of these things that were a part of the Patriot Act. Some of those things get reinstated. But what I wanted to say is that yes, their game is tight, bro. Because imagine they ask y'all, well, how would you vote on the Online Child Safety Act? Like,
I'm gonna vote for it.
You would go for that quick.
Yeah.
Like, what person in good faith and a good moral person wouldn't just be like, hell yeah, I don't even need to see the bill.
Right.
You
But
know
ain't
what I mean?
nobody
Just
gonna read those 700 pages.
sign me up. You know what I mean? Yeah.
And then who gonna really read a 700 page bill?
Right.
It's like that people. So people will act like they know what the fuck going on. Ain't nobody reading no damn 700-page bill. Fuck out of here.
I hate to spoil the party, but are we supposed to be listening to the spirit of what y'all saying or what y'all actually saying?
Oh God.
Because Corey, me and you read the same shit. They renamed the goddamn Patriot Act no fucking child safety.
I
They
didn't say they
created
renamed
something.
it. I did not
Oh, okay.
say they
No, that's
renamed it.
I could have swore I heard you say they
I said the
renamed
new name. I
the
said the
new
new name.
the new name of the
Yeah,
Patriot.
not meaning like the official name. Meaning
Oh,
they
okay.
on the same kind of bullshit.
Okay, yeah.
But
Then yeah, that's
it's
the
under a
spirit.
different
Yes.
name. That's
No. Then we doing the
that's
spirit.
the
Yeah, we
spirit.
doing the spirit. No.
Oh,
And you're
okay.
not wrong.
I didn't
It's
know.
not even that. It's even weirder than that though, Corey. It's a long ass name. It's the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act.
Yeah, that's what I said.
It's called COPA or some shit. But it ain't.
Okay,
The
hold
Patriot
on.
Act is still large and in charge.
Hey,
The
hold
Patriot Act
on.
ain't go nowhere.
Yes, but they
Hold on,
they
Brass
did
and
some
Corey. 'Cause
revisions, two
hold
or
on,
three
Yeah, the
y'all.
different
revisions. You're
times
right. You're
on the
correct.
Patriot.
Hold on.
Yes,
Let me get
correct.
some
Yeah.
clarity right quick from y'all, right? So I just looked it up. It says it's the KOSA bill, KOSA, right? The Kids Online Safety Act. It says it hasn't been passed yet. It was proposed May 14th.
Right. I never
Right?
said.
No, he never said that. He never said that.
I
He
didn't
never
say
said
you
that.
said
I
Y'all
said
ready
that
to fight me, bro?
no, Corey.
No,
Chef
I'm
got
not
us
saying
all
that.
on. No.
I
Corey,
wasn't saying it as a option.
before I
Hold
try
on.
to
I wasn't saying
combat
it as
people, I try to make sure that we having a real conversation, or I got to listen to the spirit, because the spirit of what you're saying
real
is
fast.
cooking with hot grease.
Real quick. I
Right.
wasn't saying it as a gotcha moment,
Right.
Corey. I just wanted to get some clarity on it, right? All right. So I know Cuban had answered your question, and I know that the American Care Act or USA Care Act, officially, that is the reconstituted Patriot Act, right? I know that part. So my
Well, the
follow-up question.
Patriot Act is still in effect.
No, the
but
Patriot Act has
so they
not
made
changed. No, yeah, they just made
No,
revisions.
in 2015 was the latest change to the
Yeah, but they changed the
they
name of
made
it
one
too.
in 05 and then they made another change. But throughout these things, right? Y'all know, like they'll come back in and reinstate the shit that we changed in 2005. This would be the changes and shit. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it be going back
That's
and
what
forth.
I'm saying.
Yeah,
Though.
because even in
It's not called.
2015, it was called the
in
even in
2000.
2015 they did the U.S. Freedom Act, but it's still the
Yeah,
Right,
Patriot
the
Act.
U.S. Freedom
but
Act.
it's still
That's
the
what I
Patriot.
meant.
That was the
It's still
latest.
the Patriot Act.
That's the latest kind of like revision of it. But
Yeah.
it's still the Patriot Act.
Yeah, the spirit of I don't want to attack what you're saying, because the spirit of what you're saying is 100% factual.
Right. So this is a
100%.
question
I
I'm
don't know
asking
about.
y'all.
Y'all lost me with the spirit thing. I
No,
wasn't
that's
on the
chef with that
conversation.
spirit bullshit. I'm just trying to play along
So this
and
is a
make
question
sure
that
I
I'm
don't fuck up the
asking.
conversation.
So this is
I wasn't in
I'm
that
asking.
conversation.
So this is a question I'm asking. From what I've read in 2015, supposedly the more controversial parts of the Patriot Act were stripped and renamed to the what you had said, Brass, the American
the USA Freedom
USA
Act.
Freedom Act, right?
The
So
slang
which
term for it is the Child Online Safety Act. Like that's like the
no, those are two different things. The American Freedom Act and the COSA, those are two different
Yeah, I'm not talking about the American Freedom Act. But go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
right. So that's my question. Which one of those would you say have retained the more bad elements of the Patriot Act? The reconstituted
The USA Freedom, the
Is
USA
the
Freedom Act.
Patriot Act on drugs, bro. I'm trying to tell you.
So
No,
y'all
what no,
disagree
but
then.
hold on, stop. What Corey's saying is right, but to answer your question, Haskell, the USA Freedom Act is where they pulled back and modified a lot of the shit that was in the original Patriot Act.
Yeah.
Right.
Because
But
we
Corey
didn't
is saying
need
that
all of that. We didn't need all of
Corey is saying that a lot of that shit, particularly when I looked it up last night, a lot of the monitoring the phones and all of that type of shit, right? They saying they took that away. So is Corey
But yeah,
saying that a lot of that stuff is
that.
now
A
being
lot of that stuff they're trying to bring back. Yes.
absolutely.
and hold on. bring it back in the COSA Act.
Yes.
Okay, so they're attaching it as
They
riders.
already doing it, but
Hold on.
y'all cool with it right now because they just doing it to the illegal immigrants. But go ahead.
So they're attaching it. So what we're saying is a lot of those elements that were stripped away in 2015, they're trying to attach as riders, which is what they typically do to sneak in bullshit and bills. So y'all are saying those are being attached as riders to this kids
I'm
online
not saying
safety.
that. I'm not saying
No,
that.
no,
Listen,
this is basically
be elite. So
it's a
the
bill. The
Patriot
KOSA
Act was not a Patriot Act, and the child online safety thing is not a
We
child
clear on
online
that.
safety thing.
We
So
clear on
that's
that.
the name of it. You know what I mean? But
Listen,
yeah, go ahead.
you ain't never got to convince me on the deceptiveness of Europeans and their descendants. It's just what they do. It's in them, right?
I know
So
your blackology. So
yeah,
go
so
ahead.
you ain't never got to convince me on that part of it. I got that part of it clear as crystal. My question is, insofar as the more pernicious elements that you're talking about that was stripped away, in which particular act are they trying to sneak it back in? In the COSA or in the
Yeah,
reconstituted Freedom Act? Which one?
the COSA.
The COSA.
Yeah, and the
Okay.
COSA, because what they're doing is it's all the strictest parts of the Patriot Act, but for children. But the thing is, the wording, it's a bipartisan bill, but the wording of it, the danger in the wording is that they're wording it like it's for minors, but in its use, in its actual application, you can pretty much use it for anybody. Because it's
Yeah,
not
Right.
so
it's not per
identifying yourself
minors.
to even
Yeah.
go on any on. So you know how it make you cool with the porn, right? Everybody cool with fine. You obviously you need to
Yeah.
identify yourself to go to the porn. Everybody cool with that, right? But see now it's any website that may be deemed adult, right? So I guess
A
more
national
adult.
security threat or some
Yeah,
along those.
yeah. But let me tell you how they already implement it, right? So they got back to where they using the phone data, right? But they using this Palantir system, right? This is the new technology that they use. So the Patriot Act, they didn't have the original Patriot Act technology wasn't up to par at like it is now, right? You know what I mean? So now they got all of this data that they storing, and they got this big ass web. It's called the system. The actual technology is called the cobweb or some shit like that, right?
There's
So basically, it's like
Snowden
it works like a web, basically. You know what I'm saying?
Dude,
But
Snowden spoke about that, right?
Already.
Snowden.
Yeah, didn't he talk about yeah, go ahead though. I don't want to
The
derail you.
reason why it affects everyone is because essentially on a lot of websites, and you're already seeing it now. When you go on certain websites, and they don't got to be like age restricted websites. All these websites are going to have you uploading face scans and putting in your age and putting in certain information. Now it's to protect children, but in order for the website doesn't know if
Money,
you're a
let's
child.
go.
So in order for you to use the website, you're going to have to put your information in there.
Oh yeah,
So
man,
even if you're 50 something, this nigga's crazy. Even if you're
This nigga with that, there you go with that
what's the
verbal
name?
supremacy.
Yeah,
That
but
with that
here's the problem
So
though.
now they gonna be.
Hold
They
on,
can
Corey. Hold
track
on. Let me
you.
get this last
Go
point
ahead.
out. Let me get this last point. But the actual issue is they're being vague about what's harmful, and they're doing it intentionally. So basically, what could be harmful is mental health discussions. What could be harmful is LGBTQ. What could be harmful is us on here talking about gang members and epigenetics.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
slowly but surely, they're creating things and turning things that weren't previously hate speech into hate speech. Now here's the problem: it's the states and the states and the parents can get the shit removed. So, for example, something that we're saying, like the conversation we're talking about today, a parent can hear this shit and get it removed, like disappeared, gone.
Mhm.
So now you got a situation where it's supposed to protect kids, but it's identifying us. And it's
Yeah.
supposed to be called like a common sense online safety, but now you're in a situation where you got mass identification, and then all this data that you putting in will be retained and used on other what's the names, and then now you're going to a centralized kind of power. We're not in a centralized necessarily government, but a centralized power. If parents and states can remove content, then whatever they deem harmful, it could be just us talking, and it's nothing. Forget it. It's over with. So it's
Right.
it's a
So
back door.
that will
And
go.
not only that, they're able to track you because it now all they have to do is deem you. So they you see what they doing is they doing this like domestic terrorist
Yeah,
threat.
enemy of like you're being enemy of the state.
Enemy of the state and all of this.
Yeah,
So what they doing is they done already said that the immigration shit is an
it's over with. You
emergency.
can't talk about the
Right.
shit no more. It's over with.
Yeah, well, no, the immigration. So what they deem immigration as a national threat. So this is already why you got the National Guard on the ground, right?
Mm-hmm.
But now, as a national threat, now you can now start using the phone data now.
Hey, so
You see
real
what I'm
quick,
saying? To
Corey.
track you, to track.
Mm-hmm.
Real quick,
You know
real
how
quick,
just like the
Corey.
13th Amendment work, how um once you commit a crime, now you a slave again. You see what I'm saying?
So real
Same.
quick, Corey.
Go ahead.
Real quick, right? Because Brass mentioned something. You said the bill is bipartisan, and I think that's important.
Yes. Yes.
Um,
This isn't just Republican. This
That's how
is
you
yeah.
get that's how it come to
So
the floor. It's got to
I
be
think it's
bipartisan to even get to the floor. But go ahead.
yeah. So I think it's important for people to note, right? Because I keep a lot of opinions to myself. A lot of things that I said previously. I don't know if Brass is familiar with things I used to say in 2020, particularly during the pandemic. Other opinions about, I was always considered a wild dude, right? But suffice it to say, the fact that something like this that is going to curtail American freedoms to this level is being co-signed on both sides of the aisle.
Mm-hmm.
It goes to underscore points that I've always made, that a lot of that Republican Democrat shit is a lot of good cop, bad cop political theater shit that I've just never really bought into, right? At different points, they'll put certain people will be in office to push certain things, and they'll make it seem like this one is against that one, but the whole time the walls are just closing in, little by little. With every administration, they introduce little bullshit. So yeah, I just wanted to say that part of it, and I hope people are taking notes. All that Republican, Democrat shit, that ain't where it's really at in the grand scheme.
Right. Absolutely. That's the truth. That is the truth. The
Who is
two
it?
party
Who is it that?
system is
it's
Who is it that said that
bipartisan, but it's
quote,
not
Brass, where he says, "Give me, a nation, give me control of a nation's money, and I don't care who writes its laws," or some shit like that. He said.
What are you talking about? Somebody in office right now?
No, it was an old quote. One of them barons
The rich,
back in the day.
one of the richest family ever. Who's the richest
You
family
talking about
ever?
the damn
That was
Rothschilds? So, yeah, the Rothschilds.
Yeah, I think it was a Rothschild.
Rothschilds and the Carnegies. They always believe that if we control the money, who gives a damn who's in office?
right.
What is it? What does any of that matter?
That's the whole point in
trivial.
the whole money out of politics thing. But yeah,
No,
I
so
just be
Brass,
wanting
let me answer Brass' question real
kind of
quick.
come back to outside for real sometimes.
Let me answer Brass' question as to why I said, or why that's relevant to the discussion. It's relevant because if
I didn't
what
ask
I'm
you
gonna
that,
read it.
Haskell.
Oh, my bad. Okay, I
Yeah, I didn't ask you
misunderstood.
that. No, I was saying I didn't. I was trying to remember. I knew it was either the Carnegies, the Rockefellers, or the Rothschilds, but it was the Rothschilds.
But I fully agree with you. That's not a question. I was trying to remember who had came up with it. But what I was saying about bipartisan is that yes, it's bipartisan, but it doesn't have universal support. This isn't something that may
Right.
it's not something that it may never see the light of day. We're just trying to give you an idea of the kinds of things that they're trying to do, because one of the things they're doing now in Florida, matter of fact, and they just started I the think it's arrest likely to come recently. to the floor, though, Brass. No. It's gonna. No. I'm not saying it's not. I'm just saying it's not. I don't want people in here thinking it's universally supported. It is bipartisan support, but there are people fighting it too. But the
Absolutely.
I ain't no Audible headquarters right there. The one of the things that's going on in Florida, if we bringing it to current times conversations, is that Halo law. And I don't know if y'all been paying attention, but look that shit up, especially if you're in Florida, because they just started the arrests this week behind the Halo law. Now, when police
What's that?
officers are
Give me
doing
a brief. Give me a brief summary.
when police officers are doing their work, if you bother their ass, they can lock your ass up too. Now you have to give them. You can't. They're making it where you won't be able to
Videotape them.
if you
They've been doing that shit
you
for
gotta
years.
be but you
No,
gotta
but
be
they're putting it
25.
in law
But
now.
now it's set. It's a 25-foot what's the name? You gotta be 25 feet away. So there's no
Nigga, I
more
thought
that
that shit was the law.
no, you wouldn't have
it's
got
not.
your if you had to be 25 feet away, you wouldn't have got the video of George
They've been
Floyd.
violating black people for 100
Yeah.
years. That
Yeah,
No,
we
I
wouldn't have
think
got
it
you
was.
wouldn't have got you
I
wouldn't have
think
got
it was
George
a
Floyd if you had to
reasonable.
be 25 feet away.
Yeah, it ain't never been 25 feet. It's never been
Yeah,
25.
they set it as 25 feet. Now
Yeah.
you get a warning not to approach. Now that's 25 feet. But if you get a warning not to approach, if you don't pay attention after that warning, 60 days in jail, $500 fine, and your recording device seized.
Mhm.
So
Right.
now
So I'd like to
you're
ask,
talking about a situation where we can't even watch the cops do. We can't even really watch what they're
yo,
doing.
Most people can't even judge 25 feet in real life.
You could judge it in jail.
So look, check it out, right? I want
figure it out.
somebody.
You'll figure that shit out later.
I want somebody to jump into the discussion, right? So I want to ask this question relating to this type of new type of surveillance and this new sort of micromanagement of citizens, right? It's a question
Surveillance
that's often asked. If you're not doing nothing bad anyway, and you just live a mundane life, you're a regular citizen, then hey, well, what do you have to fear? What's the big deal?
Oh no,
I
fuck out of here.
Yeah.
So,
It's a devil's advocate question, but I'd like an answer to it.
Right.
That's a great question.
If you're black in
First of all,
America,
it's
to be black
un-American.
in the United States
Go
of
ahead.
America, in some places, is already enough of a crime. You halfway to your misdemeanor and felony already.
So Brad,
that shit, that they ain't no fucking innocent. So let's be realistic.
Just so you know, Brad, there's somebody on this panel who was in, full support of the institution of something like what they currently have in China, insofar as their social credit system.
What are you talking
about? What's the credit
system?
Yes,
No,
so the
who?
social
But
credit.
first say who?
Somebody need to watch y'all because y'all be acting.
Say who? Who the
Somebody
hell is
need to
it?
be. Somebody need to be watching y'all because y'all be cut. No,
I want to know who. Haskell starting trouble, and I'm all for it. So who?
No,
Who is in
hold on,
charge?
hold on. To his question, he said, if you're not doing anything wrong, why would you be worried? Wrong is relevant. It's
Right.
I mean, relative. And a law today can be changed tomorrow to make you hold on, Stupies.
No,
laws.
you saying criminal. He's saying
No,
not
hold on.
relative.
No, you can only
That's
be
what he
deemed a
mean by
criminal
wrong.
if you break the law. You're not listening to what I'm saying. A law could be changed that's today is okay and tomorrow be not okay.
No,
Like
but
now hold on. Let's just take something like protesting. Hold on, let me finish. Hold on.
No, they finna make that a
Protesting.
crime. They about to make that a
Right
crime.
now, protesting, you have the right to gather, to protest, First Amendment, all of this stuff. Tomorrow, it may be deemed illegal for you to do that. So it's relative to the time. It's not everlasting, and it changes. So to Haskell's point, if you're not doing anything, ain't nobody going through their day or their week or their month without breaking a law that's currently on the books. Currently, me and Chef talked about this 2 weeks ago. If you roll through a stop sign, you broke the fucking law. It's that simple. Period. That's on the books. Now hold on. Let's talk about legislation and all of that. They can make something again that was deemed legal today. Tomorrow they can turn that into, okay, no, that's illegal. 15 people protesting 35 feet, yeah, that's fine. Tomorrow that could be, nope, it's 10. If 11 people show up and you're too loud and you're too close, it's illegal. So that's relative to the times, and that changes. It changes. It's not static. Go ahead.
You got a dissenter though. Let the dissenter come through.
Let me say something. I agree with social credits. I agree with social credit. And you know, to the extent of it, you know, that might be something different. But I agree with social credit. People who live in good, people who perform in good in the state, live in good, and is not a despot, you should be allowed to celebrate the state. People who's a nuisance shouldn't enjoy the facility of the state. That's why we lock them away. But I will even go to the point. Why you want to enjoy anything if you're going to tear down artists? If your thing is to tear down the state, if your thing is to rob, steal, kill, and murder, if your thing is to be a constant nuisance, why should we accommodate you? Why should you accommodate a despot, a nuisance in the society? If your thing is to put people at risk by constantly speeding, even when it is not necessary, joyriding, even when it's not necessary, why should
Accusations. Accusations. Those accusations. That's why we have a court system here. Because now, how many people? How many people have been found? Hold on. How
I
many
got shit
people?
to do.
How
I
many
got shit to
people?
do sometimes.
Now, hold on. Hold on. Let me say a few things. Oh, no, go ahead, Stupid.
No, in modern society, 5 years from now, with all the surveillance, all like what's in China, all of those cameras, it won't be allegedly. Because the face recognition camera will see you through your windscreen and know that it is you. There's no hiding now. There's no putting all of the thing and hiding. The recognition camera gets so good that even your gate or you walk, they'll be able to identify you. So if you're a despot, if you're a nuisance, why should you benefit from that? What hardworking people doing? No.
Because that's not how our system works. Our system doesn't work like that. You are accused of something, and they have to prove. Now, hold on, what you are accused of. That's why we have a court system. If that's the case, we wouldn't need no courts. A police officer would be able to say, you were speeding, you smell like weed, you was aggressive, you was jaywalking, and that's the end of the case right there. You get to go to court and fight that accusation. That's why that wouldn't work here, because that would negate the whole system. That would mean one person can walk up to you, accuse you of something, be the judge, jury, and executioner of that accusation, and deem punishment on you. That's not how the system works. How many people have been found innocent? And there's a big difference between hiding and your privacy. Hiding and privacy are two different things. So the same people that yell, I want my privacy should be protected. You shouldn't have access to my private, this, that, and the next. You can't, or you going to throw all of that away because you're upstanding, quote unquote, upstanding citizen. But at the same time, you could be accused of anything. That's like a witch hunt. That's like a Salem witch hunt. That's a witch. Burn that bitch at the stake. Done. End of story. We have a system here, a legal system, due process that gets negated all the time. People with money flow through that shit. People without get caught up in it. So social currency or whatever that shit is. Who makes up those rules? That's what's socially
So
acceptable.
let
Go
me
ahead,
read off what
Castle. Go
the
ahead.
China
Or still peace. My bad.
credit system. Let me read what the credit system actually is, just so everybody's on
Social
the
credit.
same
My
page.
bad.
And I hope, because I heard Corey and I think Brass asked what it is, right? So it says the Chinese social credit system is a government-run framework for monitoring the trustworthiness of citizens and corporations through a complex system of data collection and rating. While the stated goal is to improve societal trust, its implementation involves collecting a wide range of data, including financial, legal, and online activities, which is what we're talking about right now with the COSA stuff, right? To apply rewards and punishments. Penalties for individuals can range from restricted access to services like high speed rail and flights to public shaming, while the system for businesses affects their ability to operate within China. How it works: data collection. The system gathers data from various sources, including financial, criminal, and government records, as well as digital activities like online behavior. So, a lot of you dudes who have these wild opinions about white folks who say, Francis Cress Welsing may be right about certain things. That might include that, just so you know. Think about it. Social media interactions and shopping preferences, surveillance, facial recognition technology, and extensive video surveillance are used to monitor and identify individuals. Scoring: an individual's or company's score, quote unquote, is influenced by their behavior, with actions that are considered trustworthy, earning positive points, and actions deemed untrustworthy, leading to penalties. Rewards and punishments. Rewards may include benefits like tax breaks, easier access to loans, or priority in public services. Punishments can include restrictions on travel, exclusion from certain schools or jobs, and public shaming.
You could have just said it's a forced way to comply with government ordinances. Period. Period.
So what's
Government
wrong with
ideology, and if that's in China, that's where that belongs. Over here, you might as well get rid of the Constitution, due process, any
But
type of privacy, or hold on,
here,
any type of privacy or
just so you
security
know,
laws.
Bill
Period. Good.
Bill Gates is a strong advocate for this sort of system being implemented
Because
in America.
yeah, you know why? Because actually he's not even probably dealing with Microsoft anymore. Any company that's going to benefit from any of those technologies would be an advocate of that. Surveillance, networking, digital fingerprints, biometrics. They would be wholeheartedly, because the government is going to pay them for their technology to implement that shit. The government don't create none of that shit. They use the private sector and pay them, hold on, your tax dollars to turn around and watch your ass and hang you up on some shit. The
Yeah,
government is
so,
not creating this shit. Go ahead.
yeah, and I was gonna say, so just so people know, when the conspiracy theorists used to like talk about movies like Demolition Man and this dystopian shit, that's literally that coaster shit that Corey's talking about. That's in the same vein. Like they're unseen hands and seen hands that are trying to bring about this society. So
If hold on, if you look at the Google Maps and they show people on the street, they blur out their faces and they blur out license plates and things like that. They did that for a reason, because they know they would be liable for violating people's privacy. When that ends, it's over. It's over. They already can track your location, like you said, you're shopping here now. That's not even China. Here. That's why they make you log into every website. Use your Gmail, sign up, get a subscription, use our app. You get free if you do this. They all of that information is tracked. The government wants their hands on that. After 9/11, they started that shit. They were
Yeah,
trying to be specific. Now, honestly, that I'm not saying they were honest. They were trying to be specific to target people who were anti-government. They said, "Fuck it, give us all of the data. Let us sift through it. Matter of fact, give it all to us. And if Brass ever does something, we're going to go back to the data and go look. He smoked a cigarette in '83. He kicked a can in '84. He said, fuck Bush in whatever year." They collected all of the data. It started off, let's try to find the people who are anti-government, the people who are getting ready to do something, right? The people who are just blatant. They said, fuck it, no, give it all to us. And then later, if we need it, we'll sift through it. That's what shit came out of the Patriot Act. But it
And
always
just
turns around to bite the people who support that shit. Those good old
listen,
people that you talk about that said I ain't never did none. I'm a good American, I'm a patriot, all this until they on your shit.
it's gonna be them. It's gonna be them, the first ones,
Yeah,
because
they're gonna, it's like a
everybody
snake eating its
believes.
tail. Yep.
I
If
tried telling
anything,
her. I
us
said,
low, hey Haskell, if anything, us lower level offenders like Chef riding through the stop sign, we gonna be under the radar.
yeah, I just can't believe that people don't see that. You know what I'm saying?
It's
Like,
obvious. Yep. It's obvious. It's called tracking. That and you know what? You can turn off all of that on your phone. You can opt out of everything that you sign up for. You won't have access. Google Maps will tell you, yeah, we can't track your location. We can't give you accurate traffic data. They not stupid. They've been doing this shit. And the government gets the information from the corporations, so corporations are going to support that. And
it
they pay
hits.
people.
You know,
Go ahead.
I got to give them founding fathers credit, man, because yeah, they was some racist motherfuckers. They was pieces of shit, but they knew what they was talking about. They know they people. They know not just they people, but human beings in general. You know what I'm saying? Like the way how that document was written is written for a purpose, because if it wasn't written like that and America didn't have all these separation of powers, like you're gonna always have a group in society that feels like they should micromanage and dictate to other people how they should live their lives. That's just how human beings are. And they knew that. And they wrote that document specifically that way, and they separated up and divided the powers and had all these checks and balances. So to stop things like this from happening. And it just shocks me. And I'm not just gonna pick on Stu
So,
Peas. I'm
so
gonna call out
Haskell, let me
real
ask
quick.
you,
I want to
Haskell.
call out somebody else too. I'm gonna call out Chef and some other people around about the time of the pandemic who were saying that the people who don't want to take the vaccine, they need to be rounded up, and we have too much freedom, and sometimes we have too much freedom, and sometimes you got to say fuck all that constitution shit. And hey, I'm just telling y'all, think about what you're asking for. Put some real thought to it, some real critical thinking. You know what I'm saying? Y'all niggas, some of you niggas love porn. Some of you niggas love weed. Some of you niggas like fucking on these dog ass hoes. Some of you niggas love speeding. Some of you niggas love talking about how white people are the devil or whatever the fuck. Just understand what you classify as a good person or a good citizen, you're not the one controlling the levers of power. You're not the arbiter who decides what infraction should mean that you don't get to go to the beach this week. Some shit that you think is benign or that you think is fine, the person who makes a decision says, well, I don't think that's fine. I don't think you should be able to say that. So guess what, nigga? You can't take the beach. You not going to the beach this weekend, and you can't use a car this weekend, and you won't have access to this job, and so just think about what you asking for. That's
And
all I'm.
two, do you have the means to navigate the system?
And Haskell, I
Because you may be
appreciate
speeding,
that.
a person with money may be speeding, they may have the means to navigate the system, never go to court, and never hit their driving record, anything. You may have to, like Corey said, take off half a day of work to go to court and cross your fingers, hope the state trooper don't show up and they knock it down to a broken speedometer, tail light, or which is on your Either way, you gonna pay. Either way, you gonna pay. But the person that has the means that breaks the same laws that you do is going to be scot free because they have enough money and means to do it, and you don't. Period. It's the same law. Two people broke. One person has means. How do you circumvent a damn broken law, which is insane?
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
Let me say something. 10,000 years ago, a man wanted a wife. Him just walk up to a woman and him just club her on her head and drag her by her hair. That don't happen today. Why we stop doing that? Because systems was put in place to prevent that from happening. Right? 100 years ago, a man walking past the next man field and him jump the fence and him pick anything he want to pick. System was put in place to prevent that. As civilization becomes more sophisticated tools are used in order for adherence to take place. Now, if a Negro in 225 wants to be driving 100 miles per hour on the highway because it feel like, no, we're not going to allow that. We're not going to allow that. Some things might be taken too far. Yes, I agree. But systems were always in place to prevent despot from doing that. That's all I'm saying.
Who cars go faster? Rich people cars or poor people cars? I got a Subaru. I think it might do 110.
You got a Subaru?
It might do 110. I don't know.
Your
Is
Subaru
Snoopy's breaking up or is it
110?
me?
No,
Yeah,
he
well, it might
out of
do
there.
120, but
Yeah,
I
that's
don't
kind
need,
of so judgmental how you said that,
no, I'm
Brad.
just, hey, Braz, it don't go fast as the M6 though. I can tell you that.
No, I
I've been
can
in
dig that.
traffic and I was 80 and something go by me, in a blur, but they have more access. But to I think the surveillance thing, it's a connection between politics, government, corporation, access, and influence.
The
That's how
government,
these things work. The government is not going to create shit. It's going to sit back, let the private sector create it, co-opt it. And guess what? The laws come after the technology. So the AI creators, OpenAI, and all of those people, they ran the Congress, they run up there and they try to hurry up and tell them we can self-police ourselves. We can self-regulate. If you're going to do a law, do it like this. If you think a congressman know how LLMs work, no, they don't. They got too much other shit. They run up there before it's a problem and they lobby for laws and legislations and restrictions on themselves. How many people are going to restrict themselves? Like, yeah, there's a buffet over there. Trust me, I'm only going to have 3 plates. You just don't worry. I'm going to have 3 plates. I'm telling you that. Okay, he's going to have 3 plates.
Yeah, but hey,
They lobby for that. Go ahead, bro.
a lot of people in government though, just so we're clear. I mean, we could say they were just, you know, using it for nefarious purposes, but a lot of the government, in hindsight, realized that a lot of the parts of the Patriot Act. That's why they rolled a lot of that shit back, or at least the most harmful parts of it back, because they said like facial recognition. There was really no need to have a facial recognition of every human being on the planet. Like they started, they began to realize like even they should have known, even in the vein of terrorism and the fear of terrorism, that shouldn't have led to that level of an invasion of privacy. And they admitted that mistake and they rolled a lot of that shit back. So just so you know, this is, us saying it on here that it ain't right. It ain't that they didn't, it ain't that in certain parts of government, even certain police chiefs, when they started using facial recognition in investigations and to lock people up and shit like that, they were even police chiefs were saying like, we can't use this shit.
And
Let's get this shit out of here.
They claim the fame is anti. The white people is probably more anti-government than any black person can be anyway. But
and they
their whole
serious
thing
about
is
that.
their whole thing is small government. So it don't look good politically to the constituency when they do shit like that. So they try to like hide their hand when they kind of try to be the ones to vote on these bills. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because it don't be looking good to the constituency, whether Republican or Democrat. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah.
Now, if I had a company that made software that did find facial recognition, right? And I created that for companies so their employees wouldn't have to badge in; they could just walk through a portal. They recognize them. Airport security, shit like that, just to say your face is the same person as a license they just scanned. If I was a company that made that, and the government called me up and said, "Hey, you know that technology, we want to give you $400 million a year for that." Oh, I'm taking that all day.
Well,
Now, what they do with it?
Ring.
Oh, the doorbell.
Well, let me tell
Oh
you
my
something.
God!
Remember when I
Yeah.
first got Ring and we started putting it on properties, one of the first questions that we asked with Ring was like, all right, so let me ask you a question. Because they started slowly but surely, anybody who got a Ring doorbell in here, you'll know exactly what I'm saying. At first, it was just no, it would only do the information that's on here. It doesn't go anywhere, this, that, and the other. But over time, you started getting shit like, well, we doing a neighborhood watch with the Ring. Then it was like policemen, they can't use it, but they can ask you for it. Now with Ring, if you got a Ring doorbell and it was a crime committed, they don't even need to ask you.
That's crazy.
If about the information, they could just pull that shit. They subpoena Ring, not you. They could subpoena Ring and pull all the data on there. Now they can only
For the whole block.
yeah, the whole neighborhood. Because it's
everything.
all our rings are connected now, basically.
Yep.
So now they can not only can they use whatever they can use whatever they need only for the crime, but they can pull all of it. So basically, when you win the house, what you got coming to your house, what shipments you got coming to your, all kind of shit. But once again, with technology, you lose some privacy.
Yeah, two, that's very true. And two, though, that's another arm of revenue because even the police stations sell that data.
Stay on your side, motherfucker. Oh, I'm sorry.
No road.
Yeah, that's all good. Yeah, Braz is in trouble.
That's a
See,
fellow
that's
American.
going into data banks right there. It's in his car's computer. He was speeding. He's made a hard. Somebody's Ring doorbell. He cut somebody out.
What was that shit on Demolition Man when you cursed? And you got
you get charged some points or some shit. Yeah, you get like a little fine or something. It's like you said something. That's a $5 credit. That's a $5
Listen, y'all laughing and joking, right?
Demolition.
That child, that safety act that Corey was talking about. I just want y'all to understand something. That goddamn safety act that Corey was talking about, them harmful acts are determined by the state and by parents. So if cursing in public becomes a motherfucking harmful act by the parents in the state, don't be surprised when you laughing about getting fined for that shit. But when you lock up, when a cop walk up to you and say, "Did you just say motherfucker?" And now you in a situation where you got to explain yourself as a grown adult.
Hey, that's $10.
Of course.
Or you're gonna get a ticket in the mail. You were swearing around, and you know what? To what Stu Pease was saying, he's right. If you're compliant, what should you have to worry about? Stu Pease, I would say that's when you most have to worry. That's when you most have to worry. Is when you think I ain't doing nothing wrong. I'm good. Why they fucking with me? Why they need to see my phone records, or what Brad said, why they need my doorbell. Here's another thing about Ring doorbell, real quick. Neighbors were having a problem because if you live in a city, my doorbell or your doorbell aims across the street. So not only are you watching your door, you're watching their door, you're watching their guests, you're watching their parking, their cookout. You're watching everything across the street. So people had a problem with that. That's privacy. If I'm minding my business in my yard, why is your camera all in my yard? But that's how they're set up. That's
You're not in your yard, you're in a community. You're in a community. You're not in a yard, you're in a community. You might have a yard in the community. And if your behavior is not beneficial to the community, you must find a way to kick you out. But also, 20 years ago, people were driving drunk at a massive scale. People still driving drunk now. You know, drunk driving accidents in
That's the cost of living in
far more than
society too.
yeah, it was far more than now. And some groups of moms came together, mother against drunk drivers, and they changed that shit. Something is going to be like, something is going to get worse before it gets better. But certain behavior, people supposed to have them car park in them garage, in the driveway, without worrying about some despot coming to steal the car. And the despot should have an argument that, oh, you can't use a camera to catch me stealing. Oh, I shoplifting because I'm on drugs. I need the money to buy drugs. You can't use the cameras. That's why I'm breaking. No. Sometimes there's a thin line between security
Apples and
and
oranges.
privacy.
That's
There's a
apples.
thin line between security and privacy. And sometimes many persons going to jeopardize the privacy for security, especially people
That's what
who
they
don't
said in
have
the Patriot Act.
themselves. Especially
That's
people who
exactly.
don't have the strength to defend themselves. Right? Because your grandma down the road and the crack dealer at the side of the house dealing crack. And your grandmother come out and say, please, I need to go to my bed. Can you stop selling crack here? And
You
they kill
should
your
have been
grandma.
the spokesperson for George for the Bush administration
And they
to
kill, and
pass
they
the
kill your grandma.
Patriot Act.
And they kill
That's
your grandma.
exact. Those are the exact words they use. Stupid verbatim.
If there was some carrot up there, that crack dealer wouldn't kill your grandma.
Hey,
That crack
Corey.
dealer
Hey, Stupies. You couldn't have done
yeah.
a better job than the motherfuckers that were speaking for George Bush during the Patriot Act than what you
Like
just
you,
said.
did it
Everything you
verbatim.
just said is the reason why Americans in mass said, please take our privacy because we don't want the guy selling crack next outside. I don't want my poor old grandmother having to deal with him. That exactly
because
what you
he's
said,
everywhere,
Stupid.
Brass, because
That's
he's
what
everywhere.
you
The crack dealers is everywhere. In my
They on the
affluent
side of
neighborhood,
Granny
there's a
House.
crack dealer.
They on the side of Granny House.
They know where the crime is at, Stoopies. It ain't in their neighborhoods. And if it is, guess what? It ain't being surveilled. It ain't getting reported. And they damn sure not getting convicted. So
Everywhere is going to be severe. Everywhere is going to be severe. It's going to be like China. When you go to China now, people talking about facial recognition, and you mentioned the passport. When you travel now, your passport is just a formality. When you go to the country, they don't even look at it. There's no longer any stamp going into your passport, date of arrival, no. When you go through that bitch, and that bitch goes click, click, click.
Stoopies. So Stoopies, let me ask you a question. How about the incendiary comments? How about the incendiary and racist comments that you were making regarding descendants of Germanic descendants and Europeans in the last few weeks? Yeah, how about that?
They be knocking on Stupi's door.
No, I want
That
to
was
hear his
my whole
answer.
point. Ask him.
No, I want to hear his answer.
Listen. Certain
I'm
things.
listening.
Certain things you're going to have to fight for, like the freedom of speech. That's not being infringed upon. Like certain things you have to fight for. But like behavioral misconduct and speech misconduct, they will be you'd fight for them for different classification. But behavioral misconduct, when we compare behavioral misconduct to speech misconduct, we're being disingenuous. We're being
No. But Stoopies, you understand that for the conversation that we're having, particularly in regards to the KOSA Act, right? I haven't read it, but if what Brass and Corey are saying is they're trying to revive certain tenets that were in the Patriot Act, and on top of that, additional things, including things like the type of speech that you have online, social media, etc. That's a part of it. We don't control the levers of power.
right? You're looking at this from your perspective and grandma perspective, that old school kind of rubric of just good, wholesome, good family community values, and you're superimposing that on what these people are proposing. No, that's not what they're proposing. You talking about the crackers and this and that. You don't get to tell them, well, yeah, put that in, but leave that. No.
A lot of
No.
dissent comes from not being good, but not doing good. It's like being wholesome and good is okay if you eating good and you living good. But if
Stupides,
you ain't,
you enjoy free speech more than me, Stupides. So I don't believe you won't.
You don't want that, man. I'm telling you. And Corey, I know for a fact that Stu Pease watches midget porn. I know that.
Wait, what the fuck? Are we joking?
I don't.
He's going to jail. He going to jail. He going to jail. Tell you.
Playlist.
First off, I want to say that's disgusting. But no, I want to matter of fact, not first off. First off and second off, I want to say that's disgusting. There's nothing exciting about it at all. But the second thing is, no, that's a fact. That's what I was trying to say earlier about when they deem it's not going to be a universal. It's not even going to be exclusive across all 50 states. The act is giving parents in the individual states, they're going to determine what is right, wrong, and whatever per se to be even talking about. So if you're talking about
which parents though,
hey,
how
but
do they
really,
determine
it's
which?
the technology that they using to do this, right? To be able to cast that big net across like that, right?
Right.
It's the technology that's the scary part that we don't want. We don't want that.
Yeah,
we don't.
it's
We don't
tracking.
want.
Yeah, it's a lot of tracking shit. It's a lot of
We
data
don't
being
want it.
retained, all kind of shit. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, data is a new currency.
Look up the Palantir shit, Haskell.
Into the Bible Belt.
No, listen, I don't need to be.
The Bible
Listen,
Belt might be different than
don't.
what's going on in Cali and the Northeast, right?
Let me tell you
What
something,
their
bro.
parents
I
deem
don't
right or
need
wrong
real
might
quick
not
hit.
be the same as California.
Real quick
for
hits.
their
I don't
kids.
need to be. I don't need to be sold on any of this, dog. I'm a 9/11 truther. I just don't say that shit on here because I know niggas are
much respect. I used to
You're a what?
Truther back in the day.
I'm a 9/11. I'm a 9/11.
What is that?
Like, I'm an original. I was back in
We did it.
2008.
It's
We did it.
basically people who believe that 9/11 was an inside job, and it was specifically done
There's a name
to
for
set
that?
up the pretext.
Yeah.
Okay.
We were the first like online
it was
conspiracy theorists. Like that was like when online first jumped off. Like for real. Like this was back in 2007, 2008. But it was like probably before that. You know what I'm saying? A little bit.
Even
but,
before that.
Okay.
So I say that to say this. You don't gotta sell me on this shit. Like, you know them crazy conspiracy nut niggas that be on. I'm not like them because I believe I'm a bit more judicious than them, right? So, you know, I like when I looked into the 9/11 thing, certain talking points, for example, like when they talk about jet fuel not being able to burn at a sufficient temperature to compromise steel, right?
Steel, yeah.
That's something that's right. That's something that's a matter. That's something that's a matter of physics, right? So a person could, well, you a conspiracy theorist, you a crazy nigga. Okay, but that fact still stands regardless. So the determinations that I make on how I see the world and how I see
the integrity of steel is going to be compromised. You got to understand that, right?
Okay, so let me ask you that. I don't know if you
hold on. How about building
the melting? The melting
all the money
is different. You got to understand. So I work.
Hold on, Corey. So let me ask you that. In jet, let me ask you that.
The melting
Maybe
point is
hold on,
different.
Corey. Hold on.
From where the temperature reaches, where the structural integrity is compromised.
Hold on.
But go ahead.
So from my understanding, I haven't read this information in over 15 years, right? When I was like real deep into it. But from what I remember, I can't remember. I don't know if all three buildings or which specific building were all the trusses were steel, like pretty much the entire building, right? And the basic argument was jet fuel, right, cannot burn at a high enough temperature to compromise steel. Is that true or not true?
Yeah, no, that it can't melt it. So they was talking about melting the steel, right? So the
Right.
conspiracy theory, so it does burn hot enough to compromise the integrity. So
For it to fall down demolition style like how it did?
So you got to understand that this is the code, the building code. You can't build that shit like that and something happened to the motherfucker and the motherfucker lean over and fall across the goddamn city. Like, come on, man. Like, you can't.
No. But you do know that they found at the bottom of the rubble. Hold on, let me get this out. You do know that when they
I
inspected the
was a
rubble.
9/11 truther.
Hold on.
Just so you know.
Hold on,
Okay,
Corey.
go
Hold
ahead.
on, Corey. Okay. So just so you know. All right, salute. But just so you know, in the rubble, all that steel was completely melted up and folded up and curled up.
No, it wasn't melted. They had to
Yes,
cut
it was.
It wasn't melted. No. It wasn't
I'm
melted.
gonna
That
store
was
something on your ass.
Hey, quick
Because
question: Are we? Have we now switched the conversation to did 9/11 happen? I'm just curious. Like
I
I
don't know.
It's all under the conspiracy umbrella. It's all under the conspiracy umbrella.
Look.
Yeah.
The only reason why I brought it up, Brass, was to say that I've been on this type of shit. I was just basically saying that.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I've been saying I've been saying, or I was been of the opinion that these things were done as a pretext, weaponizing fear to subvert the freedom of citizens in the United States. I felt that way since about 2005, right? So now when you fast forward to 2025 and you see them trying to, of course, the Patriot Act passed in 01, and now you see them trying to revive it and all this stuff about what we've been talking about. It's par for the course for me because I was there 20 years ago. You get what I'm
can we
saying?
still
That's all
be?
I was
I know,
bringing up.
but can we still be friends if I just believe Bin Laden flew some planes into the towers? Like I don't think it's really.
But either way, the government.
I just want to know if I
But
can
either
still
way,
be
the
friends with
government could use it.
I
Whether
do
it
think the
was.
Saudis.
But hold
had
on.
something to do
Either
with it.
it doesn't matter how the government. What was the cause? The government could use it, whether it was an inside job or a terrorist act. The government could spend it and use it for their benefit for
So if I
surveillance.
just so real quick,
in that case, it don't matter.
So if I don't believe the conspiracy, I just believe the
No,
shit
we're not gonna be
happened.
friends no more. Hell no, we done.
So
We done.
if
I'm
I
leaving
don't
the
follow the
Discord.
conspiracy, I just want y'all to know. I don't think y'all crazy. Just don't think I'm crazy. Just for
Nah, but Brass,
believing,
you're in the
that the
same.
shit fell the way it was supposed.
Brass, you're in the overwhelming majority. I'm the one that's supposed to ask that.
No, that's
Because,
cool.
no, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
No. Listen, I'm not. I'm not in a position. Let's say I did feel like I shouldn't be friends because you don't believe it. I'm in a infinitesimal minority, so I can't even do that. If I was to do that, let me tell you something, Brad. The type of people who read that information that I read and try to implement it in that way that you're talking about, them the ones that end up on the street talking to themselves. You get what I'm saying?
I get you.
Because they,
No,
they're trying to.
they end up shooting up,
That
doing
too.
a mass shooting or something.
That too.
What I've come to
that's what
learn
I'm.
in things, Haskell, is I've learned in argument, if y'all take debate, one of the things they teach you in debate is, anything could be argued, anything can, that's the beauty of art. That's the beauty of an argument is in the human mind is that we could take an open and closed shut thing and make it, you know what I mean? Anything. So I don't never say nobody should do, use your own brain and this, that, and the other. It's just I don't like to go too far down some shit that I just can't. Cause see that's also I applaud y'all both for at least trying to think the shit out because I just don't like to go too far down too many rabbit holes because what I learned about rabbit holes is it ain't the one rabbit hole you got to worry about going down. It's that rabbit hole that's gonna lead you to another one, then to another one, and I think that's how you end up.
And then
Or,
motherfuckers
or,
start.
or you
Then
end
you
up
talk
like
about the
Snowden.
Bilderbergs.
But hold on,
Talk
or
about
you
the
be
Bilderbergs.
Snowden and you witness some obvious shit and you leak it. I'm gonna put the Snowden leaks in our chat. There was a whole report from the NSA, all the tools they use to surveil people. It's called their little playbook. I'm gonna put all of those things or link to my
Brad.
Google Drive with all of those
Yeah.
in there that he leaked. They had to revamp their whole playbook of surveillance because
Brad.
he leaked that.
Hey, Brad, you know how you talk about the blackology shit all the time, right? In terms of like, damn, so y'all gonna take that away too and that away too? Like, what we got left, right? So let me tell you, I had to realize because as a young man at like in my early 20s, reading this information, right? And I always felt I was an intelligent person. So I felt like I was making, like I said, judicious appraisals of the information, like, and I'm looking at it from a scientific standpoint, as far as I was concerned, right? But I had to realize after a while that I got to still live life and find some joy in life to where, yeah, this shit is going on for real, it is. But if you do keep going
That's a
down a
real
rabbit hole,
talk.
going down a rabbit hole, at some point, you're not even going to be able to
Get
talk
out of
to
bed.
humans no more.
You're not gonna be able to get out of bed. You won't.
Brad.
That's when we had a conversations. Corey hear me say this
Wow.
all the time. He think I be talking about him, but I'm not really talking about him. It's the sky is falling thing.
Might be huge.
Sometimes when I listen to motherfuckers talk, they are
This is
so
Walmart
doom
stock.
and
I'm just going
gloom
to highlight.
about the world and doom and gloom about what's going on. My next question is like, well, how
I
the
had to
hell
pull
do
Todd
y'all
up.
get out of bed, bro? Like, how do
No,
y'all?
Right.
How do y'all like? How do y'all? If this shit
went
is
down that
so
rabbit
bad,
hole.
how in the holy hell do
Hey,
you
Brad.
send your children outside? Shit.
Hey, Brad.
Like,
You get
That's a
deep.
Walmart
Like
doctor.
what Haskell's saying. What Haskell's saying is 100% true. Like it's wild because I feel like the people within that time period, we all hit
He
the
don't
same.
think it'll be. He said he's 5 years in a row.
Hit. Let me finish.
My bad.
Hits.
No, my bad. Supposed to be on mute. I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
What'd
you say,
so what I'm saying, during that time period is like a lot of people, because I feel exactly what Haskell's saying. I feel like I was a very intellectual person and I was making right judgment when I was getting this information. Because I went down that wormhole of people would say, quote unquote, conspiracies. You know what I'm saying? Me and my cousin went through it at the same time. Me and my cousin went through it at the same time, and he was not able to get out the hole. Like he's still in that hole now. So you can't go down the warp with that.
Yeah, no doubt. You get to me. I used to say that about Cuban. Cuban will tell you when Cuban used to leave comments in the Discord. Me and Logic, we was the worst friends ever. We would motherfucking put a black cloud lightning gif after everything he said because it was like, damn, nigga, like you be like, I hope you don't harm yourself. Now you fucking with him, but in the same token, you like, damn, like you know, you gotta have some kind of. Remember, it's a term I use all the time. It's called bliss. It's blissful ignorance, bro. Some of this shit you got to be kind of blissfully
And look,
ignorant in order
and
to
you know what, too,
survive.
Brad? I caught myself like when I be out with
Mute
friends
up,
and shit or with
slave.
family, right? If we like in the club or some shit, I started catching myself like thinking about certain shit and like somebody got to mute out.
Hold on, who is that?
King J.
Yeah.
Let me get it.
One day, somebody girl gonna cuss them out, and we gonna hear the whole shit. Yeah, I can't hear who that is.
Oh, it's King J.
That's King J. All right, hold on. All right, go ahead. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I was finna say, right? So like certain activities that I used to derive a lot of pleasure out is being around the homies, being around some women, smoking, being in the club and shit. Now you get to thinking about all type of shit. That's why I like, you know what? I gotta back up because it's people all over the world. They don't know none of this information, right? And you only got one life. You still gotta live life. You feel me? And I realized that I was like, you know what? Let me back up.
Yeah,
But
you got to go outside, bro.
I like having these conversations because it's encouraging that when I hear Corey and people like you talk,
Yeah, the evildoers, they always trying to do some shit like this and gain control. Like that's all throughout human history from the very beginning, right? And it's never gonna stop, right? It's just a part of humanity. But it's good to know that there are people on the job who are watching. You know what I'm saying? So there ain't no need to be all doom and gloom. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
Good
right,
gonna
right.
win. Basically.
Agreed. Agreed.
And that's part of the
But there's a
reason.
lot of money in doom and gloom too. You know that, right? There's a lot of
Don't
money
get me
in
wrong.
Well, that's
shit,
because
Alice Jones.
Yeah,
you
that's
call up
that's
any injury attorney, they're going to tell you, hey, any injury attorney is going to tell you your condition is way worse than what you thought it was.
yeah, that's all.
Yeah.
All that shit is
When
baked
that car
into it.
hits you,
it's big
Yeah,
money in
like because so tell a lawyer after an accident you feel fine. That motherfucker cuss you out.
yeah,
The
you
fuck
out
you
your
mean
mind.
you feel fine? Bad as your neck feeling, as much as it's worth. But no, the other part to that though too, Haskell, is that's part of the reason why, and this is where I get me and Stu P's probably about to get into it if you're here. This is why I try to get on people when they say all they got to do is vote. Because if all you got to do is vote, you don't. This is by some of this shit that's harmful. It ain't Republican or Democrat. It's bipartisan. So now you got a situation where if you just vote every 4 years, shit like this will get passed, and you won't even. You know what I'm saying? You won't even know that, like, just because you just voted, you just did your due diligence. But nah, there's some other shit going on. There's some. You got to pay attention to that to that other shit too. So
And you didn't
that's
know
why I
you
tell
can
people
get
you
this
can't
guy
just
out of
vote.
here in the midterms and shit.
Right. Like you don't know that the motherfucker, because if y'all want to know, I know one of the guys that brought it was Blumenthal, and it was a lady that brought the Kilson Act. It was Blumenthal and I forgot, I get the other lady's name for the lady's name. But that's why you can't just vote, bro. You can't just vote on in at the election and then just sit back and watch. Because by the time you sit back and watch, you'll be like, man, how the fuck did that happen? Like the Halo law. If you just vote and don't even know that now you got to stay 25 feet away from a first responder. And that 25 feet is not from a cop. They word these things specifically to fuck you over. A first responder is EMS too. A first responder is a firefighter.
That's how they sold it. They
Right.
sold it from they wasn't selling it from the cop for the cop perspective though.
Right.
They
So
sold
your
it like,
ass,
yo, the EMTs need the space so they can work. So you niggas got to get back 25 feet. You know what I mean? And who wouldn't say, yeah, you know, that's right. Let the ambulance motherfuckers do their job. Back up, niggas. You know what I'm saying?
Did you hear who they trying to make first responders now? So now I'm gonna help Haskell with his full conspiracy theory now.
Right.
Do you know who they trying to make first responders now, Corey?
Probably ICE.
ICE. They trying to classify these motherfuckers as first responders. Some of these niggas is high school gym teachers. Did you know that? Did you
Shit,
know that some of these
a lot of them is
motherfuckers that carrying
insurrectionists
ICE
and
badges?
3%ers.
Yeah, it's motherfucking. They are more. They are. You think you conspiracy theory? These motherfuckers is more conspiracy theory than anything. These are the motherfuckers in the middle of the night that was like
That's the QAnon nigga.
Yeah, them. They're not. You don't gotta. Some of these guys, they found out they did a smart audit. Fucking pop out concert stop. Fucking in New York, the some of the motherfucking ICE motherfuckers aren't even. They're not even law enforcement. They're like security guards. One of them niggas was a bouncer at a nightclub and an ICE agent during the day. Shit crazy.
Yeah, you know they was giving out $120,000 bonus and eliminating.
Exactly. I was about to say, have you seen the money pitch? Have you seen what they put
I ain't seen that.
Oh yeah,
they eliminating student loan and everything.
But don't you have to have some kind of law enforcement or government background?
You go get a certificate, nigga.
Oh, here we go with them damn certificates. Them goddamn what my man say, he ain't have a degree.
Have you seen them ICE agents chasing these Tokyo?
No, bro. I just seen this shit the other day.
Through basic training.
You talking about
shit like
that?
that
Tokyo? You talking about that Tokyo certificate, brass?
Yeah, that Tokyo certificate. Yeah. Homeboy said, I ain't got. He said, which y'all niggas is the idiots, because I ain't got a degree.
I got a motherfucking certificate from the University of Tokyo, nigga, not Japan. And he thought we was about to be like, oh shit. Wait a minute. But no. Hey, Corey, y'all say have I ever seen them chase? Hell yeah. Nigga, I was in City Hall. They chased one motherfucker out. He broke with his arms in front of him. And you can hear the guy saying, that's why you don't put the arms behind, that's why you don't put the arms in front of him. You got to put the arms behind. That motherfucker took off.
Dude, they was chasing. They showed on the news this motherfucker. They was chasing this motherfucker in slow. Like dude was jogging. The news people was like, "Yo, I think he had his headphones on and he didn't even know the ICE agents was chasing him. Like he was just jogging. These motherfuckers was so out of shape. They couldn't catch, like, this was the most slow motion chase in history, bro. Like it was funny as hell. The one dude fell and shit. It was crazy.
Let me tell you how they subverting ICE now, though. In Newark, they're telling the kids, like the teenagers, the little gang, the gang members are just students. They're telling them, y'all got to have y'all IDs, bro. Because now, if you don't carry your ID, they can bring your ass down there. If all you saying, you could yell you a fucking American till the cows come home. Your ass is going.
Yeah.
And once they get you in that room,
nigga, once they took a white girl,
you know
they'll take your ass,
bro. Can't nobody help.
Say that again, Corey. Say that again, Corey.
They snatched the white girl and had her down there for 13 days, boy. You know your ass is gonna go. Like I said that. I seen the white girl. I said, oh. They did that to a white girl? I said, oh, they ain't playing. These motherfuckers ain't playing no games now.
They was trying to send people to Burkina Faso, right? And Traore said, fuck no, nigga, you can't bring no, drop your, your illegals off here. I don't know if y'all saw that.
Did you see Ibrahim? Did you see Ibrahim too? Now? Ibrahim ain't fucking with African Americans now. He pulled all that shit. He said, African.
What you talking about?
I'm about to pull it. I thought about you when I saw it. Pause. I just said I thought about you when I saw it. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna pull it up. But Ibrahim, he has a slight issue with African Americans now. Hold on. I'm gonna pull up the article. Shit's crazy.
I guarantee you taking it out of context. My nigga Ibrahim is a Pan-African.
My nigga Ibrahim is the funniest statement I've heard in 2 weeks. That man said, my nigga Ibrahim.
He a Pan-African. Ibrahim is.
Yeah, he's a Pan-African.
No, he really Pan-African, meaning he don't fuck with the Western world.
That nigga don't fuck with half of Africa. Y'all talking about Pan-African.
Yeah, because most of them
told the UA to kiss his ass.
No, but half of Africa is sellouts, Brass. That's why he don't fuck with them. He be cussing their ass out.
That's real. That's real. I can see that.
That motherfucker told the UA, he said, you motherfuckers is controlled by the West.
Yeah, they
are. We don't want nothing to do with you, bro. Stay away.
That's a smart man. All right, another point. Don't matter go
that nigga gonna die. That's what he gonna do.
I mean, they done tried to kill him plenty times.
Yeah, 27 to be exact. 27 unsuccessful. What's the name?
Yeah, nigga, bulletproof.
No, he just ain't been hit right. That's all it is.
Pause.
That's all it is. Pause. Yeah, super.
But that lets you know that he believe in what he say though, because you saw what happened to Thomas Sankara and Lumumba and anybody that go against the West, you know what time it is.
Yeah, they got all them dictators out of there.
You see, here you go, bro.
Bro, what I say? What I say, bro? What I say, bro? I didn't say nothing, bro. I didn't say nothing. I just said they got all them dictators out of there.
No, what he doing? You been a rebel rouser, Brass. Stop trying to trigger.
I forgot. My bad, bro. No, wait, no. That's my epigenetic. Where Fetty at? My epigenetics fucking up. Give me a second.
Nigga say, I need you to wear your
No, y'all right. No, it was the deportees. It wasn't African Americans. Y'all right. It was the deportees.
I already know, man.
Yeah, he's welcoming. He's actually welcoming. He wants all black Americans to move back to Africa.
I told you, my nigga, this is
I ain't
real.
never in my goddamn life moving to Burkina Faso. Get
Man,
the
come on,
fuck out of
Brass.
here.
If he offered you 100 acres,
I got 100 acres.
damn man, I
And
forgot the fuck I was.
if you add
How
all
the
this
fuck
shit up,
you?
I got 100 acres. I don't want no 100 acres in Africa. I'm good.
That's a hell of a
Nah,
story plot
for
right
real,
there.
though. And but for real though, Deco, the
Uh-huh.
infrastructure ain't nowhere where somebody like me and you used to the lives that we live. We ain't gonna make it,
Mm-hmm.
bro. Like
Nigga,
I feel
nobody used to any life they would live. Fucking rolling internet, rolling blackouts.
yeah. The
Fucking
minute you
crazy.
can't,
Had the
and
healthcare
me too.
system ain't fully set.
The minute you can't
Fuck
get on the
that.
Discord, you gonna be like, nigga, you can't get on the game.
They getting
And you
better
know,
about the black. Hey Haskell. The minute that door knock in the middle of the night for you talking shit about Ibrahim happened, that's when your motherfucking ass gonna realize your shit ain't right. When you're in there talking about I'm an American, and they start laughing at your motherfucking ass and close the door. Yeah, you can't say shit about Ibrahim in Burkina Faso at
you
all.
can't.
You can't say a mumbling word. You can't say nothing. You say something about him, you gonna go missing.
But see, here's the thing though, Corey. I mean not Corey, but Brass. That's similar to like when Haiti got their independence, right? If your whole infrastructure is flattened, right? I'm talking about Haiti. Because in the course of them getting their freedom, they had to burn down towns, all kind of shit, right? So you ain't got no infrastructure, right? You got about a half a million. You got a 500,000 citizens. Most of them are not educated because they just recently got deported from Africa. You know what I'm saying? The children haven't been able to go to school because you've been fighting a war for 11 years to stop these people from putting you in slavery, right? On top of that, no countries, countries in the world are not recognizing you as a state. So you're not getting no trade, right? You a tiny little nation, right? The French got gunboats right off the coast, just waiting to hear you slipping up for them to pull right back up, right? And put your ass right back in. You see what I'm saying? So you in a drastic ass situation. So there's no time for no republic and the Senate is gonna vote and no nigga, it's critical time. It's you know what I'm talking about? The shot clock
I get
running
it.
down.
I
So
get it,
wait,
but
hold
that's
on.
not what he did though.
This is what I'm saying. When
Okay.
you're transitioning from that state, right? It's gotta be some strongman shit.
I agree.
It's the only way.
I agree, but that's not what he did. What he did was he told them that it was going to be one way, similar to Nkrumah. He told them it was going to be one way, but when that one way ended with him possibly not being in charge, he just said it is one way, my way, nigga, and just shut the shit down. Like that's not what you describing is, you know, if there's a wildfire. I saw this great movie the other day with oh boy that like the Longhorns, the Texas Longhorns. The nigga you fucking cry every movie you make. Fuck is his name? The guy he made Interstellar with
I ain't
the
seen
shit.
I gotta watch that. I keep
It's
hearing that's the wrong thing.
a white man. He's like he's known for being a Texas Longhorn fan. He had every fucking game. Matthew
McConaughey.
McConaughey, right? Matthew McConaughey. So he made a movie on Prime about these wildfires that was being caused by this electric company. And he was a bus driver. It's a true story about this bus driver that had to go back and get these 23 white Anglo-Saxon Protestants and make sure that they made it through the fire and shit. And he made them. They got through the wildfire. Long story short, but the fire chief of that wildfire caught a lot of flack because he realized that he had to basically do an evacuation of an entire city, which was essentially martial law. He was saying, y'all just got to leave. Now, a fire chief ain't supposed to be able to do that. You got to go through all these channels and all this other shit. But his argument was, if I would have waited 20 minutes, there could have possibly been 1 million people dead. So I just made a decision and I knew it was wrong. And they cut him some slack. So I understand what you mean. Like when Haiti has those real bad earthquakes, somebody got to you may have to bend some rules to get some shit done. Okay.
But Ibrahim told them after the French left that we're going to have elections. There'll be, you're going to be able to campaign. We're going to have a vote, all kind of shit. As soon as that shit wasn't going where he was going to be the guy that was going to be the person that got elected, he just fucking threw all the people in jail. It's the same as the dictator's playbook. Threw all dissenters in jail, suspended damn near the press, started getting rid of all the people that was opposite of him, and installed himself as essentially president for life. And that's a dictatorship, bro. That's not what you describing. What you describing
no, it is though.
is correct.
No, but look, it is though. Because Christoph did the same shit.
Okay.
He did
and he was wrong too.
All right. But look though, in the case of Ibrahim, right? And keep in mind he's not the only one. You got Goita in Niger, right? Similar type of military government. You got the other guy in Mali. I forgot his name, right? The AES, right? So think about it. You have the West who are looking to reinstall their puppet, right? As they do with a lot of other African fake independent states, right? So you got that work against you. You got a bunch of fucking terrorists, a lot of them Fulanis, mostly, right? That's looking to subvert some shit and abuse your people like how they've been doing Boko Haram and all them other crazy motherfuckers, right? So you got that working against you, right? They don't have no real, they have infrastructure, but relative compared to the industrial age, modern age, way behind, right? So all of those, it's a similar type of situation. You feel me? So I don't think what he's doing is self-serving. Now, only time can prove that, right? But what I'm saying is the type of policies that he's installed, like a lot of the motherfuckers he locking up, they're compromised, right? Because when the U.S. install these puppet leaders, all of their regime be beholden to the U.S. and other foreign interests that's not in the interest of your country. You feel what I'm saying? So yeah, you gotta listen, man.
But if you suspend elections, Haskell.
I got an answer for that too.
I'm pretty sure, but I'm just saying, if they left one colonizer and that colonizer was French, with the promise of elections, with the promise of freedom, with the promise of a national sovereignty over the resources, and then once they leave, you start the process, because that's how he started down that process. Like he started it, but then because he had the military, he just stopped it. A nation shouldn't be left to one person's decision, especially if you're promising that that's not going to be the case. And then if you colonize them, just because it's not the French, he's colonizing not only the people that you're talking about that were bought and paid for. He's just he's colonizing everyone, and he's throwing people in jail that just have an ill thing to say, or have nothing to say at all.
All right,
it's a dictatorship.
Listen.
You gotta. It's a dictatorship.
No. Listen to what I'm about to say.
Okay.
It is a dictatorship by definition. There's no doubt about that, right? My argument that is necessary. It's the only way at this point in time, right? Now, in my opinion, what I believe happened is he was being idealistic, right? He wanted, what's up, brother? He wanted, of course, they wanted to institute and have elections and all of that type of shit, right? But then in the process of doing it is when you get down on the ground and you see like all these agents and shit. Remember you said they done made 20-something attempts on a man's life, right? So I don't think he called the elections off because he just want to be the guy. Of course, I'm not on the ground. I don't know him. So you get what I'm saying? So this is just opinion. right? This is just conjecture. Only time will reveal if what if your assessment is correct or my
Mm-hmm.
assessment is correct, right? But
Mm-hmm.
what I think happened is, ideally, you do want to have elections and all of that type of shit. But then once you actually start doing it in real time, you realize shit is so fucked up and your position is so tenuous that there's no time for that shit, because if you do it, because there's so much corruption and so much meddling from outside sources, all that shit is gonna do is put you right back into the hands of the West if you were to hold an election. You get what I'm saying? Because they have so many people in so many different positions and so many people all throughout the society, and you get them, they can manipulate shit. By the time you look up, you thinking you having an organic type of democratic process, and then 5 years later you realize, oh, we right back to where we were 5 years ago with these motherfuckers in control.
No,
So
and I
you
agree with you, but no country runs that way he's running it. No country. No country runs with just one general that just does
how
everything.
about Thailand?
That's not realistic.
Thailand is a monarchy. You can't say shit about the king of Thailand,
Burkina
right?
Faso ain't a monarchy though.
No. I'm making the point that just because uh, 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 a particular style of government isn't democratic doesn't necessarily mean that it's despotic. You get what I'm saying? Because anybody who will tell you go to about Thailand is the most peaceful place. You have your rights, all of that shit. But no, you can't talk down on the king. If you talk down on the king, your ass is going to motherfucking jail.
Yeah, but we also know we also know Thailand. Thailand. There's a country is as good as its imagination. You ever heard that statement before? There's a reason why the military, any kind of military-led country, you're going to be destined to fail because most generals see everything as a nail because they're a hammer.
Right.
It quells imagination. You know how you move forward, how you get to the next thing. And in Thailand, you'll know that a lot of their stability is actually chaos. It's just mass. You know what I mean? Like Thailand is not running as smoothly as
No, I
you know.
agree. I agree.
It's
I
not
agree.
that. So
Listen,
that's
at
that.
some point,
I don't think a general. I don't think a general,
yeah.
not a
At some
general by
point,
himself, should
at,
run
at some
a
point,
country
you're
like
right.
that.
You're gonna have to transition out of that. It
Yeah.
can't stay that way, right?
Yeah.
And to go back to the Christoph example, that's what happened to him, right? There was a bunch of infight, and a bunch of people felt like he was a dictator, and a bunch of internal forces worked against them. France sent spies there, and they had the mulatto class in the South, and all that internal shit that
Yes.
happens within countries. And
hmm
eventually he became so resented that when he ended up killing himself, when the people that were against him, right, were coming for him, the people literally tore his body apart in the street
Yeah.
because he was working them so hard. Like, I don't know if you know about the Citadel, the fortification
Yes.
that they built on the top of the
hmm
mountain,
hmm
right?
Yes.
He was working motherfuckers hard as, you know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, because he
yeah,
sees everything as a nail. He doesn't. He doesn't have. He doesn't have like a how can I say? He was military. They
right.
don't like. I don't know if y'all. I mean, you've been around them, but like, I don't. People in the military and them generals in the military, everything is a nail, bro. Everything. That's their biggest fear with the National Guard on American streets, or why they don't like to stick the military on Americans, because you'll start looking at Americans like a motherfucker walking down the street as a terrorist. They don't know that a kid, they don't think in ways like regular people because they wasn't
Yeah,
taught that
because
way.
they seen so much ugly shit too.
Yeah. So they kind of got a what's the name, but when you have like that oppressive rule with Christoph, his own fucking army turned against him because he was going too fucking crazy.
Yeah.
And
It's a
didn't he
fact.
have like a stroke or a heart attack or some shit? And that's when
Yeah,
they pretty much
he had a he
they
had a
jumped on
stroke.
him.
Yeah, he had a stroke, and he was confined. He was bedridden. And yeah, you're right. A lot of his generals defected.
Yeah.
You know.
So
So
it's
yeah,
just,
you're right.
time will tell. I just when it comes to him, one of the things that always bothered me about Ibrahim and people like him, you don't know what the hell is going on because you only know what you're allowed to know. So that's how, to me, I'm not saying this is what he would do. I'm not even trying to put that into the air. But when you have such a control of information and a control over the people all held in one person, you could look up, and I'm not saying this is what he's doing, I'm just giving an example, that you could look up 20, 40 years from now and find out they killed 100,000 motherfuckers. But you wouldn't
That's
know.
true.
Like
Because
you'd have no idea and shit. It's just like
Christoph was fucking some of the his generals' wives and shit too. Like some of that shit is like propaganda from the French, but a lot of it I believe was true. You know what they say about absolute power. So I do,
absolutely.
yeah, I do believe that a strong man is what is needed right now. I absolutely believe that. It's just a matter of necessity, but I do hope that he doesn't fall into that despotic. You know what I'm saying? Because it's very
When you
easy to
got the
fall into.
military though, Haskell, when you got the military, that's the generals. That's how a lot of these coups in Africa. It's the same fucking narrative. Whoever got the military is in charge. When you got the military, when y'all have these elections, what would make the person give it up? There'd be no need. There'd be no need.
But I mean, Brass, a lot of times, right, as human beings, before we become dictators or tyrants, we could be the most well-meaning people. Like, think about how people speak on these panels, right? Think
They'd be
about like
lying.
Chef. Think about like if Chef had control of the button, like he got to press the
Oh
button.
God. Oh my God. Wait. Just stop after saying that sentence for 2 seconds. Just stop. Just just let that marinate for half a second.
That shit is
Are
funny as
you crazy?
hell.
That nigga, bro, that nigga will start a
Hey,
storm just to have a conversation. You know what he did this morning, bro? He said the most obscene thing he could think of. And then when you pressed him on it, said, I don't fucking know. We be done killed everybody. We be at each other's throats, ready to murder each other, and then go back to, well, Chef, explain that shit. He's like, y'all still I didn't even know what I was talking about. No.
yeah, because you know what it is, Brad? All of us believe that we're right? Everybody does, right?
Right.
Particularly intelligent people. Like the more intelligent you are, is like the bigger your blind spot. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it's very easy. You don't even realize that you're doing it. You don't
Yeah.
even know that you think you're being righteous, and you don't even
Yeah.
see the monster that you've become.
Yeah. I do that. I do that shit sometimes. Sometimes the more I tend to immediately. I had to stop doing that, but I still use it as a. I still use it. I've noticed that sometimes the more intelligent some people get is not the more intelligent they think they are. It's that they think everybody around them is dumb.
It's dumb. Yeah.
So like you know what I'm saying? So it's like so you start talking from a that's why earlier when we was talking about what's saying, I was like, this sounds like a unk or I keep forgetting that nigga's name. Whatever nigga he arguing with right
Thank
now,
you.
it sound
Thank
like
you.
when niggas start talking about pangenesis, I could tell we're just having that conversation now because it's some shit you heard and you think you was being taught something. So now you done learned something. Remember when you was a kid in school, you done learned some shit, and now you go home and tell your parents like, "Yeah, Dad, you heard what I learned," and you start talking, and your parents really ain't paying you no fucking mind, but they don't want to quell your eagerness and this, that, and the other. Sometimes niggas come in here and do that. They'll hear some shit on another show and just start trying to apply it because that's their comfort spot. So like we was talking about something completely different, and dude came in and started talking about pangenesis and
Nubia
shit.
and
No,
yeah.
Fetty was talking about epigenetics and some other shit, and the nigga started talking about Lamarck and
Pangenesis. Now he wasn't wrong. He turned out being pretty intelligent, but it just didn't fit nothing that we was talking about. And I think a lot of times when niggas be watching these shows, niggas really be thinking that the motherfucker that's on the panel is teaching them something. Like he might tell you something you don't know, but he's not teaching you anything. He's reading some shit. He's reading some shit that you ain't never read, and now you about to go out and probably fuck it up. You know what I'm saying? And that's the danger. And I know, you know.
You start talking down to motherfuckers, you don't even realize it. How many times they done hit? And that should be, it be killing me when I be on mute. I be dying laughing when they hit you with that shit, Brass, because about 3 people done hit you with it. Oh,
right.
So I guess you ain't read what you don't know the information. You just not
Hey, but
educated.
Haskell, you don't even have to talk down, right? You could just do exactly what Brass just talked about and just spread mis or disinformation. And when you finally figure out like you done got like that, it hurts your feelings, bro.
Yeah,
I'm telling you
bro.
what.
I listen, hey,
Yeah,
Smalls,
bro.
since you did come off mute, Haskell,
Yeah,
I'm
because
telling you,
but
the nigga Smalls
Hey,
told
Brad.
me on a live
Hey,
microphone that
your ass is
somebody on the
pissed off,
internet
bro.
taught this nigga anthropology. I said, I'm not, because I don't feel like arguing with the nigga. So then we live. The nigga had the absolute gall to tell me, what do you mean, bro? That nigga taught me anthropology. I said, are you fucking crazy? But but the sad part, Haskell, is if Smalls believes that, do you know how many niggas believe that they done learned archaeology, anthropology, epigenetics, physics off of YouTube from these niggas on these shows talking about?
yeah,
You know how
and Brass had to
dangerous
really
that
break
shit
it
is?
down. Brass had to really break it down because what's happening is, and I'm not the type of nigga to get online and challenge niggas about shit that I've heard online. I'm at least glad that I'm not that fucking crazy, but I think I'm learning something new because I've never heard it before. I'm not interested in, certain topics. You know what I mean? So if I've heard it from someone, I consider it learning. Brass had to break that down. I
Oh,
get
the
it.
nigga read something to you. You
Yeah,
don't know,
yeah.
because remember, all these
Brad,
niggas
that's
read
still learning, bro. That's
no,
still
you're
learning,
still
Brad.
no,
If
it's
you,
not. No, it's not, bro. You
yeah.
got to consider the source. You got to
No.
remember
But
now, Haskell. Hold on, Haskell. Hold
if
on,
you're
Haskell.
relaying information that's correct, it
That's
still counts as
wait.
learning.
What's them 2 words
Well,
you
that
just
was the
said?
point I
You
tried to
said
make,
when they're relaying information. What's the 2 words you said after that?
If
and
it's
that's where
correct,
he's gonna get you.
Okay,
That's
them
where he's
niggas
gonna
don't
get
be
you.
correct, bro. Like it's all. Listen, do you know how many times I done heard motherfuckers use like shit wrong just to prove Black Egypt, or shit wrong just to prove some overarching point they argued about 5 years ago and shit. Like even if you arguing to prove a point, you're not correct. You're talking about something like we've had conversations on here that's been about something completely different, and niggas start using shit that ain't got nothing to do with it to make their point correct. You know what I'm saying? Like a nigga would be like,
they still arguing something from 2 years ago.
Yeah.
They still trying to prove points about other shit from 2 years ago. So they just trying to prove that you don't know what the fuck you talking about at the time, and not really arguing or really discussing the topic that y'all actually discussing. You dig what I'm saying? Like it's an agenda. It's an agenda why people respond.
Like if a nigga hit you with, if a nigga hit you with, see, like when a nigga, we'll be talking about the Baltimore Ravens and the Buffalo Bills, and the nigga in the middle of a conversation will go, cause see, like it's like with Nzinga, right? You know what I'm saying? Like it's like, what the fuck are you talking? Like this shit ain't got nothing to do with what you're talking about, bro. But you're trying to like catch me on this point, and you trying to go off into anthropology and shit and all this other shit. And the thing is, Corey made such a great point earlier that niggas glossed over, bro. The nigga said the scientists themselves that's working on it
are saying that the shit ain't done yet. And we got motherfuckers in here telling the shit is signed, sealed, and delivered already. Like, nah, nigga. Like you, no, nigga. We in a Discord. Don't ever forget we in a Discord chat. And don't ever think I'm gonna listen to you over a fucking scientist.
Yeah, the nigga Corey funny as fuck. Nigga say nigga park their fork. Nigga be at the job, park the forklift, and get to telling you.
Yo, I be thinking that. I be like, I wonder if these niggas bosses ever here though. Like, yo, your boss would be fucking amazed. Like, nigga, I ain't know you was that fucking smart. Why the fuck are you cleaning the toilet?
Wait. And then that nigga tell you, chef, and that nigga say, hey, make sure you pull that chicken up at 11:45 instead of 12 minutes because it's running hot. Nigga. I told the customers were saying the chicken been extra crispy. Hey, in between telling us about Lamarck and epigenetics, make sure you drop a load of fries because we ran low, nigga. We about to get the dinner rush.
Why
you
know
why that shit was
you just fucking brilliant, my nigga. Like, I don't believe. But see, I'm gonna tell y'all. That's why I keep saying when they all talking to me, I come from the position when I jump in the conversation, I'm thinking, don't none of y'all know what the fuck y'all talking about. Because I definitely know. You know what I mean?
That's too fucking
I've been
funny.
at this shit since 7 o'clock this morning. And it's 6 o'clock. If you think I got time to read a motherfucking biology paper or any motherfucker, y'all tripping. And I don't think y'all got time to do the same fucking thing.
No, they don't, bro. Why do you think I've been saying for the past 2 months? I don't think anybody in this bitch is qualified to have the conversation that we even having. So we can have this shit with some level of like, while you calling me dumb, I'm gonna just call you unqualified to say what the fuck you saying. Because I know you ain't a science. I know you ain't fixing the soda machines and cleaning the pools and then getting online and being a scientist, bro. I don't believe it.
And then I know everybody going to get pussy. So I know most everybody younger than me. So I know they preoccupied with thinking about getting some pussy. Like that right there. You think what I'm saying?
That alone, right?
Half your brain power. Most niggas that's younger than me is thinking
trying
about
to get
getting
into some ass. Chef, I hate agreeing with you, but that's 100% true. And when you think about getting some ass, you ain't thinking about the sub-Saharan and epigenetics unless you trying to fuck Nepal or
homo habiliganza.
Unless you trying to fuck one of these conscious community bitches. Ain't nothing in your brain could you walk up to an average everyday woman and start talking about the Sahara I think you about to fuck at the same time.
I told somebody that, right? Remember, I was having the same conversation a couple weeks ago, and I was saying, like, especially in our culture, black culture, like the way I was developed over the last few decades, like niggas is preoccupied with getting pussy, dog. So I know that. All right, when you think about motherfuckers like Tesla and Edison and Newton and Einstein, them niggas get no ass like that, nigga.
Nah, them niggas was focused on C currents, D currents, and A currents.
It ain't no way.
A woman was listening to the nigga talk about the currents, tried to fuck him, and he couldn't even pay attention. He was thinking about them goddamn.
It ain't no way, bro. It ain't no. And another thing too, real quick, Stoopies, before you jump in, right? The more brain power that you devote to like reading and researching and doing experiments, is the more like your social skills get dull. Yeah.
No, but that's why.
Like you damn near on Asperger's and shit. Damn near.
Hold on. Let me tell you something. Most of those men that you mentioned were actually fucking their cousins. You need to go back.
Oh God! Here you go telling us about how bad white people. Boy, you hate white people, bro. God damn! Damn! You got all of that from what we was.
Let me be real.
They're not good. White people are cousin fuckers.
I'm gonna tell you something, bro. You better pray. You better pray that motherfucking act don't pass, cause your ass is going to jail. You just said
a whole race of people was
We got in here.
cousin fuckers.
Do we got more
Lord,
heads or bald heads in
They
here?
send his ass back to Montego Bay.
yeah, your ass is leaving the country immediately. They're gonna have to get you out of here.
Yeah,
Operation A, and they're gonna call it Operation Cousin Fucker. They're gonna remove you and a bunch of niggas. This nigga you like to jump into spaces and just say the most obscene shit about white people, bro.
He gonna be in Spanish.
You lightweight make me like you lightweight make me want to
That
take
nigga
up
just
for white
said
people just a
Spanish,
little
yeah.
bit. God damn.
He gonna be in
Cousin
Spanish.
fucker. That nigga said Tesla was a cousin fucker.
Jesus Christ, Lord have mercy.
That nigga made
God, Lord have mercy.
Good God.
I gotta
that
go
nigga
brush
made
my
Malcolm
teeth
X
after
look
hearing
like
Hold on.
that
Brian
shit.
Hold on. What he said?
That man, we was talking about how Tesla
Hold on.
them
I
was
had lost
focused on
connection. What he said about
we
Tesla?
was talking about how Tesla them was focused on building the goddamn the currents and getting us right electric wise, and they wasn't worried about a girl. Even if a girl was trying to fuck them, they was focused on them currents. This nigga Stu Pease just jumped in and said, "Well, what you gotta realize is the majority of them motherfuckers is cousin fuckers. They ain't
Good
thinking about
Lord.
they
I mean,
ain't thinking about no damn
it
women."
makes sense though. Hold on.
No,
Think about it though. It goes along with what he said. Hold on, real quick.
Y'all
Hey,
Jamaicans are racist.
y'all trying to get me out of the Discord, bro. I ain't about to have this
No.
kind of conversation.
Listen to what I'm saying.
See, bro, do you know how
Listen to what
many
I'm
fucked
saying.
up
Hear me out,
conversations start off with
Brad.
y'all saying,
I don't
but it
know.
kind of
Hear
makes
me out.
sense,
Hear me out.
right?
I don't know if that's true or not. No, this is what I'm
Okay.
saying. Forget the race part of it. Even let's say the black guys like who invest that much time into doing that sort of thing, right? That don't mean you're gonna mess with your cousin, right? But I was getting to this point before my phone had cut off, right? I started realizing it myself. The more time you devote into like studies and shit like that, it dulls your social calibration. That shit gets dulled. I'm telling you, because bro, you go out with a young woman today, right? They listening to Glorilla. Let's say,
How young you talking? Sorry,
let's say you a 38-year-old nigga and you date you, huh? What you
That was
said,
that
bro?
R.
I don't know if he's
That was
talking
that R.
about.
Kelly drop. That was that R. Kelly drop.
Oh, that nigga said, "How young you talking,
Oh,
Lord?"
Oh
Yeah,
my
that was
God. This
yeah.
nigga.
no.
I
But
told you we
even if
down
they
to
not
3.
young,
Here it comes.
look,
That was that R.
but
Kelly
look,
on
even if they
DMT.
not young, Brass, a 30-year-old woman, a 35-year-old woman, yeah, average woman is just, they watch the little Basketball Wives, they go to work, they gonna listen to Glorilla, they gonna, you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So they not, if you sitting up there investigating the Homo habiligensis and the deeper you get into that shit, dog, you be around women and your energy is not gonna be the same, bro. It's gonna be off, and
Yeah, bro,
them
we
women,
already
they can
off the
pick
That's
up
rails.
on
old
that
though,
shit.
Haskell. Hey, Haskell, that's old though. That's
We
old though. The
already.
nerds is in now. That being smart is in now, though.
Hey.
Right,
Okay, so Chuck, I'm
shit.
gonna say to you what I was about to say to Haskell. If you walk up to a woman in any situation and you trying to get with her and you say the words
You said Homo
homo
habiligensis.
erectus or homo
Yeah, but
habiligensis,
it depends
you
though.
might as well
They
forget it.
artsy
It's over
fartsy.
with. Whatever you was trying to do with her, like I said, unless it's Nepal or some conscious community woman, it's a wrap, bro. You're done. The shit. I would imagine that the shit just dries up, closes, and puts a
Yeah, but
motherfucking
they act like
sunblock
this,
on the
but they
motherfucker.
act like they like anime now. You know that though. They
But anime
into
ain't Homo habiligensis and Homo erectus.
it kind of
If
is.
you think Nepal them don't like regular niggas with money, then y'all
Right.
tripping.
No, okay,
Right.
then that means no. I thought that maybe they would be into that kind of
No,
conversation. But if
No,
they
they not.
ain't into the
They
conversation,
playing like us. They playing
they
yeah.
just
But
like
if
we
they
playing,
do.
not,
right?
yeah. But if they not into the
They playing,
conversation
bro.
either, then nobody's into that shit. No
No,
woman.
niggas is
No,
playing. It's some retarded niggas that's really into it, right? You feel
right. Right. What's the flat Earth nigga? Sanchez really
Sanchez.
believe in shit. Yeah, Sanchez really believe in
Sanchez
shit.
getting money. I don't know.
Hey Tuck,
Sanchez getting money.
I got a challenge for you. But
Go ahead.
is he really into it? Or is the nigga making so much money
He getting
off
money.
the shit now, he can't,
Chef,
even if he
Chef
believes the
said it.
earth is round, he can't say it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
That's
Chef
what
said it.
made him fuck up the
but
bag.
at first, maybe this is all a means to an end. But
Yeah,
I
when
think
it's
he
your life.
believes
Yeah,
he know too
when
much
it's your
shit.
life, bro, when it's your life, what they say, one of these niggas in the conscious community, he was talking about health and all this other shit. DQ told me they got the nigga
Oh
at
yeah,
McDonald's eating burgers and shit.
that's
Like,
Inky.
That's
bro.
That was
Inky. And that was
hey,
Inky,
hey,
the nigga
Brad.
whose name that you can't
That's the
remember. That's
same
Inky.
nigga who.
Oh, that's the same nigga?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
The
the
same
same
nigga, yeah.
dude,
I'm
Brad.
pretty sure
Yeah.
Sebby had a few pieces of KFC and motherfucking some ribs or something.
From
I mean,
McDonald's, they got a
he ain't gonna
video.
do it.
They got
He
a
ain't gonna do
video
it
of
on
him at
camera.
McDonald's.
Yeah, he ain't gonna do
If
the
a
shit on
nigga,
camera.
if a nigga can make what I make a month, just sitting at his computer,
Talking about
making
flat earth.
videos, talking shit,
Yeah.
nigga, that's a rap. You feel me? And I feel like I do damn good at that.
I heard
You
you,
feel me?
I heard you, son, Chef. I heard you, son, Chef. Go ahead.
Like, nigga, if I can sit at my computer and not behind this fucking barber chair and make, man, y'all niggas crazy.
Man, I tell
You
y'all
would say,
niggas,
you would say
man.
whatever, huh, Chef?
Hey,
You would say
hey,
whatever.
Chef. Hey, Chef. So you'd get on some Sanchez shit if it
If I
paid, huh?
if I told Chef him being a pseudo and a crazy ass nigga, and I say here go 15 racks a month, this is what we doing. That nigga would have on the tinfoil hat. That nigga
He'll
would
be
be
Dane
calling me
Calloway. He'll be Dane Calloway.
that nigga would be calling me in the morning talk like, hey, so what are we
Right.
today? Aboriginal, flat earth, what we
Hey,
doing today?
But see,
hey, Brad.
Whatever you need, nigga.
Hey, Brad. All of a sudden, that nigga be talking about Grand Rising, King.
Yeah, Grand Rising. He be texting me
So
Grand
my
Rising.
issue is, Brad Haskell, I don't understand how a nigga talks stupid for nothing. That's crazy. I understand.
You do it all
So
the
when
time,
niggas
Chef.
just get on this bitch and talk stupid for nothing,
Exactly.
fuck y'all niggas.
Exactly.
But Chef, just to give you some credit, I've been a fan for a pause for a while, and so I've been on the channel
You been
for a
a fan of
while.
Chef?
That's crazy.
Yeah, I fuck with Chef's channel. I've been
I
so
fuck with Chef
No.
too.
And
look,
yeah.
as a matter of fact,
You didn't say
So
you fucked
in
with
other
the
words,
channel. You said you was a fan. Nigga.
me,
and I
I'm
said pause. I said
a fan
pause
too,
because
Brad. But not this
sometimes
new Chef. I don't know what the fuck has happened to
but
Chef
hold
the
on.
last 2 months. But before that, I was a big fan.
Let's
That's why I want to say this.
Let's get his fan shit off.
No. Haskell's bringing up a good point because every once in a while, Chef will still go live and tell you how the fuck he really feels. The rest of this shit is
That's
just
not how
him.
Chef really feels. That's not how
Yeah.
Chef really feels.
Hey, could
He
somebody
ain't
play
been
a
good. He ain't been.
motherfucking could somebody play
Oh,
a
my bad.
goddamn
I see that
violin or
on.
some shit? Where the soundboard at? We ain't got a
I got it.
I'm like,
I got it.
I almost cried when he said that. I was right from the corner.
No.
That's the best I got. That's all I got.
What I'm actually saying though,
Finish telling us how he inspires you and motivates you to get through life.
no, that's not even what I'm saying. What I'm saying is Chef be starting provocative conversations, and I appreciate him. But
hold on, I got one for that too.
Because I know it ain't nothing but push.
Because I know for a fact that Chef will start a Jewish taper, say the most craziest fucking thing, gotta get everybody in this bitch fired up, don't mean nothing, don't really mean shit, and leave.
And
we'll
leave.
be in
That's
this
what I mean
bitch
by
damn near about to
provocative.
kill each other. And then he'll hop back in later and say, you niggas is absolutely crazy.
That's my point. That's my
I
point.
can't be a fan of no crazy shit like that. He just crazy.
But the reason why I say it,
but he crazy.
But Brad, wait. Hold on real quick. Brad, did you hear him say he don't see?
Is the nigga that said he learned anthropology from the I ain't never gonna let you.
I be shooting too much bail to niggas, I guess. My bad.
Hey, but listen, Chef said he don't know how people come in and say crazy shit for nothing, all the while saying crazy shit for nothing.
Saying crazy shit for nothing.
That boy
he
is
said all
wild.
that shit this morning to stir all that bullshit up. And when Haskell asked him about it, that nigga said, I don't even know what you talking. Like
Right.
he's just crazy, bro.
Yep.
Yeah,
That nigga,
just like
you know how many mornings I done woke up to the Tookie Williams pictures in
just
in
like
the
the nigga
past 3
trying to
weeks, bro. Just
convince
a
us.
random picture of Tookie Williams because I said some shit one time. This nigga
That's right.
said octopus and Sprite and ain't never said it again. Chef is crazy,
Chef is
bro.
the goat. Chef is the goat.
That's what I say. You cannot tag team pause one of his arguments because the next day his argument might be
Apologize for that
completely
Tookie
different,
Williams
bro.
shit, though, Brian. You never.
No, you
I'm
don't.
not going to, bro. And I ain't about to talk about it
I
right now.
still don't understand that octopus
ain't
and
doing it.
Sprite shit.
Yeah, you never took that shit back, though.
I ain't never taking it back, bro. You take back octopuses, right? I'll take back Tookie Williams.
Hey, Corey, you just would have had to have been here. You just would have had to have been there.
Octopus and Sprite thing back because
I
it doesn't.
take back Tookie Williams. He was just a crazy gangster, bro.
Community, but to give us the nigga who started one of the worst black gangs, yo, and try to make that nigga Martin Luther King is beyond me, yo.
But what's
crazy.
beyond me? Hey, I get it. But what's beyond me is how you said that African tribes are dumb because an octopus can open a Sprite, and you saw a video where they handed the Sprite to an African tribe, but they didn't know what they was doing. Therefore, octopuses are smarter than African tribes. I don't give a fuck what out of it. There's nothing in this Discord that's ever been said more inflammatory and incendiary than that.
Hey, Corey, that's exactly how that conversation went down.
Corey, I just
telling us that Tookie was supposed to get a Nobel Prize like Dr. Martin Luther King
8 times.
I don't give.
He was nominated.
No shit like
I didn't
now I'm
nominate
furious
the nigga
again. Now
He was nominated.
I didn't
now I'm
nominate the nigga for the Nobel Peace Prize.
Get these niggas, Chef. Go ahead.
Now I'm furious.
I didn't nominate him.
Hey,
I don't care.
Hey, wait.
I didn't get him
you
African. That's right.
Nah, fuck all that, bro.
That's right.
Oh, you got to stop, Chef.
Octopuses and Sprite, bro. Every time you say,
listen,
Hey,
you
Brad,
didn't nominate
answer
Tookie.
for octopuses and Sprite, bro.
You didn't
Chef
nominate
Lee
Tookie,
Peterson
and
is
I didn't
coming.
give
Chef
Africans
Lee
that's
Peterson
right.
is coming. Chef Lee
And the
Peterson
funny
is coming,
thing
Brad.
is, you lucky
Wait,
Corey
Corey
wasn't
Small.
there that day because he'd have cussed your ass out. I'm telling you, Corey would have cussed you out for saying
Hey,
that.
so listen, since we talking about the craziest shit ever said in the Discord, a nigga getting a gorilla for 10K, that's me. That got me. That nigga, I was on this motherfucker religion for 3 days straight. A nigga get a gorilla for 10K, that's my number one.
Bro, you didn't hear our conversation the other day, right?
Nah.
Hold on, should I say this shit? Yeah, I don't feel like
Say it
it.
out loud.
Oh, yeah, I'll wait till we
I
ain't
don't know.
live.
That
I
was
don't
some
feel
good
like arguing
radio,
with this
though.
nigga.
It was good radio. It was entertaining radio for
The
sure.
gorilla wasn't
I owe
even
you an
the
apology,
craziest
Brad,
part.
before you say it.
We came to realize the gorilla wasn't the crazy part. That wasn't the
Oh,
part.
no.
It was the stick and the blood and the graveyard. that was crazy. 4 niggas in a graveyard with bloody sticks and shit. That was crazy.
Behind the Sam's Club.
Yeah, but no, there was a Sam's Club.
No, it was Kinko's. It was Kinko's.
Yo, Kinko's. Yeah, I'm talking. Bro, I've been saying it was cold.
Yo.
That's the crazy shit. Fuck the girl. Like we all. I mean, fuck. At this point, I don't even give a damn if it was a gorilla, Godzilla, motherfucking. I don't give a shit. It could have been grasshoppers. Why are we all in the
God
middle
damn
of a
it.
graveyard at 4 o'clock in the morning?
Tuck my, you the worst.
That's the question.
You the worst, nigga. You the worst,
No, I'm
nigga.
just
That's the craziest shit I ever heard in my life. I ain't never seen. You can't make shit like that up. And listen, and the reason why it's crazy because Logic wasn't even hype about it. Logic, it just came out. It was just smooth. It was just like he ain't try to hype it or nothing. I was like, oh man, this got to be a joke. Logic just said it's so smooth. Niggas supposed to get it. They was caught.
No, you was not in this bitch for a week.
Hold on. If I ride past the graveyard late night and see some niggas in that bitch with a fire and blood, and I'm shooting at their dumb asses. My grandmother and them in that motherfucker. I don't know what.
Don't do that shit. Don't say that shit.
I'm banging on your dumb ass. You feel me? Like
Man, y'all
that's
niggas is crazy.
crazy. They don't let
Y'all niggas
nobody
is
play over
terrible.
the motherfucking
God
head,
damn
yo.
it.
No, bro, no, but hey, Chef, remember when Corey was like, "No, I don't know nothing about no." He said, "I don't know nothing about no
Graveyard
$10,000."
sacred, yo.
But
You
I
don't let
did
no
show
niggas
heard
play in
about
the
a goddamn.
graveyard.
What do you say? I know it was a gorilla, but I ain't hear the $10,000 and all of that. But I know that it was a goddamn gorilla. And then the nigga Corey cussed us out because the motherfucker started talking about but y'all didn't hear the stick. That whole shit is the funniest shit I've ever heard on the internet, bro.
Hey,
I
but
hate that I was
Hope's
even a part of
response
it.
was funny. The video that they made, that shit was funny as shit. They did a good job.
Nah.
They did a good job with the gorilla cartoon, and that was
That shit
witty.
was funny.
Yeah,
I
that was
sounded
witty as
cooked up.
fuck.
Yeah,
That
I
shit was
sounded
funny,
cooked up.
dog.
I sounded
Yeah,
cooked
that
up.
was witty. They did their thing.
That was weird. That was very creative. I ain't gonna
I
ain't
That's
gonna
why
lie.
I was
was
surprised that it got
completely
so.
entertained.
That's
Yeah,
why
that
I
was
was surprised
definitely
it got so
entertaining.
personal. Like when y'all ended up, having y'all little issue on here. Because when I seen him doing that, I'm thinking, okay, this all
I
fun and
thought it was
games. Niggas
cool.
just
Yeah.
Nah, it got personal. Like most shit in real life get personal. It's the niggas that ain't got nothing to do with it that made it worse. It was like the niggas that like the other channels, the people around it hyping
Discord
it and
call or
shit.
something.
Logic's a fucking liar. And then it went from he's a liar to he's
No,
always
no,
a
no, get up.
liar. All this other shit. Then it was like, come on.
what
Come
about
on.
his
Like y'all
kids?
bugging the fuck out.
When they started throwing the kids in there, I was like, all right, here we go.
What kids?
His
What you mean?
his kids got to hear this.
Oh no, I knew that was
If they
absolute
making
bullshit.
cartoons
Oh
and
god.
shit, then
Yeah.
niggas is joking. If they make, then everybody
Right.
is joking.
Yeah,
You
it was
feel me? So
humor.
to try to
Yeah, it
turn
was humor.
Sophie and them leaving to try to turn that into something
Yeah,
like everybody
I
was
still don't know
laughing.
what
I ain't
social was on.
understand how that shit turned
Yeah,
to.
I still don't know. I don't even want to
Yeah,
ask. I don't know
that
what social was on. That shit turned into something else. Niggas leaving the Discord, all of that. Like that was something else. But then
That was crazy.
the craziest part was like, and that's what I'm saying with you, Haskell. I guess I was wrong for laughing. But when a nigga say to me, but what about the nigga's kids? And you got people calling and saying he was doing this and doing that. I'm like, I ain't, bro. If this is the most wildest shit that a nigga, if you listen to some of the niggas shows on here, not him, just anybody's shows, some of the shit that niggas say online, if they calling you now, did they skip the other 10 years of the craziest shit I was talking about and magi arches and all kind of wild black people shit? Like this is the crazy shit they finally decided to call you about? Like, come on, bro.
Yeah, for real. That's
Niggas
for real.
calling them. Get the fuck
you
out of here. And I
okay?
ain't about to, you ain't about to make me feel bad because like somebody called you and said, I know that gorilla shit got you shook up. Are you all right about like get like I know y'all don't give that much of a fuck about me and my family. I
Niggas
damn
don't. They
sure ain't
act
about to
like they
give that
don't
much
be
of
in the
a fuck
real
about
world
you.
or something, yo. They
Yeah.
get on this
No, but it's
internet
the
and
niggas.
act crazy.
But Chef, it wasn't even Unc didn't say that to us. Like if that would have came from Unc, I would have half believed it.
No, but
But
the
if it
fact that
comes
he
from a
sit
nigga
there,
from the outside
but
saying it
he
and he
sat
believes
there
it,
and
oh,
allowed it. The fact that he sit there and
oh,
allowed, like you playing into it, like somebody
Lord,
literally out here trying to fuck you over some type of way. You feel me? Like,
Lord, come on,
and that's Logic. Logic is man.
come on, man. I hate how that shit happened, bro. That shit ended. That shit ended nasty. I ain't like that. Cause then once it got serious, cause you remember before it made it to all them other shits, I even said, I think we should stop talking about this. Cause even in here in the chats, you can hear like this shit was like I'm listening, and at first everybody was just laughing, da, 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 but then I started hearing like, nigga, fuck you, and you a lying motherfucker, and da, da, da. That's I'm like, wait, y'all serious? Like this ain't no joke. Like y'all motherfucking really, if y'all was sitting next to each other, y'all about to fight over this shit? You can't be real.
But it's crazy because you said something earlier, right? And I thought about it, but this brings it back up. when y'all was saying Chef don't need control or nothing because I go too far. Like, and that is absolutely true. Where kicked me off the channel, he had to take the keys from me because I started kicking everybody off the motherfucker. Yo was like, bro, you dangerous. Yo, like, I keep kicking them off everybody. You like took everybody motherfucking but had made the channel, so he had the master control. You dig what I'm saying? If he didn't, I would have nuked that bitch, yo.
That's what Homegirl did, man. I listened to that shit, by the way,
No,
yesterday, man.
wait. No, go ahead,
And
Smalls.
you see why I said I
No.
appreciate Chef
Go ahead,
so much.
Smalls. No. They didn't nuke the channel. Go ahead, Smalls. Tell us what happened.
Oh, you talking about yes?
It was
Oh, nigga,
some shit. Go ahead.
nah. You know what?
What I'm saying.
Listen, I was there. That's because Chef knew what it was. She finally figured it out, bro. I was getting two situations
If
mixed up
y'all think
together.
Chef would have
But
nuked the whole shit for them
but
pissing
I
him off,
appreciate
y'all
what
crazy.
Chef just I appreciate what Chef. That's what I mean by I said fan of Chef, and I said pause, but I don't even take that shit back. This nigga is the realest ever, bro. That
Yo,
nigga
when talk
Man,
that
your
night when he
fandom
kicked
is
me.
wild
Look,
as hell.
when kicked me off the channel, right?
I appreciate his honesty.
That night, right? We talked that night, and he was like, "Bro, yo, you dangerous. The shit that you was doing, like I had to
Called
get you
you
out of there."
dangerous?
Yeah, because I was kicking niggas, like and kick my ass.
You're a fucking terrorist, bro. You're a domestic
Nah,
terrorist.
but for real though, Smalls, if you think about like what happened with CK, she ended up doing the same shit, right? Because what it is them motherfuckers will gaslight your ass so bad to where it'll drive you to that. Because they'll keep doing
Right.
bullshit to you. And when you say, hey man, can you stop like stepping on my feet and slapping me in the back of the head? And they'll be like, oh, what you talking about? I ain't doing nothing. You know, so they'll drive you to that, bro. Cause they play games like
Yeah. They
Well,
definitely push
you
me
know
to
what? I
that. They
don't want to
definitely
make it
push me
about.
to
Hold on.
that
Before we go
motherfucker.
further, we back in some stupid ass war. I don't even want to talk about them niggas because then it'll be another cartoon or some shit. I don't know.
That
A chef
cartoon was funny.
nuking a Discord or channel or some shit. I don't even want to because apparently we can't either. We got to be all. What I've learned is we got to either be all the way to fell the fuck out or completely cool. It ain't no middle ground. So trust me, this shit'll get taken all over the place, and it won't even be Unc and them. Like Unc and them is mainly somewhat sensible when it comes to that shit, even though they get attacked all the time. But it'd be another nigga saying they said this or has to said that. I don't feel like that. For real. I really don't.
I thought that shit was all fun and games. Like that's the way I was reading that shit. The fact when they act like that
so
shit.
what y'all want to talk about then? Shit, you gotta switch the subject. Let's talk
No,
about
because I
sorry
told
ass
you, bro,
LeBron.
you'll get upset that
Talk
the
about
shit'll go
sorry ass
left.
LeBron faking that injury. How about
Yeah,
that?
I gotta go, bro.
Talking about Sue Surf ain't tell either, yo. They fucking that up, Brad.
I already said they
Man,
didn't.
what the fuck is telling in
Yeah,
2025?
they fucking that up. That man ain't telling, man. They
said,
read your
no.
paperwork. They read your paperwork wrong as shit, yo. And everybody doing that shit.
Bro, anytime you go to jail, anytime somebody go to jail at this point, it's not gonna be you're not expecting a fair shake as far as paperwork ever since that one nigga with Big K. What the fuck was his name?
Adi Boom.
Adi Boom. So any of these battle rappers, the gang members and shit, what he did was dumb. But all right, so Chef, we brought this up earlier.
That man ain't snitch at all, yo. Like that shit.
No. But let me
they
ask
read
you.
that shit, bro. All them niggas.
No, but
they
let me
don't know
ask
what
you.
they green this shit. That's crazy that they read that shit like that.
If it's 10 niggas, and Haskell, I'm gonna ask you, is this snitching? So if me, say if I'm putting myself in the position, I don't call nobody else listening. Say me and 10 other niggas in this Discord, we get caught trafficking 60 kilos of weed across state lines. And the feds who already been investigating us, they pick all us up and they get me last.
Name somebody besides Puffy that fought the feds though. who don't plead out to the
Say it
feds.
again. Say it again.
Name
Say it again,
somebody
Chef.
besides Puffy who didn't plead out with the feds. Name a
I
regular
can't think of
nigga.
nobody offhand, to be
And
honest.
that's automatic, yo.
Yeah, that's a good
Yeah.
question.
Like
Well,
that's
because
some Puffy
it's
shit.
a 90%. What's the name? It's
Listen,
90%.
90%
any
win rate.
nigga
So
get grabbed by the feds is pleading. You don't fight the fucking feds. You're
remember
not
you
gonna
said
win.
you said
Hold on. Let
earlier,
me keep
Brass, it's
bringing it
more
up
than
though.
90%.
Yeah, it's not.
No,
It's
I
like
was gonna say, yeah, it's
95%.
more than
But what's
90%.
in
Yeah,
that
yeah.
95% is like an 88% plea rate though. They don't. It's
Mm-hmm.
not like they took all these shits to trial. It's 88% plea rate. But follow me though. So say me and 10 niggas get locked up. We in a gang. We in the tri-media 10 mile whatever, and we all go to jail. And I'm about to sign a deal where I got to get out of jail as soon as possible. I'm the hottest battle rapper in on the planet at the time. I'm about to go to Revolt, start a whole new URL, all kind of other shit. So I just need to get out of jail, or get this shit over with as soon as possible. If me as the leader goes to the feds and says, "Listen, fuck it, I did it. Let me just plea out, get the shit over with. I did it." If they then ask me the question, "Are you the leader of the organization?" and I say yes, where Sue Surf fucked up was, now none of the other
Them other
10
niggas can
niggas can
fight.
plead not guilty. Because
Mm-hmm.
if I'm the leader and I say I did it, then now when them niggas say they didn't do it or they wasn't there, I just fucked up all of their pleas. So what the reason why these niggas is mad is because they're going to court now, or they're going to cases now, and they're saying Sue Surf already said he did it. But what he also said was he's the leader of this fucking organization. So if you in this organization, we now, and you, this is a conspiracy. This is a continuing enterprise, and that's what it is. Now they're saying he's snitching because he said I did it. Now
So he
I put
snitched on
that.
himself.
Right. I don't put that under he snitched on everybody. I think he spoke without a lawyer. I think he did some dumb shit trying to hurry up and get out of jail himself. And then all their cases got pretty much fucked up. None of them can plead not guilty. None of them. They could plead,
That
but
nigga
you can't
probably
plead.
ain't had no money for no federal lawyer.
They definitely
much
they didn't
that
have, they didn't have, fuck it. You don't need a federal lawyer. He didn't have money for a lawyer, period.
But you would have to get
He
a
didn't have-
federal lawyer.
No,
That
you
takes
just got to get a
federal
lawyer.
cases.
You don't need a federal lawyer. You just need a lawyer.
I think you go with them niggas who handle the federal cases.
Well, no, I know you
even
do.
even
I'm
your
saying,
lawyer is
I get that.
he's gonna refer you to somebody to handle,
Right.
his federal
Right,
cases.
right. I get that
That
because it's
shit
a
covered.
longer case. It's a RICO case. Yeah, I get that. But I'm saying, Haskell and Chef, that's what they're saying he did as far as snitching, because he took the charge and he's saying that I did it, but he also said he was the leader. He basically fucked up all their cases. So now all these niggas is basically coming out saying in his paperwork, he's saying he did it and he was the leader, which is now fucking them up. I don't think that's
How?
snitching. I think it's just bad. Because niggas gonna stretch shit, bro.
No,
And
who's on his case said that he snitched and fucked up their case? That's just
that's
niggas
what's
on the
coming. No,
internet
that's
saying that.
no. There's some niggas coming out now, like family of the other niggas in jail. That's how it started with the Brooklyn nigga Matt Hoffa. But family of the other niggas in jail is saying that he in the because in the paperwork it says it. He says, I did it. And he also says in there, let's get this over with. But the thing is, as you reading down the paperwork, they asked him, was he the leader? Similar to the Gunner shit. When they asked him, they said he
was in somebody's
They asked
paper.
him, they was like, was it a gang? And he said, yeah, YSL is a gang. They just called that. Now you can't go in your particular case and say there's no gang enhancement because YSL ain't a gang when you saying this high ranking ass nigga said it is. It's not. That's the thing. But where the anger is coming from, and I understand it. That's why I say he did some dumb shit. He did
How
some
was that
nigga shit.
dumb?
Nah, it is dumb, bro.
I'm lost.
Because he spoke to him without a lawyer. You don't speak to no prosecutor without a lawyer.
Look, if I take a
you don't speak without a lawyer, Chef,
so
you know
who
that.
did he?
Yeah, that would be a number one.
Who did he tell on?
He told on himself.
So in order to be a snitch, you would have to tell on
I didn't say
somebody
he
else.
was a snitch. I said he was dumb.
I don't know about
Bro,
that.
you don't talk to a nigga in
What
the
that
county
nigga was
without a
facing,
lawyer.
what that nigga was facing with all his priors, you feel me? Like that shit, nah, yo,
But
Fuck
you
that
don't
nigga
talk to
gun
law
charges.
enforcement without a lawyer. That's the first rule.
Man, listen.
Sheriff, you don't hold on, Sheriff. You trying to, bro, their whole job is to put you in jail, nigga. That the
Yeah,
lawyer is the one
that's
that
Fifth
keeps you
Amendment, Chef.
from getting fucked up. He could have literally said,
I don't think it's that.
he
I
could
don't
have
think
said,
it's what y'all
I
saying
did
it
it.
is.
Hold on. No, he could have said, I did it. But when they asked him the other 1,000 questions, because this is federal, so this is a RICO case. They
The
asking
nigga
him
about to come home, yo.
No, yeah, why he's coming home
How's he
because he
home?
fucking cooperated. Because he cooperated.
Oh, so he did snitch.
No, you see the words I'm using? He cooperated. They offered him a plea and he took it. That's cooperation.
What?
When they ask
niggas tripping.
when they ask you, did you do it? And you say, I did it. You're cooperating and taking a plea.
No,
but when you say
cooperating is
you snitching.
Nah, I don't know.
You and
No.
somebody
Then
else.
we just got different.
Wrong verbiage.
Then maybe
If
I'm
he
using
was
the
with
wrong
somebody
word.
else's paperwork, he was snitching.
Right.
Period.
And he ain't do none of that.
He didn't tell on none of them niggas, but Corey.
The nigga about to come home off of Rico. He come home in February.
Hey,
So
Corey,
he wasn't
we're not talking about, but Corey, we're talking about a
he
RICO
wasn't in
case.
nobody's paperwork. He wasn't in the paperwork.
He wasn't in nobody's paperwork.
No, he wasn't.
Okay.
No, but he was. But hold on, he wasn't in nobody's paperwork. But when them niggas went to their lawyer, their individual lawyer, and started pleading not guilty, the prosecution is saying Sue Surf already said he did it, and he's the leader of this organization. And you're in this
go to jail for
organization.
life trying to fight the feds.
No, I'm not saying. I'm not saying all of that. I'm saying
they try him first. I've seen them do that before.
Yeah, so if you get the leader out,
Puerto Rico.
even if he don't say you, Corey, even if I don't say you did it,
his admission
if they got our Discord on conspiracy, and I'm the leader of and somebody say, well, are you the leader of the Discord? And I say, yeah. Then shit, that's it. That's it. That's all you need. It's conspiracy.
So
it ain't supposed to be cut and dry. It's
so
conspiracy.
so we supposed to sit there and wait for one person to go ahead and play, and then it trickles down. Like that don't make sense. So
why do you think they throw all them niggas in jail? Why do you think in a RICO they throw everybody in jail before they start doing the case?
I think
they want somebody
than
to break.
everybody.
No. Like with YSL.
What y'all saying? He sound like he's intelligent.
No. What I'm saying is, or I don't know how intelligent he is, but I'm just saying most niggas that when you like with YSL and RICO, they swoop up. Listen, hold on. Even with the mafia, they sweep all them niggas up, they put them all in jail, and they just wait on somebody to start talking. That's the whole point. That's the whole shit. So by the time you and that bitch thinking you doing the right thing, you see your man walking past your cell with an Italian beef and Pepsi with the prosecutor and shit, and you sitting up there thinking you about to be the real nigga, and this nigga done already got his 2 years, and you about to get 80.
Yeah.
That's how that shit goes. Like, what are we?
This
nigga sounds smart to me.
It's Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organization Act. Like it's corrupt organization is the key word.
Just about a rapper, bro. It's racketeer.
Yeah, it's like
you don't need to prove that everybody did it. All you gotta prove is that they was in an organization. Bro, some of them niggas that was down with Young Thug that was in jail were just drivers of cars.
Mm-hmm.
They were locking up some of the producers, niggas that ain't never committed a crime in their life. Other than making bad music. That's it. Bro, that racketeering shit is crazy. That's why racketeering, RICO is a crazy law because you really don't got to do a whole bunch.
I was about
Shit
to say,
crazy.
Chef, you might have gave a nigga a haircut and went to fucking jail under that shit, bro. Like, yeah, that shit crazy as fuck, bro.
Yeah, if a
Oh,
nigga
listen.
giving up,
Giving up niggas enough. Yeah, go ahead.
You
show
know
up
how
on a nigga's
many? You
phone
know
too
how many
much. Show up on a nigga's
wiretaps I've
bank
been
account
on?
too much.
You know they got to send you the paperwork when you on a
Oh, I'm out.
wiretap.
I'm out. Good talk.
Man, I got about 30 of them motherfuckers.
Okay, hey, shouts to you. Hey, I just gonna say this real quick. I don't got nothing to do with Chef.
30 of them
Me
motherfuckers.
and Chef are
No, but they
solely we
know.
do entertainment and content. Because you
Listen,
said you was on
they
wiretap.
know. The letter tell you. And nigga, you think they don't know who the fucking barber is and who the fucking mechanic is? They know to keep you up, but once they go to they submit their shit, they gotta send everybody the letter that was on that motherfucking tag. And look, I just asked niggas, I'll be like, yo, do you recognize any numbers on this motherfucker? And they be like, yeah, I'll be like, you need to get rid of that fucking phone.